build a production-ready advanced authentication system using Node.js and Next.js from cookies, access tokens, and refresh token to two-factor authentication, email verification, and password reset. You will also learn to send emails, manage sections, and structure your code for scalability, making it perfect for real-world application. But that's not all. You will integrate this API into your Next.js or React app at the end of this video. So don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and turn on notification because we got an exciting project coming soon you don't want to miss. So let's dive into the demo of this project. Users will be able to create an account, and a confirmation link will be sent to the email address of that account to verify email address or confirm the account. Once you log into the account, an access token and refresh token will be sent into the browser as cookie. You'll be able to see all devices used to log into that account, and you'll be able to log out to remove those sessions created with other devices. You'll be able to enable two-factor authentication by scanning the QR code with Google Authenticator and verifying it. Upon verifying it, and once you log out, you'll be able to log in again. Once you log in again, you'll be redirected to verify two-factor authentication. And once you verify the as two-factor authentication, you'll be redirected to the home page. You could also reset your password by clicking on the forget password and clicking on the send instruction, which email will be sent to you to verify your email address, and click on the reset link. And once you click on the reset link, you'll be able to set new password and you'll be redirected to login. And after you're redirected to the login page, you'll be able to switch the light mode or dark mode or do any other things you want to do on the app. So that's it. So all right, let's move on to the project setup. So I have my VS Code open. So what we're going to do here now, we're going to come to where we have the empty folder, because this is an empty folder. I'm going to create a new directory, and I'm going to call this backend, and I'm going to create another directory which is going to hold our front end. I'm going to call it, you call it clients or anything. I'm going to call it next front end. So once I click on this backend here, I'm going to go to my terminal, click here, and I'm going to navigate to the backend. So I'm going to go cd backend. So once we head to cd backend, we're going to npm init. So we're going to initialize npm first to get the package.json. So I'm going to npm and let me cancel it and just put npm init -y and press enter. And we should wait for it to so we have the package.json available now. So we're going to install some packages that we're going to use for this project. So let me check. So I have TypeScript already installed, so make sure to install TSC. So we're going to be using TypeScript for it. So I'm going to go to Google and search for TSC TypeScript npm, and just click on npm TypeScript, and we should see TS TypeScript. So I think it's something like this, or global TSC global. Let's see how to set up TypeScript. Okay, you can just install it like this, something like that. So let's just move on. So before we install anything, come to the VS Code, link down is below. You can make sure to also follow the GitHub repo, GitHub account, and also start this repo. So I'm going to go to where we have backend, click on backend. No, not backend. Let's go back away from backend, click on versions, and click on backend.md, and we should see some of the packages that I need us to install with the versions. So we have bcrypt, cookie piercer. Okay, these are dependency, and we have the dev dependency here. So cookie piercer, course, data function, .env, express, JWT token, mongoose, passport, JWT, QR code, resend, and Zod. So I'm just going to copy this and let's install this whole dependency. So I'm going to clear my terminal, and let me just paste this and press enter for it to install. And once it installs, give it some time to install, and we should get back on track. So let's just wait for it to install. So it has installed completely. So the next thing I'm going to do is to install the dev dependency. the version we create and then code with. So we're going to use CS Node.dev to run our server instead of node-mod since we're using TypeScript. So, and we're going to install TypeScript here, 5.6263. So let's just copy this and then let's install this, and I'm going to press enter, and we should wait for it to install complete. So remember, it's npm install -t. You can copy it line by line if you prefer. So let's just do it like this and then wait for it to install. So it has installed completely. The next thing we're going to do is to initialize. You need to set up TypeScript. So we have the TypeScript config file. So I'm going to just copy npm csc in it. So you should just try and do stsc version on your computer, and you should see some version here. And this is my version of Node. I'm going to just put node-v to see. Sorry, I'm going to just do. Why is it not working? Version. So I'm thinking it's because of this. Let me just I can do env lists, and you can see the current node version I'm using is 2.21.0.0. So let me just clear this, and let me just copy npx tsc in it. So let's wait for it to initialize and then set up our ts config. So a TS config has been created. So we can see, let's go into the TS config. We're going to update that. So I'm going to change this from from ES 2016 to ES 2021. Change that, and we are going to change some other. We're going to also the root directory. We're going to enable this uh to SRC because we're going to create an SRC folder. So let's go ahead and do SRC. So we're going to have SRC folder to hold all of our so I'm going to post this to SRC, save that, and then the next thing we're going to have again is we are going to this. I'm going to just change this to make sure to change this to capital letter. Just change it to capital letter. So 2021, yeah. Then we have common.js source directory. We're looking for Auth directory. So I'm just going to let's look for Auth directory. Okay, look at Auth directory here. I'm going to just enable this, and I'm going to send this from it's going to be this. Let's send it to this, and let's also look for. We can enable the sitemap default is true, so we can leave that. We're going to continue looking for some other. So yeah, I'm going to also restrict true. So what we're going to do, I'm going to do include. I'm going to include most of this the source directory here, and I'm going to exclude the node module when compiling this, the node my test list, and some other test script if you also add that. So I just put it there like that. So just save this, think we are done with this, and so the next thing we're going to do is to go to our package.json. We are going to edit this, so this should run the server. So I'm going to change this to, so let's come here and put dev. So this is going to run the TypeScript. So inside the source directory, I'm going to create index.tx. This is going to hold our express. So let me just put comma here. It's going to hold our express server. So I'm just going to put dev here, and inside here I'm going to put build. And I'm going to put start. So build is when we are building the project, when we deploy to render, and start is to run the JavaScript version of our application. So inside here, we're going to use the TS node-dev, which we installed here. You can see it here. TS node-dev to run our server. It's going to keep on watching on any changes we make instead of TS node, we're using TS node-dev. So we're going to that the files we're going to use. So this is a source directory slash index.txt. It's going to run the index.tf, which holds the application at listening, the express application at listening. So we're going to also use txt to build the file. And once we build the file, a DIS will be created. And when we deploy DIS, we're going to point the server to the live server to run the D inside the DIX. So we want to also copy the packet.json inside the disk. So I'm going to just say cp.package.json. It's going to move into the dist folder. So then we will run node AIS index.ux. So this will start node.index.js. So let's just structure let's see how to build the folder structure. So I'm going to be using the structure I'm going to follow. It's not the default way we normally use in Node.js. I kind of like using Next.js. Next.js is a framework for Node.js. So I love the folder structure, and which is going to, it's more better for me to use in a production application because it's just well structured and organized. So what we're going to do, I'm going to wrap most of the controller, the route, the module, and they route the service into a modular way. So how are we going to do that? I'm going to create a folder here. I'm going to call this modules. So this will hold in the auths, and this can also hold in the MFA. So we'll come back to that. So let's create a different folder here. We're going to have what we call the middlewares and the database. I'm going to create a folder that holds that. I'm going to create config first. We're going to create the middlewares. It's going to hold in the middlewares. I'm going to create another folder. I'm going to call it database. This will hold in the database configuration and also the modules. So inside here, we can create the modules. This will hold the modules. And you can create database.txt. So inside, I'm going to create in common. So common will hold the utils, and it's going to also hold enums. Then we can also have interface validators. So I'm just going to do validators. Then I think we're going to have a interface. And I think the last one we're going to have is strategy. So it's going to be strategy, it's not strategy. This will hold in the JWT strategy for passports and all. So I think the last thing we're going to create is, I'm going to call this mailers. So this is going to hold the mailer and the template. So you feel free to use whatever you prefer. If you want to use the other way of structuring the application, it's up to you. But this is what I look and I saw that it's more organized and more scalable to use. So you can also use Next.js, which is Next.js, which is Next, which is also good for building large application and scalable application too. So we are done with the folder structure. So we're going to move on to working on the setup of this application. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's also create the .env and .ignore file here. So I'm just going to open this and put .ignore, .git, ignore, and we're going to have our .env, And the .env is going to have, you can also create .env.example to just when we are pushing to our GitHub directory. So I'm just going to set in the port here, and then the dev dependency. We are going to also have the app directory. So the app origin is going to be set to local 3000, where we're going to run our next folder. This is for cost, and we're going to have the JWTs. This is going to hold the JWT. So I'm just going to say JWT secret expire in refresh secret, and refresh expire in 30 days. So just save this, and so we're going to get it in our app. So to set this in our app, we're going to come into SRC folder, and let's just go ahead and work before we get to install. Let me check this. We had we install env. So inside here, we're going to import. Let's import env start config. So let's set up our Express, for instance. So let's import Express first. From Express. So let's initialize constant app Express. So we're going to also have app, which is going to be below here, app.use. I'm going to say express.json. So this is to enable piercing of JSON request body. So I'm just going to also bring in app.use express. So this is going to have express.url encoded, and we're going to set extended to true. So this enable piercing of URL encoded request bodies too. So I'm just going to let's just also create the set the cookie. So I'm going to also dot use cookie piercer. So I'm just going yes. So let's import the cookie piercer which we've already installed. So I'm going to set it as the middleware here. So let's just call this, and we're going to also set the app.use. So this is going to handle our course error. Our course, I'm just going to import course here. So just bring a course, and inside the code, we're going to open this to set the origin. I'm going to turn credential to true. So this is going to handle sending the cookies credential to the client side. And this is going to be the origin, and the origin is going to be process.env. And then what do we set it here? We set it as app origin. So just import that, and let us take this here. So that is that. So, but I don't really want to be getting the process of AIV because sometimes this is string and undefined. So I don't prefer this. In a large application, managing it like this is going to be too tedious. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my common folder. I'm going to create a utility which I'm going to call. So inside the config first, we're going to create what we call the app.config. So I'm just going to create that app.config.ts. Then in the utility, I'm going to create a function, a helper function that helps to check if the env is undefined and set a defaulter or true and error that this particular env variable is not available or default value is not available. So I'm just going to create it. I'm going to call this get-env.cs. So get-env.cs, we're going to do export constant get-env, which is going to be equals to the key, which is in string, and this is going to pass in a string. You're going to return a string, and let's just open it. And we're going to set the default value. This is going to be string of type string, which is going to initialize to empty string by default. So I'm just going to open this and let's do constant value, which is going to be equals to process.env. So I'm just going to do here. I'm going to check if value is equals to undefined, which you've seen. So let me just close this. I'm going to return the default value. Then let's throw a new error saying environment variable. Let's just let's do this like this. Save this and let's just put this particular key is not set. Then let's return the value. So I think this should be okay. We should put the if default. So guys, if default. So if default, you should return the default. So once it's undefined, there's no default, it's going to throw the error. And let's just move this inside here. And then let's return the value. So let's head over to app.config, and inside the app.config, we're going to let's import the utils, the get env utils, and then I'm going to do constant. Let's open this slide. So this is app config, and app config is going to have some get with node underscore env, which is from the .env. So just env. So I'm just going to call this env, and this is just going to be get env, and we're going to set this to a key, and the default value is going to be development. So I'm just going to do that for others. I'm going to do that for origin, and then the base, I'm just paste this. The app origin default is localhost. The port 5000 default, but here we have 8000. And here we have our base part to the API slash view. And then for the JWT, I'm going to just come down here and let's just paste this here. So I'm going to just call the JWT secret with an object to get the JWT. So there's no default value for this. You can set default value inside for the secret. So expire in this 1 hour, or we're going to just let's change this to 15 minutes. For now, let's just put it 15 minutes. So let's go back to this, the app.config, and just put to get the JWT refresh secret and expire as so that it is. So let's move over to our index.txt and let's change this to now inside here we've not exported this, so we need to export it and call the function. I'm going to just say config is equals to app config and call the function. So I'm going to go into my index and I'm going to say config from the app.config.app origin. Yeah, so inside here we're going to have, I'm going to also call the base path, or which is going to be equals to config dot base path. So now that is it. So let's scroll down here to call the listener. So I'm going to the app listing. This is going to have a config port. Obviously async. So we're going to say console. Let's just console the port and the log that is going to tell us the server is running. So I'm just going to, let me just remove this. Why is it saying overload? Oh, sorry. Remove this. Yeah. So we can still put the async here. So I think everything is running. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to set a simple, and just come down here and put app.get this. So let's just set this to requests from Express, response from Express, and you can have the next function. So I'm just going to call, let's just say response dot status 200. I'm going to put JSON. I'm going to put message so we can test our app. Say hello subscribers, and let's just save that. So this is going to be our base part. We're going to use that later on. So I'm just comment this out. And I think our app is ready to launch. So let's just run the server. So let me close this and let's say npm run dev. And run dev is going to, if you remember, it's going to run the ts node config. So I'm just going to run that. And let's wait for it to run. And you can see that it's running our phone. So also we should be able to see server listening to 8,000, which is the port we set locally in our env file. So I'm just going to go into my index, and it should be localhost 8,000. So let me just open my Thunder client. So I'm just going to open my Thunder client, and I already have something. So let me just go into get API, and let's just remove all this, and let me close this and run localhost 8,000, and we should see hello subscribers. Our server is running properly. Everything is fine. So let's go ahead and work on initializing, setting up our database so we can be able to connect to MongoDB. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's set up our database, MongoDB database. So I'm going to head over to where I'm going to install that, and let's just move over there. I'm going to move over to this place and just quickly search for MongoDB. I'm just going to search for MongoDB Atlas. Then you should see, scroll down to where you see MongoDB Atlas. You just click on it, and we should be able to navigate it today. So you can just quickly sign up, or you can sign in with Google. So I already have an account. I'm just going to log in, and let's just click on Google here and sign in with our Google account if you already signed in. So let me just head over to. So I am actually logged in now. So let me just close this. I already have some clusters here and some projects. So let's just head over to, let's create a new project. So I'm just going to click on new projects. Probably you will be in project 0 zone. So let me just name this MERN project 1, and just click on this. Just create this project. So let's wait for it to load completely, and it has created a project which we're going to create on your cluster. You can see project 1, and I'm going to wait for it. So let's create a new cluster here. From your own end, you should see project 0 as default when you create a new account if you don't have an account. But you can also see where to create a new cluster. So I'm just going to create a new cluster. So once you click on create a new cluster, you'll be brought to this page where you need to deploy your cluster. So just click select the free, and let's create, and let's change it from cluster 0 and change it to MERN project. So let me just remove this cluster. So just select anyone, can leave this as the default, then click on create deployment. So let me just do all this, verify, and it should create a cluster for us. So wait for it. So the next thing we are going to do now is to get, so if you create a new account, you will have no username here and password. So you can just quickly create a username and password and copy the password. Make sure to copy the password and the username. And we can just click on create database with this user. We can also set the IP to, anyway, so I'm just going to actually change the IP to everywhere instead of using my current IP. We're going to choose connection method. And connection method, we are going to use VS Code. So select VS Code. And once you scroll down to VS Code, okay, main cluster is provisioning. So we are going to wait for it to um, complete before. Let me just click on done. And let's wait for it to be done with it. So the cluster is completely created by, so let's just click on connect. And let's click on MongoDB, and we should see the connect deployment. So just copy this. I remember the password will be placed here. So I'm just going to so copy that. And before we go to where our VS Code, so just click on network access. So I'm just going to click on add new. And I'm going to select this to allow anywhere, but this is not recommended. So I'm just going to select this. So I don't want to choose from a particular IP address. So I'm going to wait for it to complete. Let me go back to database access, and this username should have access with which we're going to, with the password we created, we're going to put there. So I think network access has added. So let's head over to the code and let's put it. So I'm just going to, you're going to paste this inside an env file. So I'm just going to go down here and let's just go to where we have the .env, and we're going to just write in the MongoDB or Mongoose. So I'm just going to come down here and just here Mongoose. Mongo URI, and let's just paste this here. So I'm going to change this to the password which I copied. Save that, and here we're going to put in database. I'm going to say MERN_DB. So now we've set the DB here correctly. So what we're going to do now is to take the Mongo URI or MongoDB URI, any way you call it. Just head over to the config app.config, and let me just reduce this to stop closing so we can see clearly. So we're going to also just put it I just put it here. The base part here, just put mongoose UI and do get, and let's just remove the default, put comma and save that. So this is how it's going to be. So now we're going to set up our database. So the way to set up our database, I'm going to go into the database.tx. So just come into where we have database.tx. So yeah, I'm just going to import the mongoose which we've installed. If you go to packet.json, you should see we already installed mongoose 8.8.2. So let's head over to database and let's install mongoose. Let's import mongoose. Sorry for that. I'm just going to also import. We should import the config, but we'll do that with autocomplete. So let me just constant connect database, which is going to be an async. And let's just call the function. And we're going to do a try and catch. So I'm going to just say await mongoose dot connect. We're going to bring in the Mongo URI. So I'm just going to get this from let's make sure to get it from the .app.config. I'm going to do get Mongo URI. And here we're going to console log. So we're going to log out, say connected to Mongo database. And we're going to have another console log. This is going to log out the error. If we have any error connecting to database, we're going to just do process.exist one. And let's export this default. So now we've set up our database. Let us head over to index.tx to connect to initialize our database. So let's just go into index.tx, and in the listener, we're going to just come below here and just put the await. Since we set async here, let's just put await connect db, and let's just make sure to import this from database. And let's look at our terminal. We should get notified that once our database has been connected, or database is connected. So we should wait for it to. So it says connected to MongoDB database. So we set up our database. So now we're going to head over to error handling middleware. So how to handle error in Node.js. So let's head over to that. So let's close this terminal. So I want the way we can be able to handle actual errors that happen on our platform, the app. So how are we going to catch any error that occur in any part of the application or the backend server? So we need to set what we call an error handler. An error handler that stays a middleware that catches any error that occur. So I'm going to go below every of the middleware above here. And this is just going to be the last thing before the app listening. So we're going to set our app.use, and this we're going to call this error handler, which is not yet existing. So I'm just going to do that like that. So now we're going to create the error handler, which is going to be a middleware, which we're going to create now. So go to where we have middlewares here, and I'm going to just click on this and let's just paste this and let's say .cx. So inside the middleware, we're going to create a function here. I'm just going to say export constant error handler. This is going to have a type of error handler for the express package. So I'm just going to error request handler. So I'm just error request handler from here. And we're going to just say this is going to take in the error. And we're going to also take in the request, the response, and also the next. So we'll set the and let's just open this. So we've set this. So the next thing we are going to do, let's just make console first so we can track any error that occur in the app. So I'm just going to say, oh, error. So I'm just going to do error occurred. So let's just error occurred. So we know the path where it was. So let's just put PH path and let's just set this to request.path. That's it. Then we're going to just put the error that occur here. So below here, I'm going to create a return statement, a return response. So I'm going to put response status. So this is going to be the internal server error. So when the app have any error, it will return this message, internal server error, and error is going to be, you're going to just say error message, or we're just going to call it unknown error that occur. So this is how we're going to use that in the project. So I'm just going to make sure to save this, and let's go over to index.txt and import the error handler. And let's import that here. And let's not call this, let's remove this, save this like this. So this is how it's going to be. We're not going to code the function. So we're just going to hold. So inside the error handler, we can catch other errors before returning to the internal server error. We have some other errors which we can detect before it's reached to this point. So there's one we call the syntax error. And I'm going to show you an example of how we can be able to get that. So the syntax error is just, you're going to check if error instance of syntax error. I'm going to say return status. So instead of showing 400, we can just say 400 for this. And this is going to be JSON. And we're going to just call it the message. So this is like a JSON error. I'm just going to say invalid JSON formats. Please check your request body. Requests body. So to test this, I'm just going to hand over to index, and let's just quickly change it. We can change it to post, or we can leave it to get. So I just change it to post, and let's head over to the Thunder client. Click on this get. Let's change this to post, and I'm going to just put a simple email. Let me just put, this is not useful, so I'm just going to put anything here. And the next thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to put a different value here. Let me just put password. And you can see that I didn't add comma here. I'm just going to save this, and let's try and run our server. You should see our server is running. And once I click on send, you should see the 400 bad request invalid JSON format. But once I click on this and save this, you should see hello subscribers. So that is how error works. If you go back to here and I comment this out, head over to our API or Thunder client request and just click on this, you should see the internal server error, and you should see the error is mentioned here, the message telling us that after passing the value JSON position 8, and this. So it has reached to internal server error. You can also handle this error before it reaches to the internal server error. So we can use this syntax error here. So the problem we have here is writing this status code You can see we are writing there. This is not a proper way to structure our app for production ready. Writing the status like this. You can go on with that, is fine, but this is not the way I would prefer to write it. So what I'm going to do is let's go over to here and let's go into our config. So inside our config, we're going to create what we call http.config, http.config.tx. So here I'm just going to do the same thing. You say constant http config. This is going to be equal to and we're going to return object. So if you go to the GitHub repo and you click on http config, you should see, let's just head over there. Let's click on backend and click on SRC and click on config, click on HTTP. So you should see most of the code I've written here. You can see 200 and what they meant for success response, client errors. So just copy all this here and bring it inside here. So I'm just going to also export, and this is going to be the type which we're going to use for other error handling, which we'll talk about later on. So you can see that this is a proper way to handle that. So everything stays in one place. So, and this is readable for people to understand is the English we're writing. So let's just say export HTTP code. This is a type. So if you over this is a number. This is the list, and now we have it. So let's go back to our error handling, and let's change this to http status dot. We're going to call this internal server error, which is great. And this one, we're going to change this one to h dot, I'm going to say bad request dot bad request. It's okay. You can also just change this into small letter if you want. Let's capital letters too. So I can just leave it like that. Then also for the index.tx, let's change this thing back to get. And let's just change this to http status.200. And 200 is okay. So now let's just change it to post back and let's test this out again. And let's just submit this. And we should see 400, which is great. So that is it for. So now let's go over to the index.tx. So one error occur since we're going to be calling our database in each of these controller, which we're going to create later on. We're going to be making use of async await. And once we make use of async await in the controller, it throws a promise response. So in order for us to catch this, we need to create a async handler which will catch this error and push the error to the error handler, which is using the next, and the next will carry the error back to the error handler. So we need a way to wrap our controller so that it catches the error and send the error to the error handler. So we are going to have to create a separate middleware which we'll call async handler. So that is going to be in the middleware. So let's head over to there and let's create the middleware. So if you don't want to use the middleware, you can just simply use try and catch. Let's say async. So let me just do async here and let's try some example here. And let me use some true error, new error, invalid error occur. And let's try this here. Let me just change this back to get. And let's just go into this and let's change this back to get requests. Let's just remove this example we did here and let's just throw this error. Let's see. You should see the error is showing here, but we can't properly get the error. Our error handler can't catch this error. So what we can do now is go into index.txt and let's wrap this in try or catch. So I'm just going to pass this here and let's just do next function from express, and in the catch error we're going to put in next and pass the error, so the error move down to the next middleware here. I'm going to save this and let's go into our get request with internal clients. So just click on the send, this is get, and we should see it catches the error. Not only it logs the error out, but it also catches the error and send internal server error. So inside the index.txt, I don't want to really keep on typing, writing the try and catch in each of the controller we're going to create. So that's why the need for the async handler, which this is done once, and the async handler keeps on wrapping up all our controller. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go inside the middleware and I'm going to create a file which we're going to call. So let's just create that async handler.txt. So very simple. This is going to, let's just close this. This is going to have export constant async handler, and this is just going to get in our controller, and this controller is going to be async controller, and we're going to also have async controller, and we're going to just put the arrow, and here we're going to just have async, and async will have the the request, response, and next, and we're going to just call this here. So this we need to set the type. So I'm just going to call this type here and type here. Or we can just leave it like that. Let's just leave it like this. So at the top, we're just going to create a type. We're going to say type async controller type. This is going to be equals request. But we have the request here. We have the response and we have the next. So all this will be coming from Express. So let's make sure to import this. Make sure to come from Express. The response should come from Express, and then the next, which is going to be the next function from Express. So we're going to just have a return, and this return is going to carry promise of any. So you see the error has stopped. So here we're going to just have a try or catch, and this is going to have await controller. The controller is going to take in the, and we're going to have the next, and next will get the error. So once we're done with this, we can use this to wrap the, so let's go over to index.txt and let's just wrap this, and let's just remove the try or catch, remove everything here, save this, and here let's just use the async handler and just wrap this and make sure to import it, and let's save this and let's hope our server is running properly. Let's wait for it to restart. Open your Thunder client, click on get API, and let's run this again. and you see it works. It catches the error and sends it back to. And so our error handler, our async handler is working fine. So let's just remove this and let's just remove this lines. Yeah. So this is okay. So the next thing we're going to look at custom errors and exception in Node.js. So let me just close this and I'm going to give you bring some example here. Let me just close this. So to handle custom errors and exception in Node.js, so for instance, we are accessing the database which we've not yet worked on the database. Let's say let's just use for instance, we have user, and this is going to await your database user model. Let's say user model, and we find the user based on the email, and we check if not user, most times use the return response or status 400, and we do JSON message saying they use the invalid email or password. So this is okay for making error readable and making it more advanced. Handling like this is not the best way. So we need to create a single place where the class handles the error and we can bring in the readable error that occur. So this will be 400, not 404. So bad request. So it's readable. So let's just go ahead and work on creating this error handling that works, that helps during this kind of error that occur, or want to check if a particular user exists or email exists. So this type of error is readable and it's very easy for you to just use in any of your controllers or services. So I'm just going to go inside there and I'm going to create what we call the app error. So app error is going to be a class which we're going to singularly create. So I'm just going to come inside we're going to be inside the utility. So inside utilities, I'm just going to create app error .tx. So app error.tx, and we're going to just create the classes. I'm just going to do export class. This is going to extend from error. And here we're going to have public. So this is going to take in the status code, which we've already, and this is where we need to use the type we created. So let's say HTTP status code from the HTTP config. If you remember, we created a type for it, so we only pass status code that matches with what we have here. So you can't pass anything from anywhere, anyhow, anything. So now we need to also add something for making this error readable to people using it on the front end. So we call this error code. So now we don't have, I'm going to make it optional because we're going to create a separate um, class which is going to extend from app error, which is default to bad request exception, internal server exception, and so on and so forth. So we don't have this error code. So how are we going to do that? We're going to create an enum for the error code. So I'm going to create error code enums. So let's just create error and just put error code dot enum dot ts. So yes. So inside here, we're going to have so many things. So I'm just going to do constant enum result error code. We're going to open this. So if you go over to the GitHub, you also have it there. I'm just going to head over to the source directory. and just come over to where we have common enums and click on the error code.enums and you should see this. So let's just copy this and bring it inside here and make sure to explode. This is just common readable way of writing. Auth email already exists, invalid token, not found, unauthorized access, auth token not found. So system error, access control error, validation error. So you can do without this, but this is what I think you can use for it. You can add more, you can do it the way you want. It's open for you to do anything you want. So I'm just going to go back to the app error and I'm going to just import that. Just import error code from the enum. Then I'm just going to create the constructor, which is going to take in three values. We're going to message is going to be string, so this is going to be available by default. Then we're going to set our status code, which is going to be equals to http config. So default value is going to be internal server error. So why is it showing local as in server, but definitely not as okay, yeah. So let's just leave this. Now let's put comma here and let's set our error code. Sorry, error code. So error code, we're going to say this is going to be optional. So this is going to open like this. So why is it showing error? So let's just continue. So I'm going to say super authentically message. Then we're going to just say this dot status code is equals to, and we're going to say this dot error code is going to be error code, and we're going to have error capture, which is going to be from error dot capture this dot constructor. So this is now showing. Okay. This is supposed to be okay. So this is it. So now where we're going to do this, we're going to make use of this in creating the. So before we do anything, before we go ahead and create the separate extension for the app error, we're going to also update. We're going to also update the error handling to capture any error from the app error. So since we've already gotten an instance from error, so app error can occur. So I'm just going to go down here and I'm going to just say if error instance of app error import that. So I'm going to just app error. I'm going to just do going to open up. We're going to also return HTTP the status code. We're going to do error dot the status code. Now we're going to just say dot JSON. We're going to open this and we're going to send the message. So now the message is going to be, you understand, error dot message, and we're going to also have the error code is going to be error dot error code. So you can see that we've set the app error now is now an instance which we've formatted to the way we want it. We structured it to the way we want it. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a catch error, which is going to be a utility which is going to handle what we talked about, the not found exception and other exception which we can use on in our services or controllers to check if a particular value or a particular user does not exist instead of showing the return they return with the status of 400. Just hacken it that way. We have a different way to handle that. So inside utils, I'm going to just create the catch error.ts. So just also catch errors.ts. So catch error.ts, we're going to just create, first of all, I'm going to create, the first one I'm going to do is the not found error. So I'm just going to do that. So let's do export class not found. So this is for 444 error. So not found exception. We're going to extend this from app error. You should see app error. So import app error. And we're going to have our constructor message or string. So message is not going, it's going to be equals to, you can just give it a default resources. Not found. We have our error code. Error code is going to be error code. Let's import error code from the enum. And let's just open this and put super message. And this is going to be, you're going to have HTTP, remember, not found. I'm going to have the error, error code, or you can just put error code dot resources not found. So you can keep on doing this and doing this, but if you don't want to do that, you can just create a single one that handles everything, which will provide everything. So I'm just going to call this HTTP exception. Yeah, it's going to extend from error, and it's just simply not going to do any hard code. I mean, any default value. It's just going to just handle everything. I'm just going to import status type. So now using this is going to be easy for you because you can just set any status code, any error code for you. But since this, we already set the default value for the error code. Here you can just add it by yourself. So I'm just going to bring in the remaining ones, which is the bad exception, bad request exception. So this is bad request. We have the unauthorized. So we have unauthorized exception, and this one is just the same thing, but we have the default value to unauthorized and the error and the access unauthorized. Then we have the last one, the internal server error, which you might use this or you might not. So it's just there for you to know. So this is how it works. So now if error occur in app, you just quickly grab the bad request or not found, go into index.txt, and you can just quickly just do throw new bad request, and you can set your message by default. Yeah, so this is how it's going to be. And let's just import this from catch error and let's try it out. Let's make sure our server is running. So let's wait for a server listening on port 8000 in development. So let's wait for MongoDB to connect. And MongoDB is connected. So let's just close this and let's try it out. We should see bad request with 400. This is amazing. So now we didn't set error coding come out. You should have bring the error the default value. Oh yeah, we didn't set error code default. So for this one, I think I set error code for, so let me just set this error code for this one. It defaults. So this one I don't really know error code we can use for this one for bad requests. So I think that is why it was left out. access unauthorized or token unfound or so let's just do not found first and let's test it out. And let's wait for it. So we see how the rest result is going to be. Waiting for the MongoDB to connect. So it's connected. So we're able to run this and we should see our error code. Auth user now found. This is beautiful. So let me just remove that. So to also use it, you can head over to that index.tx and you can just simply you can set it here. I'll just set HTTP anyone you want, and I'm just going to set error code dot anything here. So let me see. I don't think I pass in. Okay, you can't pass in. So I'm just going to put in anything here. And let me just save this and let's go over to the get API and let's click on this. I should see that it changes. You see how beautiful it is because we don't pass any, we don't take in the HTTP status code. This is already there by default. And you just only have to pass in the message and error code. And that is it for this. So let me just clear this out and clear the error, the import out. So that is it. So let's head over to the register endpoints and building the Signup API. So let's head over to that. So to set up our authentication controllers and services route, so let's head over to the modules. So this is, let's close everything here. And let me just clear the whole files that are open. Let's just clear everything here. So this should clear everything. So I'm just going to close this and open this back. So inside the source directory, click on the module and inside the the auth folder, I need to say. So we're going to create the controller, the module, the route, and the service. So this is a different approach I'm going to use. I'm going to be making use of classes here. So I'm going to say auth.controller.tx. So we're going to also have auth.module.tx. And we're going to have auth.routers.tx. And we're going to have the last one, auth.service, which handles the business logic.tx. So inside the controller, we are just going to have a class, export a class, which is going to connect with the service. So let's just export class auth controller. So just open the class. And inside the class, we're going to privatize the auth service. And we've not created the auth service. So I'm just going to go inside the auth and let's just create export class auth service. And let's just do it like this. So inside here, we're just going to import this from the auth service like this. And now we're going to create a constructor which takes in the auth service. And inside here, we're going to say this.auth service auth service. So now this is exported. We've exported the service and the controller, which is fine. So inside the module, what the module handles is a generalized way where we instantiate the service and controller together. So we call this one so that we don't keep on calling the service all the time, and where we can export it once and access it in anywhere in the app. So I'm just going to do constant auth service. Auth service, so let me just close this. Also is going to be equals to new Auth service. So let's just call it. I'm going to have constant Auth controller, not service. Controller, which is going to be equal to new controller. We're going to pass in the Auth service here. And now let's export. Make sure to import the Auth controller. And let's export this, the Auth controller or Auth service. So let's save that. So inside the controller, we're going to create a public uh, register controller. So below this, we're just going to say simply public register, which is going to be equal to the async handler, which we've the middleware which we created. And this is going to take in async the request from Express response from Express. And we're going to just return, let's just return this. And this is just going to be a promise of any. You can just leave it without that. Or you can set the response here. So inside here, I'm just going to do a simple return. And the return is going to be a response, so which we can test this status of HTTP dot created. We've not actually set up anything, so we're just going to just do this so we can test that it's working. So we're going to have message user registered successfully for now. So let's head over to the route which we're going to create that. So let's go to the route. So for the route, we're going to just simply constant auth route is going to be router from Express. So we're going to have auth route dot post register. So register, we're going to pass in the auth controller. So let's import auth from module dot register. And now let's export default auth router. So we set up our, let's just close this. So let's head over to index.tx. And here we're going to create our middleware that takes in the app. So here we're going to say app.use. So I want to set this with the base part. Remember, we set the base part to API. You can just do that, or you can leave it like this. Or any way you want, you can just put it to only API, or you can set it inside here by default. So I'm just going to use this approach anyway. Anyway, it's preferred you want to use. So I'm just going to say base part. So this is going to take auth, which we're going to call once, and this is going to take the auth router from the router. And let's save this. So if we save this and just go, let's check out server is running. So let's test the API to see if the register controller is working. I'm just going to wait for it to load. So let's just open this. I already have some of these folder I created. I have registered, so I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to just close this. So let's run this. This localhost 8000 API v1 auth register. So let's just submit this. Send this. And let me close this, and you see the API is working fine. So let me just drag this up, and we should see user registered successfully with our status code activated. So we've created this properly, and this is fine. So let's go ahead and complete the registration uh, API. So here we're going to get things from our body, which we obviously here. We got the name, email, password, and then confirm password. So here we're going to set constant, which we're going to just. So yeah, we're going to, and also we're going to also get the user agent. So I'm just going to say user agent, which is going to be equals to dot header, which we're going to say user agent. So here we're going to say constant body equals to request body. So the problem now is we need to validate this request body to know if the user actually passed in the email or the user did not pass. So we will be making use of Zod. So if you come into your package.json, we install Zod here. So Zod is for validation. I'm just going to make use of it. So we're going to just say, we're going to create a schema which is going to pass through a request body and give the validation. So to handle sort, we're going to just create a file. So I'm going to go into validator, which we have here, and we're going to just call this validator. Um, we're going to call this auth validator. Sorry for that, auth validator. So let's just create that auth dot validator dot tx. So inside here, we're just going to import sort from sort. So here I'm going to just create an export constant register schema, which is going to be equal to z.object. Oh, sorry. I'm going to just call this, and we're going to put in name, and name is going to be z.string. We're going to trim this to see that there was no just only space. And we're going to just do minimum, and the minimum is going to be 1. Then the maximum, you can set the maximum to 255, or there's no point of the maximum value. So for the email, so we have email. So email is going to be set.string, the same thing, but the only difference is Zod has the email validation here. So, but the problem is I want to reuse this because we're going to also creating the login. So I'm going to also creating the login later on the login schema. So which is going to also take in the email. So let me just do this quickly. So we're going to also create a login schema. So I don't want to keep on repeating this. You can simply just separate this if you want. You can just do it like this, email schema, and then you can copy this and paste this here so you don't repeat yourself. And you can just do this, and also you can just do email and set it like this, which is fine. The same way for password, which we can set here. So we can just copy this and just paste this and change this to password. And password, we just remove this email, and we can put for password minimum of 6. And we can just set password and confirm password. Password, so this, confirm password, so this too. which is good. So we can also set for the login password to this. So this is it. So here we're just going to also set the user agent. This is going to be string, but this is going to be optional since the user is not going to be passing it. We're going to be getting it from the request header. So the other thing is to make sure that this password and confirm password actually match. So we're going to use the refined in Zord. So we're going to get the value. This is the values. You can call it values. And this value, we're going to actually get the password. If you put that, you can see all your. So I'm going to pass the password. Password must be, it should be equals to value dot confirm password. And let's just open this. If not, let's throw this message saying password does not match. And we set the paths where it should be shown. You just put it inside confirm password. So so we are done with this. So let's just copy the request schema and let's head over to the controller here. And here we're just going to say register schema. So just make sure to import this from our validator.ps the request body, but we're going to destructure this because we want to pass in the. So let's just say request.body. We're going to just pass in the user agents. So now we've pierced the schema. So the next thing we're going to do is just to pass this body into our service. So the service handle the business logic we communicate with the database. So I'm just going to create that here. I'm just going to say this dot auth service dot register, which is going to take our valid body. So we don't have the register yet. So let's just copy this and head over to the service. So in the service, we're going to just open it and let's do public. And this is going to be. So let me see if we added async here. Yeah, we added async here. So you can just say public register. Let's do async register. This is just going to be a normal function. So we can just call it like this. And we put in the register data or DTO. And then I'm just going to create register DTO or register data type here. So let's just copy this. We're going to just create this inside the interface. So let's just go to interface and just see out.interface.tx. So let's just export interface. We're going to have the name, which is going to be string, email, which is going to be equal to string, password, which is going to be equal to string, confirm password, confirm password string, and the user agents, which is going to be optional and string, which we can also do here for the login to at once. For the login, we just have only the email, password, and user agents. So let's just import this from the interface, Auth interface. So this is it. So now the next thing we're going to do is to create our user. So you're going to first of all check if the user exists. So let's just do constant and the structure this all so we can get the user agents. Yeah. So here we're just going to say very simple constant dot existing user is equals to await user model. So the user model. So I've noticed that the user model has we've not created the user model. So let's just comment this out and let's work on the user model. So head over to the database model. And inside here, we're going to create in the user model, session model, and the verification model. So I'm just going to create all the models. I'm going to say user.model.ts. I have the session.model.tx, and we have the verification.model.ts. So this is just going to hold our verification code and stuff like that. So inside the user model, we're just going to simply create an interface. So this interface is going to have, we're going to first of all create the user preference, put S here, and here we're going to just have enable to FA. This is capital letter here. Set that to Boolean, email. So user preference just taking uh, some of all this information here. And then two-factor secret. This is going to be empty string and string. So we don't have a default value when we create the user, so it's just going to be undefined by default. So yeah, we're just going to export. And we're going to say interface because we're going to make use of this. This is going to be the user document, which is going to extend from document. And this document is going to come from Mongoose. So let's just import that. And we're going to pass in the name, the username, email, password, which is going to be string. Then we have is email verified to Boolean, and we have created that this is going to be date, updated that dates, and we're going to have our user preference here, which is going to be the interface here of user preference type of it. Then we should have a function or a method which we're going to use to compare price value dot string, and we're just going to this is going to give us a promise of Boolean. So now let's create the let's first of all create the schema for the user preference. This is going to be just remove this. It's going to be equals to new mongoose schema. So I'm just going to use print schema for mongoose. Oh, sorry, let's just move this down. You're going to have user of type user preference. And you're just going to open this and let us enabled type Boolean. And default value is going to be false. Email notification, default value is going to be false, or you can just say true. So two-factor secret is going to be, and then you're going to set required here to false. We can also put required here to true, but since we have the default value, we can just skip the required here. So let's just do that for the user schema. So user schema, the document type, and you're going to have the name, and the name is just going to be type or string with default. No, not default, we're going to have required. So this is going to be required by default. Sorry, required true. So we can't save the user without the username. You're going to have the email of type string, and required is going to be true. And then email is going to be, sorry, unique is going to be true here. So let me just bring this down. Bring this down so it's easy. So let's save it like this. So we're going to just have the password. So here we're just going to also have the user preferences. This is just going to be of type user preference. So user preference schema. This is supposed to be changed, so we know that this is a schema. So let's just copy this and let's just bring it here. I just say default to just empty objects. So that it does not have any. Okay, so to set the timing, they created that and updated that. Module Mongoose has given us this option, so you can just open this and just set timestamp to true. So it's just going to set that by default for us. And I think no, not inside here. Sorry, guys. Is inside here. Yeah. And there we can also do two JSON. So you can either do it like this or so in order for us to, once we are trying to output the user module, we might want to skip the password from being to, like it should not be returned to this with the name and the email. So to do that, we can use the user schema. Sorry, user schema dot to JSON set. Set. We can do to JSON. We can do transform. So transform takes a function, and the function will have block and wait. So just open this function, and now we're going to delete the rector's password. Sorry. So this is going to remove the password. We can also delete the secret from the preferences. So once we return, we don't get this, and then we return the red. So let's export this. So just a user constant user model, which is going to be equals to mongoose dot model, which is going to be user documents. You're going to set this to user and it's going to pass in the user schema. I'm going to pass in the schema here. And let's just export default user model. So we're going to have other two methods which we're going to use to save, not one method for comparing the price, and the other one is to track once we want to try to pre-save. Once we want to save a particular user information, we need to hash the password. So to do the password, I'm just going to do user schema dot pre. You should see pre, and you can see post. So you can see the pre. So this is before it's add. I think there should be a description for it if you hover over it. What it is. So before it's save. So this is post for after it's save. So I'm just going to say once before you save, let's get the data. So I'm just going to do function, open the function here, and let's pass in next. And let's just open this. I will say if this dot is modified password. Right. So we're going to say this dot password is going to be equals to await hash. We're going to say hash value. We've not created this hash value yet. So we're just going to head over to create it. So let's just pass in the this dot password first. And let's just go ahead and create this bcrypt. So if we install bcrypt is what we're going to use to hash the password and also to verify the password once we want to compare the password I mean to say. So let's head over to utils and let's create a file here. We're going to call this bcrypt. So let's call this bcrypt, or you can call it hash.ts. So let me just remove the STS. So instead, we're going to just import bcrypt. YPT and from bcrypt. So below here, we're going to just do export constant hash. We're going to call this hash value. And hash value is going to be, we're going to pass in the async and we're going to pass in the value, which is a string, and the sort round. This is a number, but we're going to just put the value to default value to 10. It's not much to pass it. And we're going to get our rest. So let's just, so if you notice that I didn't put any return statements here, I'm just going to do await bcrypt, sorry, bcrypt.hash, and we're going to set the sort round. You should see that I didn't put any brackets here so you don't make the mistake. I just put it directly so it returns this. So it's, and we're going to also create the second one for the compare. You see compare is going to compare hash value. We're going to have this and also set the hash value here. So hash value is going to be string, and let's just return this the same way. You're going to say await bcrypt was compare, and let's just save it. So remember, this is just empty arrow so you don't make the mistake. So we are done with our bcrypt. So let's go head over to user model and let's import this from the utility. Then once we've done that, so we're going to also write our method here, which we set here, compare price, some compare password, sorry. So below here, I'm just going to, so we're going to do this. So this is going to be a method which we're going to use in the service. So it's not going to be done automatically. We're going to call this in this service. So let's just do user schema.method methods.compare I'm sorry, compare, is it compare password or compare value did I use? Compare password. I just copy this. Okay. Compare password. And then compare password, you're going to just call the async function. And this is going to get the value string. And we're just going to open this. And let's return compare password of this value. And let's import compare password from the compare password. You should export this. So let me just head over to hash value. No, this is not compare password. Sorry, yes, it's compare value from it to the compare value, compare password. So we are done with the user module. We can head over to session module and let's do similar thing we did here. So I'm just going to export interface. This is going to be session documents, which is going to extend from our documents, some documents in Mongoose. So we're going to just have the user ID, so one-to-one relationship for mongoose.types, since this is going to be the object ID, user agent. So this is going to be optional. So a string. You can also have the expired at is going to be date, and created that is going to be date too. So let me just say constant session schema. This is going to be equals to new schema. We're going to pass in our session documents. And we're going to just call this and let's put our user ID. User ID is going to be type of, we're going to call it schema dot, so schema dot types. So let me import schema from Mongoose. Schema dot type dot object here. So we're just going to set this to ref our user module. Remember we set the name to user. We're going to also set the index to true. So it indexes and which will be required true. Then user agent is going to be type of string, and we're going to say required to false. So just change this to false. We are going to also have, let me just bring this down. We are going to have the created at. So created at is going to be type of dates, and default is going to be, let me say that of dates now. So don't call the file, don't call it now. So, and also for, let me just copy this immediately and here say it here, we're going to call this expired out, copy expired out here, put it here. It's going to be the same thing. I'm just going to say required to true. So the default value for, we're not going to use this now. So our session is going to only be expired in 30 days. So I'm going to call this 30 days from now. So once we create a new session, the session will be valid till 30 days. So I'm just going to copy this and we're going to create this in the utility. So I'm just going to, let's just copy this and go to utility and create date time, date-time.ts. So here we're just going to export constant. Let's just paste this here and then just do like this, and the response, the return is going to be a date, and let's just do like this. So here we're just going to say new date. New date is going to be date now, date.now, and date.now we're going to call that, and we're going to say plus 30. So let me just bring this down here. So we're going to have 30 times 24. So we're going to convert this to milliseconds, so 60 times 1000. So we are having 30 days of day, so and 60, 60 and 1000. So this is in milliseconds. So let's just save this and let's import this from our datetime. And once you've imported that, so it's going to export our module. So I'm just going to export this here. So session model is model dot model, the session document. You have session and session schema. And we have export default session. So let's go for the verification. And the verification is just going to be the same thing. We're just going to export interface. I will say verification code document, which is going to be an instance from documents. So this is just going to be just the same thing with what we have in session, the user ID and the so we need to set this to a type of verification in expire date to date, and then let's import the mongoose. So let's import mongoose. So we don't have verification enums yet. So this is an enum that takes in both the email verification and the password reset. So they are the type of verification code you can send. You can also create more verification code if you want. So I'm just going to copy this and let's head over to enums and let's create verification. You can call it verification dots or verification code or verification dots. Let's just put the code there. That's you know .ts. So it's going to be very simple. You just have constant verification which is going to have the email verification, which we can set it to equals to. We can just use this there, and we can have password reset, which is going to be equals to password reset, and we can just simply export this to verification enum. So let's go into our verification and let's just import this model and let's just import this from our enum. So what we're going to do next is to create the model, the verification code model. So let's just do constant verification code schema, which is going to be equals to new schema, and schema is going to take so let's import schema from mongoose and let's just say verification document, and let's make sure to open this and let's just simply let me just go ahead and just copy this, bring it inside here, and we have the user schema type on this which is required. Then we have the code of type string, and we can make this unique, or we can skip that if you don't want to use that. Let's just try it out. I'm going to say required to true, and now we have the default. So we want once anytime we send a code will be generated for us. So I'm just going to call this generate unique code. So let's just leave that and let's just complete the remaining ones. So just pass this. This is going to be type string required. We can even say default here. So I'm not going to set any default for the type, but at least the type here is going to match our enum here. So let's just export this. So I'm just going to say constant verification code model mongoose dot, you're going to say model, you're going to pass our verifications code document, and you're going to just say uh, verification code, and you're going to pass our verification code schema here, and let's just export this to default. This is wrong. Verification. So you can, so to change the name in your DB, you can just choose, yeah, you can change it anything you want here, and the once you save this and you create a new, let's say it will save this particular table or document here to VVEE. So I'm just going to remove this. So you can also just treat like this. Very simple. We're just going to set it to verification underscore codes. So it convert this module name to verification code in MongoDB. So you can see that. So let's go ahead and generate unique code. So we need to first of all confirm we installed UUID. So since we didn't install UUID, we're just going to have to open our terminal and let's install UUID. So let's just open our terminal, and let me just cancel this, and let's do npm install UUID. And once that is installed, just quickly head over to your utils and just create a file called uuid.ts, and let's just import this v4 as uuid v4. We're going to say this from uuid, and let's just do export function generate. So I'm just going to get that generate, we use generate unique code and export, and let's return this. So I want this to have uuid4, and we're going to say we need to replace, because uuid return in dash dash, I don't want dash, so I'm going to say replace slash, just say dash for all. Let's put a comma, and we're going to say that to empty string. Then we want to reduce the substring from 0 to 25. So we want to limit the size of the um, verification code or the code generated from the UUID. So we can also check our resolve validation to make sure it matches the exact size character, the string character we've set here. So 0 to 25. So let's just go ahead and import that from the generate unique code in the model. So let me just close this. And I think we've completed everything that we need. So we've done the verification model. We've done this session 30 days from now. We've done the user model. So let's go ahead and complete our register. um, So let's go to the service here. Let's just enable this. So this, we're just going to import user model from our model, and we're going to check if the user exists. So to do that, we're going to say this.exists. So I'm just going to say email. We're going to say if this email exists, you can put just the email. And we can say if exists user, so we're checking if the user exists. Remember, we are not doing find here. If we are doing find, then it's going to just fetch one, but we're checking since Mongo's has exists. Yeah. So this is going to filter and check that this particular value already exists. So if it exists, there's no point creating a new email address, adding a new email address that is exactly with the same that we find in our DB. So we're going to say if this already exists, we're going to say throw an error. So we're going to use our custom error exception. So there's a new bad request. So import that. Very simple. Just pass our message here. Say user already exists with this email, or we can say user already exists. Then we pass in error code. Let's import error code. So that's the reason we had to make this option. So you can pass in out. Why is the error code not working? So let me just put this to with this email. I don't know why this is not blinking. Okay, yeah. So we're going to find for already exists email. So this is it. So now we're going to create the user now. So let's just scroll down here and let's see. Constant new user is equals to create user model create. We're going to pass in the name. We're going to pass in the email. We're going to pass in the password. So let's just say constant user ID is equals to user dot underscore ID. Sorry, new user. So I'm going to remove this user agent. I don't want to, but I was actually trying to use it to log in the user. So I'm going to avoid logging the user when the user registers. So the user can just go ahead and register. So I'm just going to remove the user agent. User and just move over to register and let's remove the user agent from here. So the user agent is going to be only in the login. Yeah, only in the login. So let's just and just leave it like this and let's head over back to the service and let's just do this here. So we're going to get the user ID. So here we're just supposed to uh, create a verification code uh, for the for the user. So let's just create a verification code here so we can see. So I'm just going to say constant is let's say verification code. This is going to be equals to await verification code from our data model dot create, and here we're going to pass in the user ID. We're going to pass in the type. So the type is going to be our verification dot email verification, and we're going to pass expired as. So we're going to say this should expire for 45 minutes from now. So I'm just going to call this like this, and let's do that. So I'm supposed to also, the next thing we're going to do is to pass this and send it to email. So we're going to come back for the email sending verification email link. So send verification email link. So I'm just going to create this. So let's head over to date time. So let's do export constant. It's just going to be the same thing. Just copy this here. 45. So we're just going to remove this. So we're just going to so you can do it this way by setting and set minus 45 here by this. So let's just use a different approach which you can use. Say constant now, which is going to be date, new dates. Sorry, it's not going to give us. We're going to just say new dates. So new dates, we're going to say now the set minutes. Now dot get minutes. We're going to just say plus 45, and let's just return. So we can do this method. Let's head over to and let's import this. So we've done this. So the next thing we are going to do now is we are going to create a session. Or since you are not logging the user once the person registers, we're not sending the cookie. You can do that approach if you want. I actually wanted to do that. I've already done that in the last when working on the project, but I think it's better for the user to just log in directly. So I'm just going to say send verification link, email link. This will be the next thing we're going to do after. And we are just going to let's return the user here. So I have to say return user, new user. Let's say so let's just return the user. So the only thing we're going to do here now is just to send the verification email link, and then once you send the verification email link, we're just going to so we're just going to check the code. So I'm just going to let's just the code is going to be when we are creating the so I'll just leave it like this. So let's head over to the let's go over to our controller and let's get the response. So for the body, I'm just going to say constant, and this is just going to be the user. And we can just set data user. Okay. So let's head over to service, and why is it train? It's a user. I don't really know why it is trained. I don't know why it is trained. Error here. So we're passing the user, say user. So let's just let me try again and see why it is not. Does not exist on type promise. Let's check whether we return anything here. We didn't return anything here. Await. We had await here. New user. So let me look at why it's not the TypeScript is giving error there. So I think I know the issue with got to put await here. So that was the issue. So you can see that it's coming. So let's test this API. So we are done with it. Just to get a verification code, and then we'll work on the login. So let me just save this, and let's check our okay, let's run our terminal, our service. I mean, sorry guys. So you're just going to run the npm run dev, and let's wait for the mongoose to connect, mongodb to connect. So let's wait for this, and then we're connected. So let's try and submit this user. This is our API. So let's click on this. It's an internal server error. Undefiner of object. Sorry. Let's see what the error is saying. Cannot convert undefined or non-object transform here. So I think this is coming from our user model. So let's go over to Mongoose and look at user model. Why is it saying transform? So I think it's here. Why is it even like this? So let me. So I think I found the issue. I think it's here. We didn't use this next. So let's try and use next here. And let's just go on this next here. And I think it fixed the issue because it could move to the other side of it to the set. So let's try and then run this again. Let's see that this is working fine. So let's run this. So user already, so you click the user, you can see that it's showing that email already. So let me just use a different email. Let me use thanks the text me. Save this and let's just send it and we should see the response. It's still complaining about more value. Cannot convert no transform. So let's look at our service again. I think I could not find the issue here. Let's close this. We've passed the create. So let me just go into user model. Say cannot convert undefined or null to object. Okay, it says 6516. So let's just look at it. Okay, user. Okay. So I think it's from here. So let's just comment this out and let me try and see why. So I think I found the issue. The problem I was in user preference and there I was in user preferences. So if we change this to user preferences, then we need to change this to user preferences here. I think the S is the problem. Then I'm going to just delete this. I'm going to uncomment this. And here in the service, so then just remove this and save this. Let's try it again for the last time and hopefully it should work. So we should see that our error handling is working properly. Catch all errors that occur and throw the internal server error here. So let's wait for MongoDB to connect and let's just change this to view the let's just change this to view. Save that and let's try it. So it worked. So you can see that the problem was on the user preferences. So you can see that the secret is it's not returning and we can see the password is not returning. So we are done with the registration. Let's head over to work on the login. So now let's work on the login. So head over to the Auth route and let's just paste this here. Convert it to login and let's create the controller for the login. So I'm just going to go down here and load this. I'm just going to say public login, which is going to be equals to our async handler. And I'm just going to let me just copy this. So I just want to copy this and I think the error should stop. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the user agents. So let's get the user agents from the I'm going to copy this from get this from quest.header. And we're going to just say user agents. So let's just do body, custom body, login, schema. I'm going to pierce this and pass in the request body and the user agent. Remember, we've done the schema for the login. If you go into login schema, you should see we've passed the schema here. And we're going just copy this for the body. I'm just going to just remove this for now. And let's just put login here. Let's go ahead and work on the service for the login. So we're just going to this and let's just say public async login, and this is going to be login data. What to say login DTO. We can import that. We've already done that already. So why is this string machine public async login? Something is wrong here. So if I go into login, you should see this here. I don't know why the is popping now. So let's just structure this. Email, password, and the user agent. This is going to be equals to the login data. So let me just open this and push this inside. So what we're going to do now is just to check if the user is found. So if we find this user, we're going to continue. But if we did not find the user, let's say the user is null or undefined, we're going to just throw exception, bad request exception here. So invalid email or password. Then we're going to also check for the password. So remember we created the compare password in the user model, which is a method as well, and we set a type here for the user model. So you should see this await user compare price, and I say price password. I'm just going to copy this here, bring it down here, and let's just say if not password valid, you're going to also throw the same exception. Now here I'm just going to also, this is going to be later and we're going to work on this, is for us to check if the user enable to FA, then return user equals to null for the user. So the user will not be signed in until the user verify the 2FA authentication. So for now, we're going to skip that. So we're just going to create a session. So how we're going to create a session, we're going to just see session, yeah, it's a constant session, which is going to be equals to session.create. So this is it. Session model.create, and we're going to pass the user agent here. Now we're going to sign in the token. So we're going to say constant.access token. So let's import the session model forms. Save that. And now we're going to just call this access token. Access token, we're going to just say JWT. Let's just import this. So just come at the top here and let's say import JWT from JSON web token. So this is just going to be the sign. So we're going to sign and we're going to just pass some values to it. I'm going to say user ID to user ID. I'm going to say session ID to session dot underscore ID. So the next value we're going to pass our secret. So I'm going to say config. Remember we said the secret config dot JWT dot secret. And now we're going to just pass in the other option here. So let me just say audience. Yeah, audience is going to be equals to user. So just empty array and user. Let's say expire in. It's going to be config dot JWT dot expire in for the access token. So I'm just going to copy the same thing we did here, and let's do for the refresh token. So the refresh token, we're not going to pass in the user ID. And I'm going to just say refresh token. And let's change this to refresh token secrets. And also JWT expire in. So we are done with this. So now let's just return this. So we're going to return this, and I'm going to also pass in the uh, MFA required, which we're going to do later on. So let me just see where this is. So we're going to return the user access token, and let me just say MFA required, which we're going to also pass once we implement this. So I'm going to say it's a false for now. It's going to be false if you're bypassing here. And inside the controller, let's get constant, and let's just destructure this. Pass this. We're going to get the user access token and the refresh token. And let's just return the response here. So I'm just going to copy this. And here we're going to change this to OK. Let's say user login successfully. So this is having issue here. So save this. I'm just going to remove the data for this. Set this to user. So now the part we're going to work on is just to send the cookie. So to send the access token refresh token to the cookie to the client, you're going to send the response together with it. Also sending the JSON, we're going to also send both the cookie together. So to do that, we're going to create a helper function which is going to do that. So I'm going to say for this set authentication cookie, and this is going to return a response, the response for us. So inside here, we're going to just destructure this and just get passing the response. We're going to pass in the access token, and let's just save it like this. And for the MFA, just pass it here like this once. So yeah, we're going to just go ahead and create a cookie. So let's go to utils and let's click on plus sign to sorry, cookie.ts. So for the utils.tx, we're going to, the cookie.tx, we're going to first of all create the function. So let me just come back here and let me just copy this. Let's go back to cookie.tx and let's just say export constant. Paste this, and we're going to just pass in the response access token and the refresh token which we passed. Save that. I'm going to have so let me just put in response. So import that from express. And there we're going to just say response. So we need to set the type here. I'm going to call this cookie payload type here. So this type is going to just take in the, so this is how it's going to be type payload cookie type. So let me just copy this and paste it here. So we've set the type. Let me just remove this. So now we can now set the cookie. So I'm going to say response dot cookie. Oh god. Response dot cookie access token. So yeah, we're going to pass in the name first, which is going to be access token, and yeah, we're going to also pass in options which we've not created yet, and we're going to do the same thing for the refresh token. I'm going to do this here, and I'm going to pass this refresh token which you have here. So say refresh. So now for the options, we're going to create different options for them, and we're going to export the option which we're going to use in some places in our application. So before we can create this option for separate for both of them, there are some unique default cookie options which are common in both of the refresh and access. Just some few things are different. So because of that, I'm going to first of all create the default ones. So the default is going to be cookie options, and which come from Express. And we can just return HTTP only to true so that we can be accessible with JavaScript. And we're going to set secure to false when we're running locally. So, and we're going to say true when we deploy. So to handle that, we're going to say config import that from app.config.node.env. We're going to check if this is production. Just quickly set to true or false. And for the same site, this is going to be, we're going to use config to handle that. But instead of here, we're going to say lax for local and street for production. So we've done that now. Let's now create an individual. So we're going to export it. Okay. We're going to create the individual cookie option for both access and refresh. So just a constant. We're going to call this get refresh or access. So let's just start with refresh. And let me just say this is going to return the cookie option. So now I'm going to say constant expires in, which is going to be equals to config.jwt dot refresh. So let's say expire in, and there we're going to also set the expire time. So this is going to be expire in, which we set for refresh 30 days. Then the JWT is going to be 30 days plus the JWT is going to be similar to the cookie. The token expiring date is going to be similar to what the cookie is going to have. So we're going to have expire in, which we set here in the config by default to be 30 days. Then now we're going to try to get the date from it, the actual date. So we're going to set this to calculate expiry, which we're going to create shortly. So what we're going to do now, we're going to say return. And here we're going to just structure defaults. And now let's set the expire, because the expiring for refresh is different from uh, access. So we're going to set the path. So the default way of setting the path is for general paths for all paths. So since this refresh is not going to be common to all the all paths, we're going to set a specific path for it, and the path is going to be directed to our API refresh, which will not create auth refresh and the base path. So I'm just going to set this path. I'm going to use this path for refresh. So let's just copy this and let's paste it here, and let's quickly change this to access here, and let's just use JWT refresh expire in, not refresh, and this part will be just slash. So now let's just set this copy refresh where we have refresh option, just call it, we have access, also just paste it like this, Now let's head over to work on the calculate expiring date in dates time. So yeah, I'm not going to actually let's just paste that. You can copy it from the GitHub. I'm going to explain it. So this is calculate expiration dates and expire time string with. We can select the default to 15. Then we matches if we can see here M means minutes, H means hour, D means days. So we're using a regular expression to match if it matches any of these units here. Because we have the number and the unit. Then we throw an error that the unit you pass, the format you pass does not match. So you need to redo what you did. Then we get the structure it and get the value and the unit. Then expiration date. So we're importing this from date function. And if you hover over this function, you should see this function has minutes. You can add minutes, you can add hour, you can add days, you can add seconds. So we're checking if minutes, we need to add expression date for minutes. If hour, add for hours. If they add for the else, throw this error. So let's just import this in cookie from date time. So I think that is it for the cookie. So now let's go over to our auth service and controller and let's import this. And I think we are done with this. So we've checked the login and everything is okay. So let's try it out. So the only thing that we've not looked at is how to capture the uh so let me just clear this cookie that I've done before here. It all and let me just close this. So let's see if the server is running. So we've not been able to capture the sort error. We've not been able to attach it to the error handler to capture anytime we have any sort error. So I'm going to show you an example of what I mean. Let's say the user did not pass in the email. I'm going to just remove email here. And we need to capture this error from Zod because Zod is going to give us the error. So let's wait for MongoDB to connect. So MongoDB has connected. So we don't even need the Mongo for this example. So I'm just going to run this now. And if you run this, we should see internal server error. And we should click on response. You should see this error that is not looking nice. And if you look at this, we can see the issue here. Error. And we can see the issues here. So if you scroll up, you should see the parts which we consult in the error handler here. If you scroll up, you should see request paths and you should see the error which will cause sort error. So let's quickly work on that to capture this error in our error handler. So we're going to just create and check the error instances of it. So I'm just going to go over to error handler. So we're already there. So below this, I'm just going to say error instances of sort error. Make sure to import sort set from sort. And let's create this helper function. And this function is going to be simple. It's going to check above here, just constant format sort error. This is going to be equals to, we're going to get past the response here. And the response is going to come from the express. Okay, we already have the response here. So let's just put come and the error is going to come from set the sort error. So let's put the arrow function and let's return this. And here we're going to use a simple constant errors. This is going to be equals to errors or error. We're going to say issues. dot map, get the error, and let's just call this object and let's set the value we need it to show and the field. So say field, if field is going to get the error, it's actually the path. And we say path now. We say join, what's the dot? And let's just pass in the message, which is going to be error dot message. And there we're going to just send the response the same way we are sending response for the app error and also others here. So sorry, this thing should be response here. So let's just replace this with response status. We have the bad request 400 and validation field. This is as a default message here. The default message here, and we have the errors which is coming from here, which have the field and message inside. So we are done with this. So for inside the cookie, we forgot to add to clear cookie. So we need to also clear the cookies once we log in. Once we log in and log out, we need to clear or refresh. And so I'm just going to just copy it. So it's going to just clear the cookie. And clearing is going to work only for access token, and refresh token will be clear once it matches this part. So let's just save this. And let's just also, for the error handling, we're going to also check if it matches this part before it clears. So I'm just going to call this function inside the error handler. So inside the error handler, just come above here, and you're just going to, since we have the request part, you're going to say if the request part matches this refresh part, let's import this from cookie and import this to from cookies. You are passing the response and this replay. So let's just save this and let's just try and log in. You should see this in action once I test it out. But let's test this sort first. And let's just try and log in. Hopefully this should, let's check this to stop. So let's do npm run dev and we should wait for the server. So the server has started running. Let me just close this. And let's try to run this and see the error. Click on this and we should see validation field and the field, the message and the message. And if you click on here, we should see the error here because we are consoling it in the error handler. So that is it. So let's try and log in and see the error. So I'm just going to copy this build as Gmail. I'm going to log in and see that it should work and we should see the cookies. So I'm just going to run this and see. So let's run this. And we are properly, we've logged in the user name, email, and the user preferences. So if you click here, you should see cookies here. You should see the access token and the refresh token. And if you click on manage, you should see them. But if we come back to headers, you should see the expiration dates and you should see the path which says we set this to API v1 auth refresh the path to the same. This 30 days, same sites and HTTP only and secure first. So that is it for that. So the next thing we're going to work on is the refresh token. So once this token, because this is 15 minutes and it might expire very soon. So once it expires, we need to call the refresh token to refresh the to recreate the access token for us once the refresh is expired. But if the refresh token expires or is not available, then we can't refresh the access token. The user have to be logging again. So let's just go ahead and work on that. So let's work on the refresh token or the refresh endpoints. So I'm just going to close most of these first and let's head over to the Auth controller or the Auth route. And below here, I'm just going to we say this is going to be auth route get refresh, then the refresh token. So let's go ahead and create the controller for the refresh token. So I'm just going to head over to Chrome and let's just collapse this and collapse the register. I'm just going to say public. I'm going to put in the refresh token. This is going to be equals to async handler. And let me just open this and just copy this from here. And let's close it back and let's just paste it inside and make sure to um, close this. So yeah, we're going to have we're not going to get any result validation for the refresh token API. I'm going to say constant refresh token. This is going to be equals to the request the cookie that's the refresh token. So this is going to be a string or undefined. So I'm just going to say that string or undefined. Save that. So now here I'm going to check if for any reason refresh token is not found. There's no point going ahead. I'm just going to say throw new unauthorized exception and just say missing, or we can just say user not authorized. So something like this is very simple. Then we're going to create our service, and this our service is going to we're going to pass in the refresh token in our service. So let's go ahead and create the service. So I'm just going to copy this here. Over to Auth service, and let me just collapse all this here. And let's just say public async refresh token, and this is going to just take in the refresh token, or what we can call it token, and this is going to be a string. And let's just see return this for now, and let's just say like this. So we're going to just like this. So what I want to also do here is, if you head over to login, which I probably forgot, we are signing in JWT token like this, which is not the best. So we want to make it reusable. So what I'm going to do is we can create a utility file to call this JWT, which handles most of the JWT logic. I'm just going to say jwt.tx, and here we're going to just call this. Let's call this sign JWT token. So I'm just going to say export constant sign JWT token. So this is going to be equals to payload, and this payload is going to be a type of access token. There's access T payload. You can call it access, so I just shorten it access token payload, or refresh token payload. So we're just going to save that, and let's get the options. So below here, we're going to have the options. So it's going to be optional. So let's go ahead and create the access token payload. So I'm just going to do that at top here. And this is going to be a type. Let's export the type access token payload, which is going to be the user ID, because we know when we decode it, it's going to contain the user ID, and the user ID is going to be type of user documents. Remember the type we created in the user model. So this is it. I'm going to also say to the ID is the same thing with the session ID, which we added when we signed the the access token. So I'm just going to say this, but this is not going to be user, but it's going to be session documents, and it's going to be ID. So for the refresh token payload type, just put this here. This is now going to be only the session ID. So now we've set this now. So now I want to work on to look at the options. So remember the access token and the refresh token are different. So they have different options here, different secrets and other options which we can put at the. So for us to do this, we're going to do similar to what we did for the cookies. We're going to create a type here, a default type. So a default type here, we know both of them we have here. We call it sign ops and secret, which is going to be equals to sign option, we can call it ops and secret. Let me just say and I just call it secret. This is going to be string. So let's save that. So I think this should not be secret. This should be sign option. All right. So import this on JWT like this here. So now we have the sign option and secret, which is to we've joined this sign option and the secret. So now we're going to create uh, the default sign option for both the access and the refresh token. So I'm just going to say constant. This is just to combine the sign and the secret together. So I'm just going to create a default value. This is going to be default, and this default is going to be a type of sign option. And here we're just going to have the default value common to both the refresh token and the access token. If you look at the service is the audience. So I'm just going to say audience, and the audience here is tied to only we have the same thing user. So now let's create a separate option, sign option for access. The difference between the sign option for access and refresh, one is the expiration date and the secret. So let's export this and let's say constant access token. And this is going to be sign option. So this is going to be a combination of both the option and the secret. So it matches the type. I'm just going to say, let's just get the same thing we had here, the expiration expires in, and let's import this config from our app.config. And the next thing is the secret. And this secret is going to be JWT secret. So this is we're done with this. So let's just copy this and then paste it here. And let's just call this the refresh token sign option. And this is just going to change from JWT sign to just refresh expires in and then JWT secret. Why is not showing? JWT refresh secrets. So now we have the option. So let's just set the option type here, which this is going to be it here. So we set the type. Now we want to destructure the type. So I'm just going to put our arrow and let's just scroll this. So we're going to destructure the option. The option is going to be the secret, which we mentioned here, secret and the ops and options here, which we go. So if for any reason the option is not available, we're going to just set it to use the default access token sign option. So I'm just going to set it like this. So it's going to use the option. So I'm just going to make sure to destructure this because we are getting everything from the options. Not this is not particular option in options here. It is getting all what it says. And no, this is also undefined. Case the option is undefined, let's use the default access token sign option. So I'm going to just say return JWT, and now let's sign this. You're going to import JWT up here. So I'm just going to let's just do JWT, and let's say JWT dot sign, and this is going to be payload secret. And now we're going to destructure the default sign option, which is audience, and we're just going to destructure the options. Let's pass the options to it. So I think we need to close this. So now we're done with this. So this is just going to what we're going to use to replace here. But before we go ahead, let's work on the verifying the JWT token for which we are going to use for the refresh token service. So for the verification or verifying the token, we're going to just say let's put verify JWT token. This is going to be equals to, we are going to set the type here. So we want this to be equals to, let me just say token. Before we do this, let's just say token. The token is going to be string. Then we have the option, and the option now is going to be verify option, which we're going to get uh from JWT, and the secret, just similar to what we have with the default here. So I'm just going to add this inline, and let me just put it down, and let's just import this from JWT. So let's just put our arrow function there, our arrow key, and this the same way we have it here. Let's just do the same thing here. But since we are verifying, I'm just going to make this undefined here. Sorry. Let's just make it an empty object. And we're having secret, and secret here is going to be default value is going to be config dot jwt dot secret. Yeah, so this is going to be the default value for it, and we should have the ops here. Then let's say constant payload. This is going to be equals to JWT verify token secret, and we're just going to also pass in the default which we have before here. The default is the audience, and then we're going to pass in the ops here. So this ops on the option, let me just structure this, and we should see that we have the verify token. So we're just going to return payload. So we need to also try and catch any error that occur in the verify. So I'm just going to catch any error here, and let's just return the error. So say error message. So let me just set this to any, and I think we are done with it. So let's just hover over this, and this is giving me this. So let's just use this sign in JWT token, and let's go over to the service for you, like for the login here. We use it in the login. So I'm just going to, where is the login? So this is the login. So here we're going to just in this. So let's just quickly. So let's just come down here, and I'm going to clear this out. So let me just clear this access token first. Let me just push this down first and just remove it. Just say sign JWT token. We are going to just, let's make sure to import it from utils JWT, and let's just put the option on. The option we're going to pass is a user ID, and we're going to pass the session ID. underscore ID. So we're not going to pass any options here because in the JWT.tx for signing we are using default access token. So since we're using default, we don't need to worry about it. But we're going to worry about it for using this config user sign. So for the refresh, we're just going to copy the same thing, bring this down, paste this, where you're going to remove session ID, session.id. And now we are going to just remove all this here because we've already label mentioned, we've already written this here. You can see it here. If you go back and let me just bring this back, you should see the session ID which we've passed here, the config refresh secret, the on-ds and the expiration date. Everything is already here. We have the expiration date and the secret, and the default has the audience. So I'm just going to copy refresh token the sign option, which we already export. So I'm just going to come down here and let's just put it here like this. So make sure to import this from JWT and let's just clear this out. So now we've done this already. So let's just close this down. And for the refresh, we are just going to let's just get the payload first from here. I'm just going to say constant stop. Let's get the payload, which is going to be equals to verify JWT token. And this is going to be the refresh t payload here. Type, and we're going to pass in the refresh token. And the refresh token, we're going to also pass the secret. So this should say, okay, let's just pass the secret here. It's complaining about the secret. So we're going to say refresh token option dot secret. So this should stop. I've passed the refresh token here. So why is it complaining? It's complaining for the session ID. So let me just go into here. It's saying for the session ID, we've not passed session ID. It's going to have to decode this before you get the session ID. This is going to be a type. And let me just so to fix that, we're going to pass in the type here. So this type, we're going to just say C payload. This just come out from no. So I'm going to extend this from object, and this is going to take the default value of our access token payload. So if you look at this, say, C payload in extents of it, so token string and the verify option. So this is going to stop the error. So we're extending from the access to payload. So let's just go back and you should see that the error has stopped. So now what we are going to do next now is to check if not payload, we are going to know the token is either it has expired or is not valid. So I'm just going to import this unauthorized exception. And once it's not expired, we're going to first of all check if the payload if the session ID which we verify and we've extracted from the refresh token if it's valid. So we're going to find it. So I'm just going to put async here. And we're going to find it from the payload. So I'm just going to say payload dot. So this was supposed to work. Payload of session ID. Why is it not working? So let's just go into the verify JWT token and let's see this. So I'm looking, see why it's not. So payload is equals to JWT verify token secret, and this is the option, the secret here, the default and the ops. Okay, so let's just set this to as C payload here, and let's see, and it should stop it here. So we'll be able to fix it by setting it as this, so to be able to know that okay. Well, I don't know why it's showing that it's showing like this unknown. So let's just leave like this, and we're going to also set now equals to dates dot now, and we're going to also check if, first of all, we're going to check if the session is existing. If it's not existing, we're going to throw a unauthorized exception. Then we're going to also check if the session has expired, like if it bypassed this check here. We're going to check section dot expire at, if expire, let's get the time. Let's get the time. If the time is less than equals to now, so that means it's not greater than now. That is, means it has expired. So we're just going to show an error unauthorized saying that the session has expired. And then we're going to also check, we're going to first of all set let's refresh the session if this already bypasses. I'm going to call this session refresh token, or require refresh. Let's just say require or need refresh. So what we're going to do here is to update the time for this. So we're going to first of all check if session expires at just get time. So with bypass that this is the expiration time for the section as is greater than the current time we are. Then we're going to say okay, if this minus now is greater than equals to, you're going to check for 1 day, 1 day in milliseconds. Yes. So we're going to just quickly create this. So we're checking if the expression minus now is equal to, is less than equals to 1 day. Then we need to, so let's just go over to date time, and I'm going to just say date time, and let's come at the top here and let's do export constant, and we're going to just put this to going to just say this to dates. We want to use the same method here we use for the 30 days. I'm going to say 24 for 1 day and 24 times 30. Sorry, 24 times uh, 60 times 60 times 1000 is going to give us in 1 day in milliseconds. So let's head over to Auth service, and let's just import this. Make sure to export that. So now we've seen that it is less than 1 day. So what we are going to do now is we're going to check if it's true. If this check is true, then we are going to just say session dot we're going to say okay, let's extend and add a new expression there for this. Expires at, is it expired at, let's check the model to be sure this is what we use. Okay, expired at, not expires at. Expired at, this is going to be equals to, let's use our calculate expiration date. I'm going to just pass in the new the same 30 days JWT dot expires in. So now we've set a new expiration date for this session. If it's passed through this, if it's great, if it's less than 1 day. So we're going to add it, but then we're going to now save this to our database. So let's just save this. Or we're going to also check now either if it does not match this. So what we're going to do is we're going to set a new refresh token. So what we're going to do, we're going to say session. Let's see if this, we're going to sign in a new refresh token. So let's just say sign in JWT token, and we're going to session ID, which is going to be dot underscore ID. And just the same way we did for this, we're going to just say refresh sign option. So this we're going to also undefined. So that means the refresh will not go through. If this is true, like I said, we are also saving this, and we are going to also create a new refresh token for the new refresh token with the session ID being passed to it. But if it does not pass, so we're going to say undefined. So we're not going to create a new session this token for it. So instead, we're going to, let's just say pass and create the access token. And we're going to say this is going to be equal. So let's just also copy this. So remember, if this is less than 1 day or less than 1 day, then we call this to increase the expiration date. Or we set it, like say if it's less than, we have 30 days and the day is 29. So we're going to instead add, instead of clearing out the session, we are going to update the data, the expiration date for the session to the 30 days again and save. Then if that is true again, we are going to now send a new refresh token. But if this didn't pass through all this, like say if it's greater than this, that means it's greater than the 1 day that is greater than it, instead of passing through and say updating the expiration date, we just go straight and just call the access token, create a new access token. That means it's still valid. So for that, we're just going to remove this and let's put our user. So for the user, we're going to say user ID is going to be session.user ID. Put a comma here. And we should set this. So I think you understand this. If this is less than 1 day, that means almost close to expire. We add in a new expiration date and then create a new refresh token. But if not, that means the refresh token is still valid. Let's go ahead and just create a new access token for the new refresh. So let's just say return the access token. And here we're going to say session ID. No, not session ID, sorry guys. New refresh token. So let's make sure that this is, let's just remove this duplicate. And we are done with it. So let's just head over to our controller to return this and let's test this out. So I'm just going to go over here. Let me see. Let's close this here and let's just go over to Auth controller. And what we are going to do here, we're going to console log. So now we're going to console log and we're going to get the access token and the new refresh token. Great. So now we're going to also now check if this If there is a need to refresh, set the refresh token. That means we've created a new refresh token. So we need to set the refresh token to the cookie. So we say response that cookie, and this is going to be the same thing we have the refresh token, which is going to be this, and we're going to set this to get refresh token option. I'm just going to call this. So remember we set this option for the cookies, the expiration dates, the expiry, the default, and the path. So we're going to call it here. So once this is less than 1 day, a cookie to update the dates, then we sign in a new cookie, a new refresh token. Sorry guys, a new refresh token. And once we sign in a refresh, then we send the new refresh token here, and we check if it's not undefined, then set this to the cookie. But if it's undefined, like is greater than the 1 day check we check in milliseconds, 1 day milliseconds check we did in the service, we just know that we are not going to send a new cookie for the refresh. We're going to only return the access. So let's say return this, and let's just put the status http dot okay. Yeah. And now let's just set our cookie for the new access token. And let's pass it as get access cookie options. Make sure you set that, and then let's just return our JSON, and just open this and let's say message refresh access or access refresh anyone token, refresh access token successfully. So let's just save this. So let's make sure our server is running properly. So let's just close this. I think server didn't recognize the refresh token which we add in the Auth controller. So we are going to test this. So we're going to wait for the database to load. So if it load, let's just test this. I'm just going to try and log in again. So let me just go ahead and clear all this cookie. Let's try it again from the beginning. Let's try and log in. So we've logged in and the cookie now exists. We can see two cookies. If you open here, we should see two cookies here. So in order to test the refresh token, you can see I already have it here because it has an API. So I'm just going to say this is a GET request. I'm just going to go into the cookies, manage cookie, and I'm going to remove this access. Let's just clear this out. So now we have only the refresh, and the access token has expired. So I'm going to try and refresh this, and let's click on this. We should see the refresh, and only one was sent because the refresh token is still valid. So if you click on manage, you should see the old refresh token, and then you should see access token being added newly. Then we can do other things. So let's test this. For instance, let me try and then click here and let's remove the refresh token. And let's try to refresh this. And let's click on this. You should see user unauthorized. I think this is because we check. Let's just go ahead and just remove the check we did here. We need to see, you're supposed to see the missing. I wanted us to see the missing. Let's try this out. Let's try and remove this. This is going to show undefined Let's see why. We could stop this, refresh, verify. Session does not exist. Okay, if the session ID has so okay, we can use missing. It's still okay. Use another go or missing. Let's just change it to missing so it does not confuse. Missing refresh token. Yeah, so this is okay. So let's just go back and you should see that both of them are cleared once we refresh. Once is we're missing the refresh token because we did it here. Because if you go over to the error handler, you should see this check. If I uncomment this and let's try and do it again. Let me just log in. Let's check the terminal. This is running. Yeah, it's running now. Let's click on login. We have our two token here. I'm just going to go to the refresh. Let me click on manage. Let me just remove the refresh. And if I try to call this API now, you should see it's telling me user not authorized. It should say missing. It's supposed to say missing. So let's just leave it for now. Let's just check our cookie. You see our access code token is still existing. So there's the reason if we set this to clear it, if refresh token is missing, just clear this. So I'm just going to go to back to our error handler and let's just comment this. So if the part is equals to this part, let's say the error occur in this part, then just this API, just clear it. So I'm just going to look at why this is still showing missing user not found. Let's check. So let me just try it again. Yeah, we can see missing refresh token. I think it was C. Does not even reflect it. So we can see that the refresh token is working. So then that means it has cleared the access token and the refresh. If we click on it again, you should see both of them is empty. So it will be redirected to login again so that you get a fresh new access and refresh token. So that's it. So let's head over to verifying email API. So let's work on the verifying the email password, the email API. So let's go to the route for Auth, and I'm just going to come above here because we're going to set this to post. Yeah, and I'm going to get verify email, and let's go into controller, and let's just set this below the refresh public. You set this, let's say, as async, and this is going to be async handler. And let's just quickly copy this, paste this here, and make sure to just close this. So inside the verify email, we are going to get code because we're going to pass already the code, and the code is going to be verification schema, which we've not created yet. So this is going to pierce, which we're going to create that now. Request body. So let's just copy this and head over to the auth dot validator. So I'm going to it's just a simple line of just code. So I'm just going to bring it inside here. So let me just bring it here, verification schema code. And then inside here, we're going to just have the, we want to export the verification process. I'm just going to put it down here and let's say verification email schema. Just copy this. And this is going to be code. Since it's an object, we're going to pass. So not a string. So I just create it separately because we're going to use that for the reset password schema. We can actually do that now. The reset password schema is going to have the password and the password schema, the verification code and the verification code schema. So let me just copy this and let's head over to controller and set it like this. Make sure to just import the verification email schema. So once we are done with this, what we're going to do is to pass in the code to this service. I'm going to just, so let's just pass it here. I'm just going to say, await this dot service dot, we're going to set this to verify email and just open this and pass in the code. So we're going to also return, let's just return this response for you. We're going to say email verified successfully. So let's just go into the Auth service and let's do this now. So inside here, I'm just going to close this down and let's just say public async. Just going to open this up and don't forget to put your async back here. So what we're going to do now is just pass in the code, and the code by default is string. So let's check the constant valid code is equals to await verification model. So let's just import this code model dot find one that matches. Since this is for the email verification, we're going to find the one that matches the code and also the type. So the type is going to be the verification enum which we created. I just do dot email verification, and then we're going to also check if it expires at is greater than the current date. So this is going to be new, and let's just set new date. So if it's greater than this size, that means it is valid. But if not, we're just going to say invalid verification, or we said the verification expired. So I can just put it to not found exception, or let's just change it to bad request. Yeah, we can leave it like this. We can set the error code, or we can just leave it like this. So now let's just update the user if it's valid. Updated user. Await the user model. The find ID does updates and updates. So we're going to just pass in valid code dot user ID. And we're going to find where which we want to update the email is verified to true. And we're going to just say, and let's set this to new to true so that MongoDB will return, Mongoose will return the updated, where's the updated user. To skip this out, it will still give us the old is the first is email verified to first. So just set this way to give you the correct updated. So I'm just going to also check if this was successful. If this is successful, you can just say bad request, unable to verify the email address and send the error code. Then we're going to then delete this. Once we verify this, we're going to delete this from our database. So I'm just going to say await valid code or delete one. And then let's just return user updated user. So now we've set this, and then we don't need to even pass anything, but I'm just going to pass in the user here, but I'm not going to put any response here. I'm just going to go to controller And we already passing this here. So say email verified successfully. So I think that is it for the verification. So let's just test it out. I'm just going to go to this account. I think the login account. This account is not verified. So to do that, I'm going to open my MongoDB and find the user. So let me just drag this down and let's click here. I think no build is here. So this is the user. I'm just going to get the ID of the user. And let's just find this not from the user but from the verification code. You can see verification code. Open the document. And I'm going to just open this and let's just find this. So it matches this. So let's get the code. So this is the code here. And let's try to use the API. So I have a file email this here. So I'm just going to close this and you can see for Auth verify email. If you open our out, it's exactly what we have here, verify email and the base part with the Auth. So just click on this and let's just pass in this, save this, and let's send this. Let's check our this is still complaining. Let's just go over to Auth controller and save this again. And let's wait for it. It's still complaining. So let me just cancel it and run it again and wait for it. So it has, so let's just close this and try it out. So let's click on this and you should see, okay, invalid expire verification code. Yeah. So let's try and register again because that's belong we actually created that account. So I'm just going to say uh build, let's see, create as gmail.com. Let's save this. And now we've created kit. Let's just get kit ID. So this is it. So let me just go into my MongoDB and let's go into this place. Let me see whether I can refresh this. Yes. And let's just go into MongoDB verification code. Open this and it should be the last one. Let me try and find this. And we can see this. So let's just copy the code. Also verify email. Paste this here, save this, and let's run this again. Email verified successfully. If you go to our user, click on your documents, and let's the user should be the last. So Kate now has, we're not showing email verified. Yeah, it's not bringing out the email verified from the user. Let's check our model. Let's see. We didn't set the email verify field. Yeah, so I think that is a problem. We didn't set this. Should have set this here. Type boolean required. No, let's not leave required. Let's say default to false. Let's save this and we can just redo everything again. Let's restart to mj mj. So let's make sure our server is on 8000. So let's run this again and let's get the user. We should see email verification is not coming out. Okay, yeah, which is email verify false. We can see it here. So let's just verify this now. Paste this, save, run this. No, think I got it wrong. this. Yeah, we got it wrong. So let me just go back. That is the wrong um, code. So I'm just going to copy this again. Let's go ahead and find the code here. I'm just going to reload this, refresh, open this, open documents. So this is it. So let's just copy this code, go into under clients and verify email, and let's just paste this here and save this, and let's just run this email verify. And now let's head over to our MongoDB and let's just reload this again. Open this, open user, click on the last document ID. Now you see is email verified true. So this works perfectly. So let's just so that's it for the verification email. So the next thing we're going to work on is try sending the verification link to the user actual email address. So let's work on sending of email to the email address. So let's work on the sending of email to the email address. So to do that, we're going to use resend. So if you look at your package.js, you've already installed resend 4.01. And so to use this, I'm just going to come over here and let's open resend. So just open your browser and let's type in resend.com. And if for any reason you can't access resend, maybe for the location you are in, just come over to the GitHub, go to the home, and just click on version and click on help, and you should see resend MD. So this is going to walk you through everything you need to how you access resend. So I'll just go back to resend and you can just sign up or sign in. So I'm just going to sign in. I'm already signed in with some email already existing here. So just sign in and you should get your API keys. I'm going to click on this and you can create new API keys. But I already have some API keys. Let me edit this. The sending full access, save. I can't get the access key again. So let me just create a new one. Let me see. But let me just create new. Let me just call it for MERN full access and let's add. And I'm going to just copy this. So let me just copy this key and just come to your .env. So yeah, we're just going to set to resend. Just pass me to resend key. So just make sure to paste that inside there. And we're going to also, I'm just going to, let me just put this to API here. Yeah, just see what it is. And we're going to send the mailer sender. We're going to be using onboarding at resend. We're going to be using resend. So resend can only send to the email address used and open here until you add in a domain. So you can't send to other domain. You can't send to other email address until you add in your own domain here. You can see domain. So I have no domain. So you have to add a new domain before you can send to any other email address. So that is the issue with them resend. You can use other email service with this. It's okay. But I'm going to also go with resend. So to explain everything here. So for the resend, what we are going to do next now is to set a key. Let's just get into our app config and make sure we bring it in here. So inside the app config, we're going to just bring both the mailer sender and the this. I'm just going to paste it here. So mailer sender and the resend API key. Then we are going to create a I think it's a config and not yeah, a separate config again for resend. Or not inside the config. We're going to do that inside the mailer. So inside mailer, we're going to create mailer.ts. So mailer.ts is going to handle use the email, the resend. So inside here, I'm going to also create resend client.ts. So we're going to just export this. If you go to resend and you go to their documentation, I'll just say, let's just click here and you should see your documentation here. Doc. So select Node.js and you should see create, verify your domain and stuff like that. So yeah, you should see the way they set it up. So we're going to just set this first. So I'm just going to paste this here inside my recent clients and I'm going to just get the config from app or config and let's bring in the recent API key and let's just export this. So we export it. So inside the mailer, we're just going to do the same thing they did here. We're just going to say send email. That's the same thing we did here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just paste this, say send email and the recent. Let's import recent from the recent client. And this is going to be the same thing here. We say await recent email does send from to subject and HTML. So that's how it's going to work. So what I'm going to also do at top here, I'm going to set a type here so that this will not throw error. So the type is true, and remember, true is either array or string. Then I'm going to also set a default mailer sender. And then, so let's just import this from config app to config. So in development, we're going to use the onboarded recent dev. This is still similar to what we've already set in the env, the mailer sender. We are still using this to handle that. So this is how it's going to, this is how we're going to make use of it. We have the same email here, and this is how it's going to work. So for the template, we are just going to go into, let's just create templates here, .cx. So inside there, we're just going to go to the GitHub. So make sure to go to GitHub. I already have some templates here already. So just click on this. I'm going to explain. Click on source directory. Click on mailers. Click on templates. Click on templates. So just copy everything and paste it here. So if you look at here, we have the subjects because they're going to be different. The subjects, if you open recent clients or the mailer, if you see we have subject, we have text, and we have HTML. So if this from and to is going to be coming, it's going to be passed. But all these ones, is some text and HTML is going to be from the template. So this template, we're going to pass in URL, which we're going to add into the confirm button, the confirm account. And the brand color is just for you to add in your brand color. This is subject, this is text. You can see confirm your squeeze account. Please verify your email by clicking the URL. This is for a text. This is the HTML format for it. And you should see the footer and brand color with the space and the email. So once you click on this, you'll be able to navigate to verify your email address. So let's just test this out. I'm just going to open this and let's go into our register where we implemented this in our Auth and service. So in the Auth service, I'm just going to, let's go into register. Make sure to open this. And yeah, not control and service, sorry. So yeah, so what we're going to do here is we are going to we've created the verification code and set the expiration date. So what we're going to do now is to do await send email from mailer. I'm going to say two is going to be new user does email. I'm going to say dot dot dot. You're going to import the verification email templates. Remember, the verification email template has the remaining part to this. So this is going to take in two from subject, text, and HTML, and this is going to take it. So we're going to, this has subject, text, and HTML. So we're going to structure it. So we're going to pass in the verification link. So to do that, I'm going to create that with a constant verification URL or link. This is going to be equals to, we're going to say config dot app origin. So it's going to match our front end. I'm going to say confirm account. So this is the front end part. I'm going to set this to question. I'm going to set this to code equals to verification code. I'll just set it like this. So this is going to, let's just remove this one. Let's say verification dot code. Yeah. Verification code dot code of verification. You can call it like this, and let's just pass in the verification URL here. So that's it. We set up our email. So let's just try it out and see. Make sure the server is running. And let's just try and register and see that it works. So just make sure to go to your register. And let's provide a real email address. I'm just going to bring in the email address I used for resend, because that is the only account I can send to. So I'm just going to go back and let me just go into my email and bring the email. So I've gotten the email. I'm just going to sign up with it. I've pasted my email. So let me register. Let's check this is running. I'm just going to press send and we should wait for it to load. So it has sent this register your user, and I'm going to check my mail, and let me just check my mail. So let me check my mail. I'm going to click here and we should see it just came at 0 minutes. So we can see the email here. Let me just close this and we can see it's gone completely. So I'm just going to copy the link here. You can go to resend and just copy this here. If you go to resend, you can click on, let me just refresh this here. I want to click on this and I will see this and I'll see the plain text here. So I'm just going to paste this here. Now let's just copy that and paste this. Let's just copy the code. Copy the code and let's go to verify and let's paste this here and let's send the email verify. If you check MongoDB, you should see that our new email is verified. So let me just open the user this and let me just click on this and we should see email verify. So that's it. So let's go ahead and work on the forget password API. So let's head over to it. So let's work on the forgot password on the Auth authentication. So let's just head over to route and I'm just going to let's click this and select Postman. So the other client has expired. It's not going through anymore. So I'm using Postman now to run it. If I click on it, it's going to show me this error here. So I'm making use of Postman now. So let's go straight to the route, and let's just bring this inside here. So this is auth routes. Let me drag this back. Auth route post password forgot, and then we have the forgot password here. So I'm just going to create a controller for this. Just go to auth. Let's collapse the refresh token, the register, and also the verify email. And let's just create this here public with forgot password, which is going to be equals to the async handler. And let's just open the verify email and just copy this line of code. And let's close this. So yeah, we're just going to a constant body, which is going to be equals to reset password schema. We've already done that. I'm going to say um we're going to PS request body. So let me just go into the reset password schema so we can look at it. It's just the password and the verification code. Sorry guys, it's not it. The forgot password we sent only the email. It was the reset password. So I think I made a mistake here. So I'm just going to change this to email. You're going to get only the single email here. And this is going to be request source email is going to get the email out of the body. And let's just import this. So now here we're just going to remove this and put email. What am I doing? I'm making a lot of mistake here. So let me just remove all this back. Close this here. And let's just set it to email schema. And let's just do dot email. And let's just pass email here. So now we're just going to come down below here and let's just create await this just auth service. And we're going to have that. We're going to create the forgot password. And forgot password, we're going to pass in the email. Yeah, so let's go ahead and create the forgot password in our service. So I'm just going to go down here and let's just collapse everything here. Collapse the verify email and let's just put the same thing for async forgot password and let's just so the forward is going to get the email and which is going to be a string. Let's pass the async here and let's make sure the email is passed here. So let's save that and let's head over back to the service. And what we are going to do here is we are going to check if the user email already exists. Then we are going to try an exception if it's not found. So let's just quickly do that. So I'm just going to say constant.user, which is going to be equals to await user model. Yeah, but we're going to find one. And let's just say email. So we're going to say come down here and just say if not user, we can just say user not found with a no not found exception. I'm going to throw this. So make sure to import this. Let me import this. So below here, we are going to handle the rate limiting here. So to handle rate limiting, we don't want because we're going to send email to the email address for the resetting of the password. So we want users to be able to only make a request to a backend twice per 10 minutes or 3 minutes. So I'm going to test for 3 minutes, so it will not be long. But ideally, I'm going to set it to 10 minutes. So what we're going to do now is we're going to say, let me just put a comment here. Check mail rate or API limit is 2 emails per 3 minutes, 3 or 10 minutes interval. So it's going to user is going to have to wait for them after making 2 requests. If, for example, they make the first one and they click on it again to make another one, it's going to throw an error when they try to make the third one. So I'm going to just say, let's set time ago, which is going to equals to, let's use 3 minutes. So we can wait that 3 minutes ago. We're going to do that now shortly. Let's just say, okay, we want maximum attempts for users is going to be, we're going to say 2. And now we're going to count the verification code module to check if we can find um, any password we set being created within the time range. And if you count the number of verification code attempts made within that time range. So I'm just going to say constant count is going to be equals to, sorry, count, not UNT. It's going to be equals to RAT verification model. We're going to count the documents. I'm going to set the user ID. It's going to be equals to user dot underscore ID. And we're going to set the type. Since we're not doing email verification, but password reset, we're going to set this to verification enum dot password reset. And we're going to say created at, because we're going to track the created at. If the created out is greater than time ago, so if the time is greater than this 3 minutes here, so we're going to come here and check if count now is greater than equals to the maximum attempt. Then we need to throw an exception saying so many requests. I'm just going to bring it here. Say throw new HTTP exception, make sure to import HTTP, and let's just import this. So we're going to too many requests, try again later, or try again in 3 minutes time. So count, if count is greater than maximum attempts, then it means um, the it has already reached the limit. So what we're going to do now is we are going to create the verification code. Let's say we pass it through all these checks. We're going to create the expire at, set the expiration date for the reset verification code. Expires at, is going to, we're going to give the verification code expiration date to an hour. So I'm just going to say hour from now, which will create shortly. So I'm going to also, now let's just create the code, valid, we can call it verification code, await, which is going to be verification code model dot create. The same thing we're going to do here. For this, we are going to create, we're going to say the user ID is this ID, then we're going to set the expiration date. Expires at. So now we've created the code. So we're going to get the data from the valid code. Now it's for us to just set the link, which we're going to send to the user email address. So I'm going to say constant reset link. Reset link is going to be, or reset URL is going to be equals to the same way we did it for the email, just get the app origin. And we're going to set it to reset password code is going to be equals to, let's just open this and say valid code.code, and here we're going to set the expires at, so we're going to set the expiration, so we don't need to call the API if the verification code has expired. So the user will have to go ahead and reset the password again. I'll just say ASP is equals to expires at, so we're going to get the time, so it returns in numbers, in digits. So this is how we're going to say it. Then what we're going to do now is to use our send email templates, send email helper function we created. We're going to set this to await, and remember we're going to pass two digits to the user email. And there, if we go over to mailer, or let me say templates, we should see we have the verification here. Let me just close this, and we have the password we set. It's the same thing with the way the email verification, where the subject text HTML, just the content, so set password, maybe set password. So I'm just going to copy this, and we're going to just bring it inside here, and like we always do with the structure, and we pass in the reset link. So make sure to import this. So here we're just going to get the data and so we're going to just check if not data dot, it should give us ID from recent. We are going to throw error here and use internal server error, or we can use bad requests. So anyway, let me just use internal server error here. Then we're going to just return, which we're not going to use, just return the URL, which is the reset link, and the email ID, which is data dot ID. So we're going to test this and see how it's going to work. So let's just go ahead and create these two function. These two function is to get the dates. So I'm just going to head over to utilities and date time. So let me just search that dates time, and for the use 3 minutes, we're going to just come here. Let me just get this here 3 minutes ago, which is going to be the date, returning the dates, new dates, dates does now minus 3 times in milliseconds. So 3 times 60 times 1000. Then we'll get the hour, 1 hour from now, which is going to be this here. And the last one, we're going to also change this back to 10 minutes. You can just paste 10 minutes here. So this is it. Dates for 1 hour 60 plus 60 times 60 times 1000. And this is for the 10 minutes. So for the 3 minutes, for the 10 minutes, for the 60 hours. So we are done with this. Let's just go ahead and then import this in our service. So let's just import 3 minutes from here. So we can go ahead and test it. We'll call the endpoint to multiple times to see if it's going to show and too many requests attempted. So we are done with that. Let's just go ahead and make the return statements here. Let's go over to our controller, and below this, we're not going to return anything, just return password reset, email sent. So that is that. So what we are going to do now is to test this API. So I'm just going to open my Postman and I'm going to go to forget password and password forget. So remember we are going to pass in the email of the user that is going to reset the password. So I'm going to remove this email and let me use the email so that I can get mail from recent. So I've placed my email here. Let me just click on send and make sure the server is running. The server is running. Let me just press send. You should see it shows some error here. Let's just check it. Invalid. Oh, let's just see. Let's remove the comma here. Save this and let's send it. Let's head over back to our request here. Service routes. And we set it to post. Let me cancel this and run it again. So let's wait for it to run. So our server is running. So let me just close this and let's head over to Postman and let's try it again. Let's try it again. We should wait for it. I'm thinking why it's not working. This is a post request. Having issue here. So let me try it again. Let me just go back to my route. Password forgot. Outpost here. And let me check my Postman again. Post source. Localhost password. Got the body we are having is email. Let me look at the service now controller. And we have person only email here. So let me just try a different Postman. Let me open Postman on my browser and see whether it's working or not. So let me just open forward password here. So this is the API. Let me just open the body. Yeah, and let me just try and run it again. Yeah. See, it works here. So this VS Code extension is having some glitch or some issue here. So I'm going to be using the web version for it. So we've already received the email. So let me just head over to my terminal and look at it. So let me check my email. I'm just going to open my mail and we should see reset your password here. So if you can't find reset your password in the primary, make sure to just go to pan and you might see it there. So let's just click on this. I'm just going to copy the link. And if you copy, you should be able to paste it here and let's see the expiring dates and the code. So we are done with the reset password. What we are going to do now is to work on the forgot password. We're going to work on the set password to pass in the new password and the verification code. So we'll be sending this code together with the password when we're creating the next API. So let's go ahead and work on that. So before we go ahead, I wanted to let's test the uh, too many requests which we did in the service. So I'm just going to go to service, close this, and then if we test this 2 times, so I'm just going to hit this endpoint one. So it's going to send the request again. I'm going to hit it again. Then I'm going to hit it again. And we can see that it said too many requests. Try again later. So many requests. So this is beautiful. This is beautiful. So if you come back here, remember we passed in the code and we set the code to used to be too many requests, which is 429. So now we have to wait for 3 minutes. You can try again after 3 minutes. If I try to hit it again, it's still saying so we have to wait for 3 minutes to pass before we can call the endpoint again. So that is that. Let's just go ahead and work on the reset password. So let's work on the reset password now. So to work on the reset password, we are going to simply go to our route and let's paste in the route. I'm just going to paste this in here and we can see the password and the password and the reset. So let's just copy this reset password and head over to our controller quickly. And let's just collapse this here. And we're going to just pass public, that's the reset password and the async handler. And we're just going to quickly open this and let's copy this, paste it here, and let's close this. So here we're just going to get constant, and we're going to get the body. The body is going to be equals to the, we're going to use the verification. We're going to use verification. I think let's just head over to the image schema here and let's just get, okay, reset password schema. Reset password schema is what we're going to get here. So I'm just going to copy it and I'm going to paste it here. And we're going to make sure to import that. So I'm going to paste this. I'm going to pass in the request body. So this should give us the valid body now. Then we should use await is.auth service. Auth service is going to, we're going to get the reset password which we've not created yet. Password. And let's just pass in the body. So I'm just going to just we're going to just leave it like, let's just copy this, let's just copy it and paste it here. And here we're just going to say reset password. Reset password successfully. So let's just go ahead and create the service for the reset password. So inside the service, just come here and let me just collapse all this here. I'm going to just put public. I'm going to paste in the reset password and let's just, for this is going to, let's put the object here. I'm going to say password and verification code. So let's just put async here. So this is going to be, let me just put the arrow on, not the arrow, I'm going to codify this. So what we're going to do is to create our reset UTO. So I'm just going to, let's head over to, I think we've done it already. So let me just head over to interface, Auth interface. Okay, we've not done it. Export interface, reset UTO. We're going to have the password, which is a string, and the verification code, which is going to be equal to, I think a string. So let's just copy this. Should we convert to number? We can leave it as string for now. And let me just try and go back to Auth service, import this from interface. And now what we're going to do now is to check the code. So I'm going to say constant valid code is going to be equal to await verification verification code schema. No, this should be model. Let me use capital letter. Code model dot find one. I'm going to say code dot verification code. And we're going to have the type, which is going to be our verification enum dot password reset. And we're going to say expires at, which is going to have to be greater than the current time if it does not yet expire. So dates, not date now, only dates, new dates. So now we have the valid code. What we're going to do now is to check if it has expired or not. So if it exists, we'll pass through. But if it doesn't exist, if it doesn't match this criteria or this filter, we are going to say a not valid code, not found exception that is invalid or the expired verification code. So the user have to go ahead and so we're not going to even come to this check because on the client side, we're going to do a check with the expiration dates there, which we pass. So what we're going to do now is to hash the password because now we've bypassed all this. We need to hash the password. We're going to import this from encrypt in utils, and then we're going to update the user. So let's just update the user, and we'll say constant update user updated user, which is going to be equals to await user model dot find by ID and update. We're going to pass in the valid dot user ID, and we're going to pass in what we want to make changes for password hash password. So now we're just going to say if this did not go through, let's just return a bad request or fail to reset password. Then once this goes through, we need to delete the verification code which we saved in our database. And then since the user has deleted the has reset the password, we need to clear off all the sections. So we need to clear off all the sections. So we're going to say sections, session model dot delete many, and we're going to say user ID updated user underscore ID. So we're going to delete it where the user ID match in this section. So once that deleted, we're going to just return the updated user, which we're not going to send in the response. We're just going to just set it here. So now you can see that we check the verification, we hash the password, we updated the user, confirm if the updating the user updated was actually work. So we're going to also delete the verification code, and then we're going to delete the sessions existing with that user ID because the password has changed. So now we're going to return this, and let's go back to controller. So the last thing we're going to do for the controller is to clear all cookies because we reset the password, and now all section which was already logged into different devices or existing in the browser there is no more valid because they are not going to be using the same password. It's not going to work. So what we're going to do is to clear off the so to do that we're going to get our clear, and let's just send the response here, and let's just import this from okay. If you go into cookie, you should see that we set. So we're going to clear the access token. So let's save that and test this. When we are done with this, let's make sure our server is running. So we set password. Let me just try to cancel and reload this again. So let's wait for it. So the server is running now and the database is connected. So I'm just going to go to my Postman here and wait for it to load. Let me just click on this and click on password reset. So password is just going to have VI. I'm going to change this from login here to password reset / reset. And this is going to be a post request. I'm going to have a body, change this to, we already have the password here. I'm going to change this to verification code, which we're going to pass the code. Let's just save this and let's just get the verification code which we listed here before. So we set this to 1 hour. Let's confirm that it has not yet expired. So I'm just going to copy it, go to Postman, and let's just paste it here. So let's try and run this and see. Invalid code or source is not found. So I think it expired or it's not existing. Let me just try and let me save this and let's just try and reset. Forget under password. Let's try and restart password again. So I'm going to call this API. And we should see that it runs through. So I'm just going to come to my email address and let me go back here and click on it again. I think I can't see this. Let me try and look at it on span. Yeah, this is it here. Look safe, not spam. So let me just go back to edit and it should come back here. So let me just click on this one that has 29 minutes ago. Okay, yeah, this is it here. Yes, this is it. So let me just copy this. Copy the link. Let me just paste it here. So let me just do that again. Copy the link. Let me just paste it in my code here. I'm going to clear it off. Let me just copy the code. And let me just come to my, let's open the password reset, select that. And let me just change this and paste this here. Save this and let's run this. Wow, it's still saying invalid code. Why is it saying invalid code? Let me check the service for the forgot password and see why it is showing an error. Reset the code here. Then here we check the verification code. Password resets. Password reset expires in 1 hour and it's greater than new date. So yeah, this is it. This is supposed to work. So let me try again and do this. It's supposed to work. Why is it not working? Type verification code. Let's confirm this properly. Auditor verification code. /25. So let me save this and let me try this again. Let me just try and click this. But let me go to my recent and copy the code directly. The recent is not going through. So let me just click this again. And let me just copy this. Copy this. Let's go to our Postman. Paste this. And make sure that this is correct. Save this and let's run this. So let me just look at the issue here. So let me just copy this. I'm just going to get the code. So I found the issue was because I'm not setting it properly. So I'm just going to copy this. Save this, go to my Postman, click on forgot password reset, And let me just paste this like this. This is because I was not putting this properly. So I'm just going to click on this. I should say password reset. So this is the new password. I'm supposed to have changed it. I didn't change it to a different part. Let me try it again. So it's already expired because I've already deleted it. So I'm just going to, so you can just change the password because I'm using the same password I used already. So you can change the password and try to log in with the password and see if it will work. So what we're going to do now is to go over to the protected routes and how to uh, user need to have the cookies before they can access that particular route. So let's head over and work on that. So to set up to access the protected route, we need to set up passports JWT, which will help us to decode this JWT and assign user to the request and the user ID and the user session ID. So I'm just going to come to a browser. Let's just say passport. You can see JWT. Click on it and you should see a flow process of how to integrate passport JWT. So we've already installed passport. If you go to your package.json here, you should see we added passport here and passport.json. And you should see that they asked us to create a JWT strategy. So let's just go over to our code. So we're going to create inside our strategies here. I'm going to create a file. I'm going to call it JWT strategy.tx. And there we're going to do the same thing they did here. But before that, let's just so the first thing we're going to set the interface first. So we need to let's make sure to set the interface first. And we're going to call this JWT payload. So we need to specify what we are going to find inside the JWT once it's decoded. We're going to get the user ID. It is going to be string. We're going to session ID, which is going to be string. So we're going to decode mostly the access token. So now we're going to the next thing we're going to do is to come down. Let's create the options, which we're going to pass here. If you look at there, we see we have options. So we're going to create the options here and pass it to the new JWT strategy there. So let's just create it. We're going to say sessions. We're going to set the type to strategy. You're going to get this with request from JWT. So the reason I want to set a request is because I want to assign the session ID to the request. So I'm going to use request instead of using only the strategy option. So I'm just going to get this. And here we're going to say JWT from request. So we're going to get an extractor. You can use the several ways to get the extractor. If you scroll down here, we can see extracting JWT from the request. You can see we can use the from the Auth header bearer token to get the to extract the token. So, but since we are not using from the header, we're using cookie. We're going to do that our end manually. So I'm just going to say extract the JWT from passport JWT. We're going to say dot from. You can see different options here. So I'm just going to say from extractors, and let's put in an array here. I'm going to put in the request, and this is going to be an arrow function with, then we're going to specify constant access token. This is going to be equals to the request.cookies. So let's see why it is showing some error here. Okay, let's see. Let me just return access token. So let's go cookies, request cookies dot access token. Let's just get it from the cookies. Then we're going to just say if not access token. You can return null here. So I'm just going to throw our error here. So this is going to be an authorized error. So let's do that and let's import this. So once we get the access token, we're going to return it. So below the extractor, we are going to set the secret key. We're going to use config because we're going to use the secret to decode it. So we're going to do JWT. So let's import config first from app config. And we'll say JWT dot secret since we're going to be coding the access token. So then we're going to set the audience. Audience we'll be using is user. We can set the algorithm to HS256. Then we can set the pass callback, request callback to true. If you're not making use of the request, you don't need to pass it. So let's create a simple function here. Export constant setup. We're going to call it setup JWT strategy, which is going to be passport and a type of passport static from passport. So let's return this. We're going to say passport.use. And this we're going to say new JWT strategy. And this is going to come from the passport JWT strategy. So let's import this let's import it here. This, I'm going to just say, let's come down here, between here, I'm going to say strategy as JWT strategy. So it's supposed to be assigned as JWT strategy so we don't confuse self. So let's just say inside here, we're going to pass in the options. And inside the option, we're going to return an async where we are going to get the payload. We're going to set the request payload and the payload, and the payload is a type of JWT payload. JWT payload of this. This is what we set here. Then we are going to have a callback to open this. And inside here, we're going to do a try or catch. So inside here, we're going to also check in the user. So I'm going to say user constant user. This is going to be equals to await user service. So if not created user service, we want to use user service to find the user based on the user ID. So we can retrieve know that the user is valid, and we can retrieve the user and the session ID from it. So I'm just going to comment this out. Let's head over to the controller and let's create our user folder. So I'm just going to create a folder here for the module. I'm going to call this user. And what we just need here is also the service. So we can just create this service here. We can create user module .tx, and we can create another one, the user service .ts. So for the service, it's just very simple. You will say export class user service. Then we're going to write the API, the service we want to. You want to use async, and this is going to be find or get user by ID. So we say user ID string, and let's say constant is equals to user. So user model import that the find by ID, the user ID, and let's just make sure we pass password to false. So yeah, we're just going to return user or no. So we're not going to throw any error exception here. Just save this. Let's go into our module and let's import the user service here. Let's import that. And then we're going to export it. User service. So that is it. We've exported it. So let's just get it inside our JWT strategy. We're going to uncomment this and let's just say user await user service from the module dot find by ID. We're going to pass in the payload dot user ID. So we're going to check if not user, we're going to send this to return done. And here we're going to say this should be, let me see, no pause. So let's get it done from here. We're going to get it done from this fallback function here. So if you see, if you hover over done, you see that this is just to verify and send down the any error here. I'm going to also set this to. So once you can also set this to the same thing here. You can say so no and then no. So then once this the user was found, we then have to return the user. So to return, you just say return done again, return done null and then user. We can check this from JWT here. See, you can even pass the error if you want to say error. Okay, you can even pass the error here. Else no. If you want to pass the error that occur, you can pass the error. But I'll just pass in null if found null user. You can pass in the error. We can also pass this error here. Let's see. It can work like this. So for the session ID, we're going to just say request the session ID. This is going to be equal to payload the session ID. And request will not be able to find this session ID. So we need to tell request that session ID is. So for the user, JWT passport is going to add the user ID to the request. So we need to also set this to request. So I'm going to go at the top here and let's just create what we call, I'm going to call that type. So inside here, I'm going to as type first type, and let's just put index or global.e.ts. And here I'm just going to set declare global, and we're going to say name space express. We want to set the type interface user extend from user document. So import this. Then for the interface request, so let's import that from Express. Yeah. So request is going to be session ID. We can make it optional and string. So you can set it like and make sure to add it in your TS config like they did here. So I'm just going to set that there, try this, and we set our JWT. So we need to set the middleware for and add connect your passport to the Express middleware. So I'm just going to go into my middleware, custom middleware folder here. I'm going to create passport.tx, passport.ts. So let me look how we did it here. If you scroll down, this is for the cookie, and if you see not this, They didn't show us how to add that to the use. Well, let's just go ahead and work on that. Let's just put it as a constant. Let's create a simple function here. Just say initialize passport. This is going to be equals to, I'm going to say setup. Let's call our setup from the JWT strategy. Hope we export this. So I'm just going to copy this here, paste it here, and let's just pass in passport. And that should, okay, let's import this. So then we need to import this here, and let's default, export default passport. So now inside the index.tx, we are going to also call passport here, and we're going to call the initialize. So let's go inside here, and this is going to happen after the cookie parser. I'm going to just bring this, and you should see passport is going to come from our middleware. So make sure we just import this directly from the middleware. And now we've successfully set up our passport, and we can go ahead and work on the protected routes. And any protected routes, we also then add, let's go over to the JWT strategy, and let's add this, which was set in passport. So you can see it. You're going to pass this to each of our routes so that we know that that particular route requires or controller requires the JWT, the user ID and the middleware. We need to pass the middleware so we can be able to know that this particular route is protected. So to do that, I'm just going to create a simple export. So it's going to be reusable. So I just do that once. I'm going to say, I'm going to just say export constant authenticate JWT, passport.authenticate JWT, and session to first. So we're going to use this in most of it. Let's just import passport here. So we import passport from passport. And this, we're going to just add it in any of our routes. So let's head over to work on the logout endpoint. And the logout endpoint requires the JWT middleware to be attached to it, the passport JWT middleware to be attached to it. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's work on the logout API. So I'm going to go to let's head over to module Auth and route. So I'm just going to move this to the top here, and let me just take this down, bring this here. So logout is going to take in like I said, the logout is going to take in the authenticate JWT. So I'm going to import this. So we're going to create a controller for this. So I'll just head over to controller, and let's just collapse everything here. And I'm going to just say public logout. This is going to be equal to async handler. And let's just copy this and bring it here. So let me just close this. We're not going to get anybody or any body from this. We're just going to say constant session ID. We're going to get the session ID from JWT. So which we're going to say request.user. So we can find the user here, and inside the user we can say dot, and we should get ID from this. So I just want to get the session ID, and we can see session ID. So we can see the session ID string or undefined. So I'm just going to check if the session ID is not found, then I think we need to try it. That means the token is invalid or we can't find the session ID. So you can say session is invalid. Then we are going to do is we're going to call await this or service or service. We're going to create our logout and pass in the session ID there. So let's create the logout. Before we go ahead and create the logout service, we're going to also return, and if this is true, we log in, return this, and just the same way we did for the reset password, we had to clear the cookie. We're going to do that. We're going to clear the cookie too for the logout API and user logout successfully. So let's go ahead and create the service. So for the service, let me just collapse all this here. It's a public async logout, and logout, we're going to say session ID. This is going to be string, and we're just going to return await. We have to find the ID and delete the session. So it's a session ID, and that is it. So if we go back to the controller, error should stop, and I think we are done with this. So to test this out, let's make sure our server is running. I'm just going to cancel my server and restart it again because it's going to train some logouts. So let's wait for it to load, and let's go over to our Postman. And we're going to try to log in and log out and see if it works, if our sessions and key were cleared. So I'm going to click on login here. But before that, let me just click on logout and make sure the API. Yeah, so we have the logout. This is still my localhost 8000 is an env I set for this. Let's click on login. Our database is connected, so I'm just going to click on login again. And we should log in the user. So I'm going to click on logout, and we should be sure that our cookie is available. Let me just look at it again. So we have the access token and the refresh token. So let's now log out. I'm going to click on this. Once we click on this, we should be sure that the passport is working. So I'm going to click on this, and we should see user logout. And once we click on cookies, let me try and click on this. This is not refreshing. We should see that cookies no longer, and so you can see that our cookie has been cleared. So user logout successfully. So that is it for the logout. So the next thing we're going to do is to work on the session API. So the session API is what we're going to use to determine when user is logging and retrieve the user information. So let's work on the session API. So let's work on the session API. So I'm just going to go into modules. Let's just close everything here. Open the open source directory. And inside the module, I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call it session. So inside session, we're going to have our session dot module .tx, and we're going to also create another file for the controller service of controller.tx. Create another file for session.route.tx, and the last one for service session.service.tx. So inside the service, let's just do export class session. So let's just export this. So let's go into the controller and let's also do the same thing. Export class session. Oh, sorry. Inside here, we're going to say session service. So let's go inside. Python. I think we put it in the wrong file. It should be inside service. And let me just bring it. I should call it session service. Session service. And just copy that and let's go into the controller and let's just paste it here. So this is going to be a session controller. So session controller, we are going to get the service the same way we did for others. And we're going to also set the constructor here. And let's import this from the service So make sure to import that. Then inside the module, we are going to just uh call the session service and the session controller. We're going to call it session controller. This is going to be equals to new session controller. We're going to pass in the session service. So let's make sure to import both of them. So import the session controller and let's export both of them. So now let's head over to the route and implement the route. So in the route, we're going to get the router from Express. So let's import this from Express and we're going to export the route. So the API we're going to work on now is going to be the get all sessions. So I'm going to do that. So we say session route dot all and we're going to import this. So let's just set the controller for this. Below this, there's a public. We're going to do get session. And we're going to just return this like this. Sorry, we need to also pass the async handler from our middleware. And let's just run this. And let's set this to async. So now the route error should stop. And what we're going to do is we'll go into the index.txt. We're going to call the section here and pass the authenticate JWT inside it. So let me just close this and go down to where we have this auth here, and I'm going to pass this here. So this is the base part with session, and we're going to import the session routes from where we stored it, and we're going to import auth JWT. So the reason I pass auth JWT here is because all of these routes requires this, but for the auth route, when we made the logout, not all of the routes require the authenticate JWT. So, but all session required. So I'm going to save this. And let's go back to the controller and let's work on the getting all of our sections. So we're going to also, let's bring this down here and let's put in our request and response. So request, we're going to get request from Express. So make sure to import that from Express. And the response, make sure to import that from Express too. And now we're going to say, let's get a user ID. User ID is going to be equals to request dot user ID, user dot ID. So it says this can be possible undefined. So let's just put a question mark here, or you can set it to a string on this. Then we're going to also get the session ID. So this is session ID, which we will get here. And then we're going to call the service. So let's do await this dot service session service dot get all session. I'm just going to copy this and let's paste it here. And we're going to pass in the user ID. So we're going to use the user ID for this. So let's go ahead and work on the service. So let's go into the service here and let's create our public. Paste this a string. So the service, we're going to say user ID string. So for the user ID, this is going to be string. And we're going to check find all sessions with the user ID. So I'm going to say constant session, which is going to equal to await session module. Just import this dot find. Let's put the async here. Async awaiting. So we're going to say user ID. Yeah. User ID, and we're going to get expire dollar sign greater than new dates. Or we can just say date now. Dot now. So let's get the one that's greater than the date now. And here we're going to just open this. And we're going to get filter what we want. We're going to get the ID, set that to 1 or true. The 1 means true. I'm going to set user ID to 1. Then user agents to 1. Created ads to 1. And expire ads browser to 1. So we're going to sort this response by greater than descending order. So I'm going to say sort. There is a by created at -1. Let's save this, and you should see you should sort this to the latest one to be at the top. Then we're going to just return our session. So let's make sure we return this session here. Reload this, return this session. So in the controller, what we are going to do is to check if the session that we have from the response has this current session ID. We are going to set that to current one true, which we're going to show to on the clients that this is the current session and the user can't delete the current session. So we're going to just structure this and get a response out of it. You see, let's get the sessions from the response and the circumstances. And then we're going to set modify constant modify session. We're going to modify it so we get the current, attach the current session. So this is going to be equal to sessions dot map, which is going to be session, and we're going to open the parentheses and destructure session. So we're going to destructure session to objects. And here we're going to also check. So let's destructure this and let's get the session.id .id. If this is equals to session ID, then we need to put this here. We need to say is current to true. So let's remove the S here. So this session ID is equals to this session ID from our request header, from our request. We are going to set that to true. So we are destructuring the whole section from here, and we are going to pass the is current to true. So what we're going to do now is to return this. So I'm going to just return this. Let's see that everything is complete. Let me return this. HTTP OK and retrieve, and we'll send the modified session. So let's import the HTTP status. So let's import this, and then we can go ahead and test this API. So I'm just going to make sure our server is running. So let's wait for it to run. So let me wait for MongoDB to connect. So MongoDB is connected. So let's go over to our Postman and test this. So I'm just going to go to here, and I have a folder here which I call session. So I'm going to just call this. So this is sessions, and we are going to call this API. So I'm just going to call this here. And let me change this from auth to section and change this to all. And let's save this. And this is going to be a get request. So let's try and run this. We should see unauthorized auth not found. Let's check this. It's not here. Okay, so it's from our JWT. We need to log in again. So let me try and log in. Let's log in. So we've logged in. Let's head over to get all our sessions. And let's try and run it again. And we should see all of our session. Yeah. So we'll be able to see all of our session here. You see the user agent postman and created that, expired that, and this is the current one, which we sorted to be the top one. You can see that. You can see others, and other ones does not have its current. We have so many here. So let me just open this like this. So let me just set it back to PT, and we can see a lot of the pause session. So this is actually working. So let me just close it. So the next thing we're going to do is to work on the API to get single session. So to get the current session, not all, but the current. So this is going to be /. You can call this single, or you can put it as /, anywhere you prefer. So let me just leave it as /. And let's go ahead and work on this API for the controller. Inside the controller, we're going to create that here. So I'm just going to go below this. So make sure I'm doing this below this. I'm going to call this public get session. So get session is going to equal to our async handler. So let me fix this to public. And let me just get this, copy this, paste this here, and let's close this. So what we're going to do now is we are going to also do the same thing we did. We're going to get a session ID. We get a session ID, and once we get a session ID, if the session ID is not found, we are going to throw a not found exception here. Please try and log in. So this API is what is going to be calling once we try to log in. And once we log in, it's going to keep on calling to get the updated user information. And then we're going to just call our await. This is going to be equals to this the session service. And we're going to say this is going to be get session by ID, and we're going to say session ID. And let's just remove this here. So for the response, so before we call the response, let's go ahead and create this service. So let's go into our service session service, and this is going to be very simple. I'm just going to close this here. Public. Let's paste this. This is going to be going to open, and we're going to say async. And inside here, we're going to say session ID. This is going to be string. So inside here, we're going to say constant session is equals to await session model dot find by ID session ID, and we're going to populate this. Sorry guys, we're going to populate this the user ID, because we're going to get the user from this session. We're going to say select expired at. So let's just set expired at here, and we're going to select this. Then we're going to say if this session does not exist, we're going to throw a not found session not found. Let's import not found exception here. And we're going to just get the user. So I'm going to do constant. So I want to set the user ID. I'm going to say user ID, which is going to be equal to for session. I'm going to change this to user, and I'm going to return user. So we're able to get the user. So in the controller, we're going to just destructure this, just call this, and let's say user. and then we're going to return the user. So I'm just going to return the response here. So let's return the response here with HTTP OK. And I think we've done, so this is the user, everything's fine. So let's go ahead and test this API. So for this API slash, let's go to our postman, and I'm just hopeful that we are logged in. So let's go into single session. Let me do logout. Yeah. So this is the API. Let's just remove the all, save this, and let's try to click on this. So let's try look at our service. Server is not running. So let me do npm run dev. And let's wait for it to. So the database is connected. Let's just click on it and run it again. So we can see the access token. We can find the current user. And if you look at our login, if you see the user we used to log in was Bill. And if you go to the single session, you should see Bill as the current login user. So I think everything is working fine. So the last thing we are going to work on is the API to delete a section. So we're going to just go to the route here, and let's just say delete. And we're going to use a dynamic ID here, and we're going to create a controller for delete session. So this is going to be, let's go into our controller and let's create this. So let me just close this here. And below the get session, just below there, I'm going to say public. This is going to be equal to async handler. And let me just quickly copy this from here. Paste this here. And let's just call this. So we are going to get the session ID. This is not going to be too tough. We're going to just make sure to filter. We're going to validate the session ID, which we're going to pass in form of ID. So I'm going to say constant session ID. This is going to be equal to z sort s get sort dot string dot pass, and this is going to come from our param. I'm going to call this ID. So this is working fine. So now we're going to just get the user ID is equals to request dot user dot ID. So now let's create the service. So await this dot session service dot delete. So let me just copy this delete session, paste it here, and this we're going to pass in the session ID and the user ID. So for the response, we're going to just return this. Let's just return this. So yeah, we're going to just say, let me just close this here, return this. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and work on the delete section. Yes, I'm just going to go into my service, and below this, I'm just going to create this public. Um, let's paste this session ID string user ID string, and let's just return this, and let's set this to async here. So for this, we're just going to, let's just go into here, and there's a constant deleted session session model of find by ID and delete. So we're going to just open this. We're going to set ID. So let me see. Find by ID and delete. Let me close this first. session model dot find by ID and delete. Let's see ID, session ID and user ID equals to user ID. Then we're going to say if this was not deleted, if it didn't go through, we're going to say session was not found. So that means we could not find this session ID. Then we're going to just return uh, a response. So you can just return true, or we can just return empty string like this. Empty, just return empty like this. And if you go over to controller, we've already set the response here, the return response. So we should save that, and let's go ahead and test this in our Postman. So I'm just going to go to my Postman. We are logged in. Then what we're going to do is to click on all sessions, and let's copy ID from there. I'm just going to drag this up. Let's leave the is going to true. Let's delete this one with 2 8 at the end. Let's go to delete session and make sure this route is set to delete. And let's convert this to delete. Save that, and let's get session. We're going to say pass the ID. Let's pass the ID here and save this, and let's run this. Let's make sure our server is running. I'm going to cancel this and run this, and let's wait for it to. So our server is running and our database is connected. So let's try and run this again. So deleting. So we've removed this session, and if we go back and run the all session, we should not see the 2 8. Let's run it again. You should see that the current is here and we will not see the 2 8. Likewise, if you delete this, now we have so many here, and this one should be the current one before the one that is current, after the one that is current. So I'm going to just click on delete session here. Let's just paste this here, remove this ID, paste this ID, send, and we should see it. So if you try to click it again, it will show error, session not found. So this is great. So we are done with the session API. So let's head over to work on the 2FA or multi-factor authentication API. So let's head over to on the multi-factor authentication. We're going to go to MFA and we're going to create the same, we'll say MFA dot route .tx. We'll also create MFA dot controller .ts and MFA dot service dot .tx, and the last one is going to be MFA dot module dot .tx. So let's just do the same thing here. Export class MFA service. Let's just export that. Let's also do that for the controller. We're going to say export class MFA controller. So we're going to have private MFA service, which is going to be MFA service. And we're going to just have our constructor with MFA service there, and this dot MFA service is going to be equal to MFA service. And inside the module, we are just going to call the service and pass it to the controller. So you're just going to import this, and let's also do that for the controller, and let's export both of them. So make sure to import the controller here. So this is it. So we are done with that. For the route, we're just going to work on the route. So for the route, we're going to just get route from Express, the router from Express. I'm just going to import this from Express, and we're going to just export the routes. So the API we're going to work on now is the setup route. So this is MFA routes.get setup. We are going to pass authenticate JWT here because we're going to have an API which is going to verify before the user login, and that API will not have the authenticate JWT. So we're not going to add it on in the index.tx. So let's make sure to import this, and let's import this too. So once you import it, let's head over to index.tx, and we're going to just add the MFA part. So I'm just going to scroll down to where we have Auth below here. Let's just pass this and make sure to import this from MFA route. So now what we're going to do next is to go back to the MFA route, and so I'm going to just come here and let's copy this and create a controller for the setup. So for the setup, we are just going to, so let me just go over to controller here and let's do public. We're going to use the async handler from the middleware, and we're going to call the async here, and let's go request, and let's import request from Express, and response from Express. So we're going to call our function, and then so what we're going to do now is to call our service. So I'm going to say await, because we're not going to take any parameter from this API. I'm going to say await this.mfa service, and we're going to say generate MFA setup. So let's head over to service to create this function here, or this method. So here's the public. Let's paste this here, and we're going to just call this function, and let's put a sync in front of this. So for the service, we are going to get the user. So I'm going to pass in the request here from the controller. You can just get the user out, but I'm going to pass in a request here. So inside the service, we're going to just say request, and we're going to get request from Express. Let me just type that from Express. So now we've gotten the request. What we're going to do is to get the user out from the request. I'm going to say user is equals to request.user, and we've gotten the user. We can also do a check whereby the user, because this is going to be user undefined. So I want to avoid the undefined. So I'm going to do a check, and user is not authorized. So we're going to do a check again for the MFA to check if the user already enabled MFA. So to do that, I'm going to say if user dot user preferences dot enable to FA, then we'll just return a message, and that message will just have MFA already enabled. So now what we're going to do is to get the secret. So let's scroll down here, and let's see. Let's secret equals to the user preferences two-factor secret, which we have in the user model. If you go to our database and click on model, you should see we set this here, the two-factor secret. So the reason that is because we want to be sure the user already have a secret. We don't want to keep on creating when the API, when we call this API, generating a new secret. So we want to already know if you already have a secret, then there's no point generating new secret for you. Instead, we're just going to resend the same secret for you. So we're going to check if no secret, then we're going to generate secret for you. So to handle the QR code and MFA for this project, we're going to make use of a package which we already installed already. So if you see the packages, if I go to Google, you can just search for the npm and you should see, so for one-time password, and if you click on it, you can install this. So let me just open this for it's load. So we can use this package to handle two-factor authentication. It's supported by Google Authenticator. So you just make use of it. So that's what we're going to use. So I'm going to continue. Let's head over to service. And to generate a secret, we're going to make use of that package. We're going to say secret is going to equals to. So let's import the package. So we're going to, let's import this package from, why is it not imported? So I'm just going to import it manually here. So once you've import the package, we're going to do dot, and this is going to have a function called generate secret. So we're going to just call this. And here we're going to set the name of the secret, or the name of uh, the QR code. I'm going to just say to my company name or project name, say Chris. You can set any name you want here. So then I'm going to say secret key is going to be equals to secret, because this is going to give us three things. We're going to get the, if you do dot secret here, you should see base 32, you should see the auth URL and the X. So we're going to make use of the base 2. We're going to base 2. So we're going to then update the user preference. So we're going to update that and set that base 32, the secret.base 32 equals to the user preference dot two-factor secret. And we're going to save that to the database. So let's just say user await user dot save. And once we save that, to get the URL, so we're going to just say, to get the QR code, we're going to say URL is equals to, yeah, and dot, we're going to create the OTP auth URL for this. And this OTP URL is going to take in the secret, where you're going to pass in the secret key. It's a secret key, which we set here at the top here. Copy that and paste it. So it must match with the secret we've already generated. And we're going to pass it a label. So how are we going to identify this? Who is the owner of this secret key in Google Authenticator? We can use the username. I will just use the let's use the user email. So you can use the username. Probably we can use the username here. Then we're going to say the issuer is going to be the project owner. I'm going to say squeeze sedway.com. This is the issuer, and we are going to check the encoding to base 32, not 64, base 32. And once we get this, we are now going to use a different package called QR code. So QR code, we can get that in npm. If you npm, you can see QR code. Once you click on it, you should open it and you should see how to make use of it. So let's head over to our service, and then we're going to pass in the QR code here. So I'm just going to call below here, I'm going to say constant QR image URL is going to be equals to await QR code. So we're going to need to import this. This is not the complete is not imported. So let me just bring it here. So let's just copy this QR code. And for the QR code, we are going to do dot to data. We're going to convert this URL to image. So it's going to say that data, and we're going to pass in the URL here. And once we pass in the URL, we've gotten the data URL. So we've gotten the data format for image. And then we're going to just return this. We're going to say message. So message is scan the URL code. So I'm just going to just paste it here. Scan the URL code or use the setup key. And we're going to pass in the secrets. We're going to just call it secret and the secret key. And the QR image. Let me just remove this. So we are done with the service. So let's go ahead and complete the controller. So for the controller, we're just going to return, let's just get constant. This is going to be, we're going to destructure this to get our results, and we're going to get the secrets, the QR image URL, and the message. The reason why we add the message in the service is because the image is going to be dynamic. So I'm going to return this here. So we're going to return response, the status. This is going to be 200 with HP status.ok. I'm going to say JSON. And we're going to pass in the message, secrets, and the QR image URL. So let's save that and let's try and see that our server is running. So I'm just going to cancel this and restart this. And let's wait for it to restart. So the database was connected. I'm going to run this. Let me close this, go to our route. Then we're going to go to setup, MFA/setup. So I'm just going to go to, and let's go. So I already have a folder which I called MFA, and this is MFA setup. I'm going to click on that. Let me reload this. Let's wait for this to load. Because I've loaded up. So I'm just going to get this API here, and I'm going to make changes to it. I'm going to do MFA/setup, and this is going to be a GET request. Let's save that. For this to work, we need to make sure our Google the cookie exists. So let me try and log in again. So I'm going to try and log in. Let me click on login, click on this, and you should have the cookie. Yeah. So let's go over to MFA setup. Click on the MFA. And now let's call this endpoint. So I just call this endpoint now, and we should see a response. So now we can see the message, scan the QR code or use the setup and the secret. So this is the image, the QR image. So I'm just going to copy this image. So copy this. You can just copy everything here. You have to, let's convert this to image. Just search for code beautify. You can paste the base 64 here. Let's scroll up and remove this data image here. I'm going to save this and let's just click on generate image. Let's click on generate. Why is it not working? Let me remove the base 64. Yeah, and let's just try again. Yeah, we can see this now. It has shown the QR code. You can go ahead and scan this code and you should see it in your device. So I'm just going to scan. So we should see that it's working. So before we can test it out, we need to also set up a different route to verify the code. So once we send the user a QR code and also the secrets, we need to also make sure they need to provide the code to verify before we enable the MFA on their user model to true. So in order to do that, we're going to go ahead and let's just go back to a route and we're going to just create a different route. So we're going to call this verify. So, and this is going to be a post request. So verify with the Authenticate JWT, the controller, and this is going to be verify MFA setup. So go into your controller and let's just work on that. So here we're going to just put public. Let's just close this down. I'm going to put public here and paste this. So we're going to use async handler, and let's just open this. Make sure to open this, and let me just get this from here and just close this. So now for the verify MFA, we are going to create a schema because we're going to be getting the code and the secret. So the code gotten from the Google Authenticator, and then we're going to also send back the secret key, which we're going to use to verify. And then we'll now update the user model. So to do that, I'm going to say constant code and secret key. Secret key is going to be equals to verify MFA schema. This is going to be here's request body request body. Save that. So let's go ahead and create it. So in order to create this, um, we're going to go to validator and create MFA validator, similar to what we did for the auth. So I'm just going to go to common, click on validator, and let's create mfa.validator.ts. And here I'm just going to here is some we're going to put it. So this is to verify MFA schema, the code, and the secret key. We are going to also do for the login the same. We're going to repeat this login. Where's the login? The code and the email. We're going to do a schema for once the user verify and they will prompt to login. Or once they verify, they'll be directed to the home page. So we're going to come back to that. So let's just go ahead and import this. So let's import MFA schema. Then once we're done with that, we are going to create our service here. So we're going to pass in both of them. I'm going to just say constant await. This is going to be equals to it's not going to use this dot MFA service dot we're going to call this verify MFA setup. And here we're going to pass in three things. We're going to pass in the request, the code, and the secret key. So let's head over to the service to create the verify MFA. So here we're going to let's collapse this and let's put public and let's paste what we copy. We're going to also get the request. We're going to get the code, which is going to be type string, and the secret key type string. So what we're going to do now is we're going to put async here first. And let's open this. So we're going to do similar thing. We're going to get the user from the request.user. And we're going to make sure that the user is authorized, just to fix the undefined issue. So I'm just going to check again if the user already set up user preferences dot enable. We're going to say return. Here we're going to return the message, and the message is going to be, let's say MFA already enabled, and we're going to just return the user preference, and the user preference is enabled to FA. Then once, if we've not verified, if the user has not set the enable to FA, then we need to verify the code. So to verify the code, we're going to confirm if it is valid. So we're going to say is valid is equals to, we're going to get this package, and we're going to say verify, and we're going to say secret key. We're going to pass our secret key. And we're going to say encode into base 32, and we'll say token to code. We're going to pass the code. So this is going to be a 6-digit code form. So we're going to confirm if this is valid, then we can enable the 12A. So we're going to say if not valid, we are going to send a bad request, say the invalid MFA code, please try again, or it has expired. So we're just going to, then we're going to save this, update our user preference to user preference, enable 2FA to equals to 2. And once we do that, we need to save this. So let's save this. And then we're going to just return, similar to what we returned here. We're going to just return the message. Let me just open this. Return the message, user preferences, and now we're saying MFA setup complete successfully. So we're going to go back to our controller and get this message and user preferences. I'm just going to go back to this, and let's just constant. I'm going to open this. I will say access, not access token, sorry. It's going to be user preference message. So we're just going to return both of them. Yeah, let's just return both of them. So we have the message and the user preference. So we can go ahead and try this. Let's look at the route to make sure this is /verify. And to verify it, we're going to go back to our API Postman, and let's just make sure this is a post request. And let's put the API. I'm going to say MFA verify. Save that, and let's check our server is running. So let me just try and save this again and see if this is going to fix this. So now I have to reload this server because saying it does not exist. So let's wait for it to so the server is up and the database is connected. So I'm just going to try and run this. So let's go to body, and we're going to provide, so let's just raw, and let's open this, and let's set code. It's going to be this, and we're going to send secret key. So let's make sure this is exactly what we want. We want the secret key and the code. So what we're going to do now is let's go back to, let's try and log in again. So I'm going to try and log in again. So we've logged in with this account. So let's go ahead and generate our setup again. And it's going to return the same, this secret we have here. So let's just run that. It's going to be the same. So I'm just going to, let me close this. Let me close this. Let's go back to the MFA setup, and let's copy this. So make sure to copy everything here. Go back to this code build file, paste it, and let's just remove everything from the base 64 down upward, and let's get the record. So I'm going to scan this, and let me get the code. So now I've scanned the code. Let's just copy the secret first. So copy the secret. Let's head over to the MFA verify. Let's paste this here. So for the code, I'm just going to write the code and we say 8964114 and let's hit send, and we should see MFA setup complete. So our MFA now is enabled. So before we go ahead and work on the next endpoint to revoke this, so we're going to have to update the login. So we omitted some things there in the auth. So let's go over to controller, no, not controller, service, and let's go to login. Let me close this and open login. So open this place and you see we need to check if the user enable 2FA, then we are going to redirect the user. We're not going to go ahead and create the sessions and the cookie yet. Instead, we're going to redirect them to the verification page where they will verify the two-factor authentication. So to do that, we're going to just see so we're going to just return. So just similar to what we did before, we're going to say if user, and user should exist here. If user preferences enable, so we're just going to say return user null. We're going to say MFA required. So let's go down. You should see MFA required. We set it to false here. Or if it is true, we're going to set it to true. And we're going to say access token to empty string. And we're going to say refresh token. Oh, sorry. To empty string. So this should stop the error. Then in the controller, we are going to also check so we don't set the cookie. So let's go over to Auth controller and go to where we have login. So yeah, we got the MFA required. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to check this. If MFA required is true, we're going to return the response. Let's return response dot status http status dot OK. And we'll say dot JSON. And here we're going to just pass exactly the same thing with the user. We might omit the user, it's not a must to pass the user, but we can just leave it as since it's the login endpoint. The main thing is to just return this like this, and we say verify MFA authentication and MFA required to true. And we should see that we can just set this like this. So this is okay. So let's go ahead and work on the endpoint to revoke the MFA, and then work on the endpoint to verify MFA on when we are trying to log in. So I'm just going to go back to our route. So for the not auth, the MFA, go to the MFA route, and we're going to call a separate route here. I'm going to call it revoke. So this is a put request to revoke, and this API route is going to, the purpose of this is going to revoke the MFA and set it back to false. So I'm going to just copy this. Let's head over to our controller and let's just create this here below here. I'm just going to close this and put public revoke MFA, and we're going to say async handler. Let's us open this and let's copy. Let me just bring this down. Copy this and let's paste it here. And make sure to close that. So yeah, we're not going to pass anybody. We're just going to uh get the body service here. So we just say this dot MFA service, and we're going to just call this revoke MFA. This is going to be a simple endpoint here. And we're going to just pass in the request. Save this And here we're just going to send the response later on. So let's just go ahead and work on the revoke service. So for the revoke service, let me go over here. Let's close this down. Public paste the revoke, and let's just call the function here. We're going to have the request to request. So yeah, I'm just going to set this to async. Yeah, we're going to do similar thing. Let me just head over and copy the same thing we are doing here. So we're going to check if not user dot user preferences dot enable to FA. So we're just going to, well, there's no point calling the endpoints and checking. So I'm just going to just return this MFA is not enabled. So there's no point. I send the response here, the return value for the user preferences. So I'm just going to go down here. Then if for any reason this is enabled, we're going to just update the user preferences two-factor secret to undefined. Because if you look at a secret and a string and undefined, and then we're going to set user preferences enable to FA to false. Then once we do that, we're going to save that immediately. So now we're going to also return the same thing we returned here. Let me just copy this one. Well, here we're going to just change the message from MFA is not enabled to MFA revoked successfully. So save that, head over to your controller, and what we're going to do is just constant structure it, and let's just get the message and user preference. And here we're just going to return. We're going to just return everything here. So I'm just going to return this here. Return response dot status http dot OK. And we're going to just say JSON message user preferences. Save that, and we are done with this endpoint. So to test it out, make sure our server is running. I'm going to also save the route because I didn't save it. So save this, and we should wait for it to load. While we're waiting for that, let's head over to our Postman. Let me save this, and we have the endpoint here. I have okay. I didn't create API for revoke. Let me just create a new request, and let me just rename this immediately to MFA revoke. Save that, and let's go into this. Change this to put request, and let's just change this to revoke. So match our API. So what we're going to, we're not going to pass anything here. We're just going to send this request. So since we are already logged in, if you have the cookie, you're already logged in. So let me just try and click on this API now. This request send. And you should see revoke, MFA revoke successfully. And once we log in, let's try and log. If you log in, it should give us our default way. So we are going to also try this. We're going to try and set up our MFA again and try to log in, and we should not see the cookie. Instead, we should just see verify the MFA verification code. I'm just going to go ahead and let's work on the last API, which we're going to use to verify the user once they try to log in. So I'm going to go to my route, and we're going to call this endpoint. This is not going to be. This is not going to carry the. It's not going to have the authenticate JWT. Instead, it's just going to be verify login MFA controller, and this is going to be verify MFA for login. So you're just going to your controller, and we're just going to create this. Let me close this, and below the revoke, Let me see. Below the revoke, we're going to say public, paste this, and we're going to say async handler. And let me just copy this from here. Let's paste this here. So yeah, we're just going to get the code and the secrets, the code, email, and user agents. So to do that, I'm just going to say constant code, email, and the user agents. So this is going to come from our result validation. So I'm just going to call this. So we need to go ahead and just create the result validation for this. I'm going to call it verify MFA for login schema, and we're going to place this. We're going to just open this dot request dot body, and we're going to pass in the user agent. User agent is going to be request the headers, just similar to what we have with the login user agents. So save that and let's go and create this in our MFA validator here. I'm just going to just paste that inside here, and this is just constant verify MFA login schema, Z object code, email, and user agents. So inside the controller, let's import this. Make sure to import this, and once you import that, we are going to call the service. So inside the service, we are going to do await, and this is going to be this dot MFA service dot verify MFA for login. And we're going to say code, passing the code which we got from our Google Authenticator and the email of the user agents. So let's try and create this service. So in the service, we're going to do mostly what we did for login here. So I'm just going to collapse this first. I'm just going to say public. Let's paste this and let's code is going to be string. Email is going to be string. And user agents is going to be string. Let's just save that. Let me see. Oh, let's remove the arrow function because we're not using arrow here. I'm just going to set this to async here. Yeah. So what we're going to do is to constant user is equals to await user model dot find one. We're going to find by this email, the email address. And we're going to say if this was normal, that means the user is not found. So we need to verify the email address exists in our database. So then we're going to do a check if not user dot user preferences dot enable to FA. I'm going to say and not user preferences dot two-factor secrets if this does not exist. Let's close this properly and let's just call this. So we're going to throw the error here. It means the user has not set up the MFA, so they're not allowed to use these endpoints. So, or if they've already set up their MFA, they are enabled the feature factor authentication or on their user model. We are going to check now to verify the code. So we're going to say is valid is equals to let's get this dot the same way we did for the verify endpoint. So verify, and we're going to just pass in a secret. So to pass in a secret, you're just going to get that from our the user preferences, the two-factor secret. We're going to put this to make it to string. I'm going to say encoding to base 32, and token is going to be the code the user provided. Save this. So the error should stop. And then we're going to check if this is not valid. We're going to throw a bad request with invalid MFA code. Let's try again. Then we're going to just go over to login, and let's just copy what we had in login. If you go to your service, Auth service, go to login. After this, we're going to just get this same thing here. We are going to create a session, and we are going to sign the token. So I'm just going to paste this. And this is going to be very simple. I'm going to say sign the token and refresh token, sign access token and refresh token. We're going to create the session here. So just import this and import signed JWT token. And also import the refresh token sign option. So once you're done with that, let's just return the user and so I'm just going to return the user, the access token and refresh token, similar to what we have in our auth page. So in our controller, we are just going to save this, and let's just destructure and get everything again. So why is this in user agents? String or define. So let me go back and let me just do undefined here. So I'm just going to close this, and this should stop. To constant is equals to. So let's just open it. We're going to get the user access token and refresh token, just similar to what we have in the login. And then we're going to set our cookies here. So let's just say return set authenticate cookie. I'm going to pass in the response access token and refresh token. Remove the user, and we're going to say that status http dot okay. So yeah, we're going to go below this, and we're going to set the JSON, and let's just pass in the message. I'm going to pass in the user. So we say verify and login is going to be the message. So we are done with the endpoints. Let me see. Let's save the route. So what is it? Let's go ahead and test this endpoint. Make sure the server is running first. So let's wait for it. Why is installing? Why is running? We need to. So we have the API here to verify. So let me just go inside it. Click on it. I'll wait for it to load. So let's just place endpoints here, and we'll see not out login MFA. And let me just call it verify dash login. Save this. And here we're going to pass in the body, select raw, and let's just open this. So this is going to be code and the email. So let me just email address. So let's start again from the beginning. Let's try and log in the user and verify. So I'm going to log in this user now. So let's go ahead and get set up. This is going to generate a new secret and data and the QR URL for us. So I'm just going to copy this. Let's just copy this again. Sorry, let me just copy this. this is not copying. So let me save this. Let me go back again to MFA setup. Why is this generated? So I've copied the URL. So I'm just going to paste it here. And let's just remove this. The data image and the base 64. Okay, let me remove the data. And now let's just generate, and it has generated. So let me use my device to scan this. So I'll scan it. Let me just go to setup and let's copy the secret first. So let me just remove this. And let's copy the secrets. Copy it. Let's go over to MFA verify. And let's just change the secrets to this. And let me just put in my code. Let me drag this down. Let me put in my code 891381381 send, and let us verify. So we verify the user. So this MFA. So let's try and log in again and see. Let me save this and let's try and log in. And this is going to now create a cookie for us. So if we open, we should see cookie. We're going to just remove everything here. Let me just remove this. And let's try and reload. Let's try and send this again. You should see verify MFA authentication required, MFA required true. So because of that, let's just go back to our verify and login. So we need to put in the code and the email. So let me just get the email because so I've copied the email. So I'm just going to paste it here. Make sure you remember the email you use. I'm going to provide my code here. I96 for my Google Authenticator 828. I96 828. I'm going to click on send. And you should see that we are logging. And we should see the cookies. If I click on cookie, let me try and click on it again. This should reload. We should see access and refresh token. And then we can just click on single session to get the current user. And let's click on send. And this is working properly. So our MFA is working fine. So we are done with the backend side and the authentication and MFA. So we're going to work on the front end side. We're going to use Next.js to handle the client side. So let's head over to connect this API to the front end. So let's work on our client side. So we're going to work on the project structure here. So to install Next.js, I'm going to create a new terminal, duplicate this, and let's navigate to, let's just close the backend side like this. I'm going to say cd to next. So let me just cd out of backend. And just the cd to our next front end. Press enter, and this should be inside the next front end. So what we're going to do is to install Nextjs. To install Nextjs, let's head over to our GitHub. And remember, click on the versions. Then click on next frontend.md. Then we should see Nextjs. So just copy this version of Nextjs here, and let's just install it. So I'm just going to put npx create next app and just press enter, and we should answer some few questions. So let's just put dot yes, no, doing css, no source directory, app router yes, and we should wait for it to install all these packages now. So the Next.js has installed completely. Then we need to add Shanty UI. So I'm just going to npx Shanty. I'm going to clear this. So let's paste initialize Shanty in our project. So I'm going to do npx Shanty 2.16 in it. And this should set up our Shanty. It should ask us some few questions. So let's wait for you to load. And So if you want to install, you can install this. So let's wait for it to install and set up our project. So we're going to select, so let's select your code default, anyone you prefer. I'm going to say neutral. I'm going to set the theme to say yes, and let's install the dependency. So we're going to install all of our package. Let's wait for it to install, and we're going to add most of our components we're going to use. So just wait for it to install. So it is done with it. So let me just try. Let's just paste this here. So npx shanty at 2.1.6 add. So we are going to add different. So let's wait for this to give us the option. So yeah, we are going to select the button. So let's first of all move your arrow key down to select, then select and press the space bar to select the avatar. And we're going to scroll down and let's select button. Let's scroll down. Let's look for dialog. And we're going to look for drop down menu, form, input, OTP, label. And the last we're going to pick the sidebar, select sidebar, select separator, then select, let's select, no, don't select toggle, two tips. And the last thing I'm looking for toast. Yeah, so just select toast. And I think that is all we want. So let's press enter to install everything. So it has installed everything for us. Let's go into the package adjacent. I want to check the React hook form. So yeah, we're having 7.53. We should make sure that this is what we have here. 7.5. So it's 53.2. So we're going to reinstall this. So use 0, this version here. I'm going to just say npm install and let's install this version. So it will update this version we have here. So let's wait for it to, yeah, it has installed completely. Let's install the other remaining package. Say npm zod. So let's copy zod from here. So we're going to install zod and we're going to install UAPIs JSON. So I'm just going to bring it here, and this is going to be at, we're going to use the version of 1.0.39. And let's just install this. So we forgot to install remaining two. There's some packages which I forgot to install. We're going to make use of this Axios, and I want us to install this Axios with the version of 1.7.7. I'm going to install date function. So date function dot fns at 4.4.1.0. So we're going to install this. So let's wait for it to install. So we've installed both of them. So what we're going to do is let's head over to app and let's click on global here. Let's close this, and I'm going to just remove this here. I'll say height 100% with I'm just going to add HTML here. And let's say, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to make changes to the base here. I want to change this to a different color. So we're just going to go to Shanty UI. Let's just search for Shanty UI here. Click on Shanty UI and click on the first link. So we're going to click on Teams. Let's click on this dropdown and let's click on Teams. So it should show Teams here. And let's click on Customize. I think we need to select blue color. Let's see it. Let's select the blue color and let's copy the code. Just click on it and it should show, but it's not showing yet. So I'm just going to copy it. So I've copied the code. So before you replace it, let's just press enter and paste it. So let's scroll up back, click on the old one and let's copy the sidebar. So just copy the sidebar here, scroll down to where we have it. So this is for the light mode. I'm just going to paste it here. Save this and let's copy for the dark mode. Just copy the sidebar here, scroll down to the dark mode and let's just paste it below here. Then we can now delete the first one. So just remove this. And then for Shadcn, we can just add the dark mode. Let's click on documentation. Let's see that if I see dark mode here, let's select that. Let's select Next.js. Let's install next theme. So install that and let's create the context for the theme. So I'm going to put that inside the context. Now I'm not going to put that inside the components. I'm just going to open this. Now let's create inside the next folder. Let's say context, and let's create this theme provider.tx, and we are going to let's just copy it from here, copy everything here, and let's paste this here. So what we're going to do, so this has installed completely now. We are going to bring the, so let's go into the app layout, and let me just close this. So yeah, we're going to just remove all these fonts here, and let's replace this with the theme provider. Import this and also don't import it from Next, import it from the components context, and also import the toaster from component UI. So let's just remove all this here. And instead of using local, you can use local font, use of font. I'm going to set this to Dan-san. So for Dan-san, we're going to do, let's come down here and do DM-san, the Dan-san. We'll put the subset to Latin. Then for the title, we're just going to set that to our brand name. I'm going to set that to Squeeze Hot App. And let's save that. So the app layout, so let's just remove this font folder here. So app is running fine. So if added it seems and everything should work. I'm going to set this to light and set this to false. So just save that and think we are done. Let's move into the page.tx. Let's run our server and confirm everything is working fine. So I'm just going to npm run dev, npm run dev. So it should run localhost 3000. So we have localhost 3000. Let's just open the server on our browser, paste this, and let's just press localhost 3000 here. Sure, you should wait for it to load. Now server is running properly. So in the root layout, make sure to add this bg background and also add this jn san here to the class here. So this should work. So what we're going to do next is to structure route. So for here, we're going to have a group route for Auth Then we're going to also have the main for which is going to hold the authenticated route. So I'm just going to create a auth here, a group auth here, and I'm going to move in this page inside here. So the page is going to be inside here. It's not going to affect this because it's going to still work. Then inside the auth, we're going to also create the layout for the auth. I'm going to just create layouts here. So inside here, I'm going to put layouts. So let me just click on this properly. Layout.tx. And inside the layout, we're just going to return the export default function auth layout. Let's just open this and let's set children. Put our comma here and let's set the type to children. React import React node. So here we're going to just return this. So I'm just going to say open it and let's put return. So we're going to open the brackets and just put children. So let's put div here. So we're going to have the div. So this should work. You should see that everything is working fine here. Then we're going to also have some pages here for the auth. I'm just going to create the first one is you're going to have the sign up page. So just create page.txx. You're going to have the other route for forgot password. So forgot password. Let's create a page.txx. Let's create the other one for reset password. Press enter and let's create a page for that. So we're going to just keep on creating this. Let's create the last two. I think one for verification, verifying the email. I'm going to just call that confirm password, confirm account. I'm going to set that to page.txx. And the last one for this authentication is the verify MFA. So let's create as verify-MFA. And let's create a page for that. So we're done with the folder for the authentication. So now we're just going to move to the main. So let's create a different, we're going to call this main a group route. And in main, we're going to just create our layout here, txx. And this layout is going to be similar to what we have in, we're going to just copy this. You can remove the React here, it's not needed. Copy this, paste it here, and let's change this to main layout. So we're going to also create our home. Let's say home is going to have our page here, tx. I'm going to also have a different route again for all sections. And this will have page.txx. So inside here, we're going to create our folder here. Let me just create no, not here. Inside the main, we're going to have our private folder. which is going to have components, which is going to hold on to some of our usable components inside here. So we are done with the main, and we are done with the auth. So let's move on to set up our Axios so that for the connection with the backend. So before we go off, let's just create our env file here. We forgot the env, and our env is going to have we're going to get the API. So we're going to call this Next API private base URL localhost 8000 API v1. So let's head over to work on the Axios, integrate Axios in our platform so that we can use it to access our API. So before we set up Axios here, let's install a different package which is going to work with Axios. I'm just going to cancel my server here. And let's say npm install. We're going to install React query. We're going to use same version here, 5.59.20. So let's install that. So it has installed. So let's run our server. Npm. So it's not typing. Let me just close this for now. And inside our lib folder, we are going to set up API. So just create a file called api.tx. And we're going to set a different one we're going to call Axios client.tx. So inside the Axios client is when we're going to create imports. Let's import Axios from Axios from Axios. So now we're going to set option for Axios. So I'm going to say constant option, which is going to be the base URL. So the base URL, we're going to do process.env, and let's just get the next public URL from the env which we set. And we're going to set with credentials to true. So this will send back our cookie anytime we access a protected route. And we're going to set timeouts. So like this. So now let's initialize our API. API is going to be equals to Axios dot create. We're going to use the create method and pass the option. Let's save that. And we're going to try and intercept the file so that we can be able to get the response, modify the response. So we're going to say API dot interceptors dot response, and we're going to say use. Let's get a response, and the response we're going to just do return response. So not only are we going to return the response, we are going to also get the error. So to access the error, we're going to say async here, or we can just leave it, we can just pass error. So error, we're going to arrow function, and we're going to say constant. We want to destructure the error so we can pass in the status and the data. So I'm just going to say error dot response. So this is error dot response. We are going to say if. So let's just save this, and we're going to have to return this. So let me just return. So let's return this here. Let's say return promise dot reject, and let's destructure the data. So if we know the status here, we are going to use this status to check if data is equals to unauthorized, and status is equals to 401. We are going to do this to call the refresh token. So this at this point we're going to call the refresh token. So we're going to do that later. Let's just save this and go into our API. So in order to set up our API here, I'm going to have to set up the React query. So for the React query, we're going to create a context for that. I'm going to let's go into context and let's create a file. We're going to call it query provider .cxx. So inside query provider, you're going to just do the same. Let me just copy this one, paste it. So it's just you can copy from their documentation. Say for Next.js, we're going to just say import React Node for React and the stack React query. Set the prop is going to have children. We're going to set the query client here and the query client provider and pass the query client and set the children. So inside our layout, we're going to call this inside our layout. So inside our layout, we're going to use everywhere. I'm just going to paste it here and let's close this. Import this from the context. Make sure to import it from the context. So now to set up our React query and our API. So here we're going to say to make use of this React query, I'm going to let's first of all do the login export constant. You're going to call it login mutation of n. This is going to be equals to async. We're going to pass in data. We're going to have in the login type. So we're going to say await. Let's import our API form. Make sure we export this API here. I don't think we export this. So we need to export it as default here. Export default, sorry, export default API. So export this and let's go back to API here and let's import this from here from the Axios client. You can call that Axios or anything you want. It's not must you must call it API. So I'm going to do dot. You're going to get this. This is going to be a post request and we'll say post. For this post, we're going to just say the auth / login. Remember, we've set the base URL in the Axios options, and this is we're going to pass in the data. So let's create this login type. So login type is just going to be here. We're going to say type login type is going to be equals to just email and password, email string and password string. So this is for the login. Let's just quickly create a register and it's going to be the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it again. And this is going to be register mutation function. And we have the async or set await API post to register. And let's just create this type here. So this, remember we've done the registration, we've tested the registration endpoints in Postman. So we're going to have the name here string. It's just similar to everything we did on the back end. We're going to have the email, which is going to be set to string. The password is going to be set to string. Then the confirm password is going to set to string too. And the error should stop. So we're going to first of all do the registration before we go ahead and work on all of the authentication. So let's work on the registration implementation. So to work on this, what we're going to do first, click on layout and let's head over to the GitHub repo. So I already have the login, sign up, and all of the pages created already, the form. So I don't want to bore you guys with the design. So we just want to focus on the implementation, connecting the API to the front end. So I'm just going to copy the layout and the sign up form from here. So let me just try and get that. So now it has come up and let's just click on advanced MERN Auth 12A and let's click on next front end. So click on that and let's go into the boilerplate. Click on Auth, then click on layout. So click on layout, let's copy everything here. Let's just paste it here. So this is the Auth layout. Let's go back and copy the registration. So click on sign up and let's just copy everything here. Go into sign up page and let's paste this. So we should see this we've connected. So we need to create a logo. So I already have logo here. Let's go into our component. Let me go into our component and let's create a folder here. So let me just click on this properly. Why is it doing like this? Logo. There's the index.tx. Index.tx x. So yeah, there's also RAFCE. This is going to be our logo. Now we're going to pass in some props here. We're going to say props, and it's going to be URL, which is going to be undefined. We're going to pass in the size, which is going to be undefined string. And we're going to pass in the font size. This is going to be undefined string. So let's change this to color. And let's destructure this from the props. And we're going to set some default value here. And the default value is going to be slash, while the size is going to be 40 pixels, and the font size is going to be equals to 24 pixels. So inside here, we're going to say class name, flex, item, center, justify center. And small, we're going to just say justify start. Save that. And inside here, we're going to use the link from next link. I'm going to say href is going to be our URL. Set a class name, and let's close this. Let's close the link. Save that, and inside the link, we're going to have a span. Then inside the span, we're going to put S for squeezing. So let's put class name. This is going to be fonts bold text gray 50. So in order to use this font size here, I'm going to just use style below here. There's a style. Style is equals to open this. When I say font size, it's going to be equals to font size. So for the style, let me just bring this down. Let's open this and let's see. For the style, we're going to say rounded is going to be large. We're going to say flex, item center, border is going to be 2. We're going to have dark dark border gray or 200. Save that. Let's just come down here. I'm going to say justify center. We're going to use gradient here. Gradient. We're going to say bottom to right. We're going to say to, or let's use from blue 500. I'm going to say to primary. I'm going to say to is going to have 90%. Let's save that and let's set the size. The style. This is going to be width of size and height of size. So we are done with this. So let's go into sign up and import this. The error should stop. So cannot find, okay, yeah, error should stop now. So if you look at the sign up, we have the form already with using Zol validation and React hook form. We have the name, email, and password for the sign up. I think I need to check this properly. This we forgot the confirm password here. Let me check the boilerplate code. So this is going to be similar to what we have in the backend. If you go to the backend here and you look at the solve validation here. So let's go into common validators, but we can just get the same thing we did here. So just copy this and let's just copy the confirm password. There's no point that. Let's close this. Come back to here and let's just set this here. Refine valid password. Confirm password is not existing. So let's set confirm password here. And this is going to result one. I'm just going to close this and let's give our message. Our message is confirm password required, and let's make sure. So that's it. So let's make sure to add confirm password here. So confirm password is here. So the submit, which is attached to the form field from Shanty UI connected to React hook form. So this is for the email. Just say auto. Let me put auto complete here. Think is here. I'm going to put auto complete to off. So we have the password, and let's just do the same thing for the confirm password. Yes, I'm just going to copy this too. Let's paste it here and let's set this to confirm password. And here we're going to just say confirm password. Confirm password. And this is it. So you can also have here, let's also don't forget to put type here of password. Let's do that here too. And now if you see the button to create the account, you can use primary here. This should show, it's supposed to show the primary color. You can just leave it like that. This is create account. We have the all, and we have the sign up terms and privacy policy. So we are going to, once we submit, we are going to try and check set is submitting to true. And if something is true, then we're going to show the check your email and we sent a verification link to this. So we're going to just change this to, let's change this to form dot get values dot email. So this is how it's going to be. So let's plug in the endpoints here. We're going to make use of the mutation for this. So I'm just going to say, let's come up, I think, where we have submit here. Yes, we're going to say constant. This is going to be equals to, it's going to be equals to use mutation. So import that from our query. And let's say mutation function. Remember, we've done the registration. So we just say register mutation from our API. Import that from API. So we've set this. Now we're just going to say mutate and it's pending. So let's go down to the submit button and set let's set this to disable. So I'm just going to say disable, set it to is pending, and create account. I'm just going to say is pending loader from Lucy React. I think Shanti you are added for us. So let's call this. Let's wait for it. Import the update this animate spin, and this should be disabled. Then we should also, so let's go back. We've set position the is pending. So let's call the mutate inside our, so we're inside the on submit food function here. I'm going to just say mutate, and this is going to pass the values. We're going to say on submit arrow function. I'm going to say set submit is submit. Let me look at what I did here. Okay, we didn't set this here. So let's say set is submitted. Let's put WT here. So let me correct this too. So yeah, we're going to just say submitted to true. Then we're going to set on error. We're going to console the error dot log error. So once we log the error, we're going to use toast. So import toast from, yeah, we're going to just import the toast from the hook which Shanti UI providers, which is a toast from use toast hook. I'm just going to say title pass error here, description, let's say error dot message. So let me just get the error from here. And we're going to just say variant. This is going to be destructive. Why is okay? Let's fix this. So save. This should stop the error here. So it should be working now. We should try and sign up, and you should see the sign up is working. So let's head over to our local 3000. So this is it here. Let's make sure this is loading. So I'm just going to run the server again. npm run dev. So let's, server is running now. Let's try go to sign up, and click on enter, and we should see the sign up load up here. So it's compiling and it should compile completely. And we can see the sign up here. So if we see, we have the name, the subscribe. So let me try and sign up. So to test this, I'm going to use I'm going to have, let me just try with a different email address. I'm going to try this with a different email address. I'm going to say Ken John as the name. I'm going to put here, we're going to say Ken John at gmail.com. This is not the cover, this is a test email. I'm just going to try it and see that the API is working. So I'm just going to put password. So just put your password here, $sign. This is not correct. Let me try it again. So I've added the password. So I'm going to just inspect this. And let me just bring my inspect down. And let's click on the network tab and this should run. Our MongoDB is connected. So let's try and hit this button and see that it works. So register. I see we have error. It's a 404 not found. Let's see the header. Look, it's pointing to localhost. So let's try and see why it's not getting the env. The env. So I'm just going to try and reload this again. So let me just try it again and see if this will work, because I've consoled this and it's giving me the 8,000. I consoled the formulas. Paste URL is string. It's giving me localhost 8,000 API v1. And if you look at our API, it says /auth login. So let me just try it again and hopefully it should work. So it does not match. Let me rewrite this. Let me just change this quickly. And this too. Now let's click on create account. It's still not working. We're still getting 404. The endpoint is not certain here. So I've been able to fix the issue. The problem here was the base URL I used here was small letter. So just quickly change it to capital letter. The URL should be capital letter. And the env, you are still using the next public API based URL. So just get that inside here, and we have the with credentials true and every other things are still the same. So let's just save that and then try it out. So I'm just going to try this example. I'm going to say Ken John, and let's just choose Ken John at gmail.com. And let me just use the password here and a different password again. Same password I made to say. So I've put in the password and let's click on view. Let me just click on the next network tab and let's click on create account. So I'm going to click on create account. I should see that it went through. So the API is coming out and we can see that the user has been registered. So if you scroll up, you should see check your email you just sent to this particular email address. So this is working very, very fine. So let's work on the login implementation. So to work on the login, we're going to just go back to where we have sign up and we're going to make you use this page. Let me close this. Let me just close this here and let's remove everything here. So for the login, you're going to head over to the GitHub repo and just go back to, well, I click on the Auth again and click on sign in. And let's just copy everything here. Copy this and paste this here. And we should be able to set the email and password. So it's just only remaining the unsubmit. And if we load there and go back to localhost 3000, then we remove all this here. We should see log into squeeze. So this is how it is. And if you click on sign up, it will take us to the sign up page. Yeah, so let's click on sign in back and let's integrate this with the API. So what I'm going to do, let me just open this. I will just go over to the sign up and let me just copy the exact thing we did here. Let's just get this here from here. And inside the page, we are just going to go at the top of this and let's paste this here. Save this and let's bring login. We've already done the rotation. Let me just log, yeah, login rotation. Let's save this. This should, if not import this. So let me just import this from here. Let me copy, yeah, do it. React query. I'm just going to import that at the top here. And that error should stop. Then lastly, we need to also fix, let me just drag this like this. So we need to also set disable to pending. Let's say disable to pending is pending. Save that. And we are going to get the loader which we set in sign up. So I'm just going to copy the loader from there. Just scroll up to where we have this create account button. Copy that and go back to page. And where we have our sign in button, let's just put this here. And let's make sure to import loader from Lucy React. So this is Lucy React. So I'm just going to pass loader here. And that is it. So the last thing we're going to do now is to connect the on-submit. So we're going to just do the similar thing we did for the for the sign up. We're going to use mutate. And we're going to pass in the values. We've already created the type. And we're going to have the on-submit. And on submit, we're going to just get a response. And let's arrow function. So yeah, we're going to do a check if response dot data dot mfa required. If this is equals to true, let's just router dot replace. So let's bring in the router here. So router is equals to use router. Use router is going to come from our next navigation. And we're going to say router dot replace. And this is going to be for our API. We're going to go to verify MFA. And we're going to pass in the login. Let's just put, the email address, not the login, sorry. So let me just change this. So we can pass in this. So we're going to have values at email. And here we're going to just say return. So if this is true, it's going to redirect the user to the verify MFA page. But if not, we're just going to take the user to the home page. So I'm just going to say /home. Then on submit, on error, we're just going to return the same thing we did for the on submit. So I'm just going to do that below here. The on error, and the error message. So we are done with the connecting the API to the on submit. So make sure to import this from use toast hook. So let's import that. And let's save that. So once we submit, the user cookie will be sent to the browser. So I'm just going to try it out. Let me cancel this. So if we go back to, let me, what is this? If we go back to our home, main home, let me just put the RASCE home, and let's leave it like this. So it's going to show home once we try to log in. So let's make sure our server is running, and let's try to log in with the account we just created now. Okay, John. So let's hit submit to, let me go click on the network tab and let me hit sign in. Okay, email. Sorry guys, this should be email, not username. Gmail.com. And we need to pass in our password here. So we didn't set this to password here. So I'm just going to leave it like that. And let me try and click on sign in here. So we'll click on sign in. And you can see that it's redirecting us to home. And you can see that we've moved to home. So the signing is working very, very well. So the only problem now is once you're logged in, you'll be able to go back to the um, login page. So we're going to leave that now. We're going to work on the protected route very soon. So before we do that, let's work on the forgot password. So for a forgot password, this password we use to sign in here, this, I'm going to try to change it. To change it, we're going to just click on forgot password here. And this should just take us to this page. It does not have anything. So let's just go to where we have RASCE. So we need to also change this because I think let's go back to page. And let me change it to forgot password, not reset password. So yeah, let's just change it to forgot password. And let's pass in the email of the user here. So I'm just going to like this. And let me just open this, remove this. And let's just do form dot get values dot email. So that's how it's going to be. So we're going to just go back and let's click on this again. Save this and let's click on this again. It should take us to, yeah, so this is the page. So for us to, and you can see the email is showing, or we didn't put any email there. That is the problem. That is why. So we're going to go back to GitHub and let's go back to Auth. We have forgot password here. So let's copy it and let's paste it here. Let's make sure everything is everything imported correctly. I'm just going to go back to localhost 3000 and we should see reset password. We should provide our email address here and send request. So I'm just going to go down here and let me just say auto complete of. So this is working now. Let's go back to API and set the API for the forgot password. So let's go into API and we're going to just create it. So let me just copy this. Let's copy the login. Let's bring it down here. So we're just going to change this to the forgot password. This is going to be a mutation of we'll write auth password forgot. And we're going to set the forgot type here, which is just going to be very simple, just only email. So I'm just going to basically say type forgot password type email string. So we also forgot to do the verification. We will verify email address, but we're going to do that once we are done with the forgot password and the reset password. So let's go over to the forgot password page and let's call this. I'm just going to go back to login and let's copy the mutation there. Scroll up from your login and let's just copy this. And let's do the same thing for forgot password. So forgot password and let's do forgot password notation, and let's import this from. Why is it not coming up? So let's import it. So I want to get the email. If you look at this, so this should work. Let me reload this. I want to be able to get this email from here. Let's say the email was passed here from the login. I want to be able to retrieve the email and set it to the value, to the default value. So in order to get that, we can use, one, compiling Next.js, we can use the use search param in the page. So you need to wrap in suspense. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to just get the param, and if you see, you need to import use search param. So let me just import that from, let's import that from use router. So from next navigation, just import it here. So next navigation, and we can get the email here. So I'm just going to say email is equals to the params.email. So I'm just going to paste it here. And we can see email gets email. And if you console this email, it's going to show. So I'm going to just put this email here. I'm going to say email or empty string. So let's save this. So if eventually we go back to login, and let me just put the email I want to reset. Let's say gmail.com. I'll just click on forgot password, and we should see the email showing here. So in order to have a proper way to handle this when building this, compiling this to to a production ready to deploy to VCO, we need to avoid calling this use search just like this. We need to wrap it in a suspense. So in order to handle that, I'm going to create a separate file here. I'm going to call that underscore forgot password. Let's say forgot password dot txx. I can call it anything here. I'm just going to copy everything here, and I'm going to bring it inside here. And while here, I'm just going to remove everything and do RAFCE and change this to page. I'm going to wrap this to suspense on React. Then I'm going to just import the forgot password there. And let's just import this. So you can also disable this if you want to disable Nextjs from to omit the suspense when using the use search param. But Nextjs recommend we should wrap anywhere we put the use search param, should wrap it in suspense. So that is it. So let's go ahead and connect the API. So we've done the mutation. I'm just going to go down here. Let's connect to the button. I'm going to go back to page, the login, and let me just copy this, come back to page here, or inside the forgot password. Let's just pass it here. And let me just say default, and not default, disabled. So it's pending. And let's make sure to import the loader from Lucy React. So this should work. This pending should, we've make use of the pending. So let's do the mutate here. So we're going to just use mutate. I'm going to pass in the values. And we're going to get the rest and submit. And we're going to set this to true so that it shows the, if you scroll down, you should see if not this. Let me pull up this. You should see, you should check your mail. We sent a reset password link to its email, or go back to login. So We're going to update this once it's successful. Then once there's an error, we are just going to console the error and title error and error message, just similar to what we have on the sign in and sign up. So I'm able to import this from UseToast, and everything should be working fine. So we can try and submit this. So let me send this now. Say 500 error. You can only send, okay. So this error is coming from resend. So I'm just going to use email that I've used. So let me just copy the email. The error is coming from resend because if you looked at our backend, we do the check and we show error once the user email it does not match with the one that is used to sign in resend until you put the domain that is required. So this is just coming from it. So you can only test emails with the emails you use to sign up. So before you can send to other email, you need to verify a domain and resend.domain.com. So let's just change it back to my default email I use to sign up with resend. So I'm just going to set submit, and you can see that you send it. Why is this not showing? So let me go back to my focal person. Let's look at this. The button is not showing. Let me see BG primary. Oh, why is it not showing? Blue. Right from red. Oh, we can leave it, I think. Check your email. Let me close this. It sent you a link. This is showing a different thing here. So I'm just going to leave it. I think it's supposed to show go to login. You set user, which is correct. I'm not seeing the arrow link and the sign in, the login button. So I'm just going to leave this and then let's go ahead and check the. So I found the issue because the link was we import the link from Luciria. So this is supposed to come from let's import this from next link, and the button should show now. Here we can see the button here. So we can click here to go back, and let's work on the reset password. So once we copy the email from our email, we'll be able to reset our password. So let's go over to reset and work on that. So for the reset password, where we're going to put in our new password and send the code, we are going to also make use of the use search param. So I'm just going to also just quickly create this separate file for it to handle that. I'm going to just call this. So I'm just calling it reset password. We can just make it underscore reset password. So let me just create it quickly. Reset password.txx, and let's head over to the GitHub. Let it load. I'm going to Auth and go to where we have reset password, and let's just copy everything here, paste it here, and make sure this to import. So I'm just going to go to forgot password page, and let's just copy the same thing we did here into reset page. RAFCE. I'm going to call this page. I'm just going to paste this here. Instead of forgot password, just say reset password. And let's import the suspense. So let's just go to this part. I'm just going to click a new tab and say localhost 3000 slash reset slash password. And we can see the previous one I did before. You can see the code, and I'm just going to press enter. So it's going to say invalid expired reset link. So I'm going to explain why this is doing like this. If you go over to the reset password, we did a check to get so if it's valid here. So we're going to do a check if the expiration date has passed. We are going to show this design here, but if not, we're going to allow them to fill in their form. So I'm just going to set this into true for now. So let's see the form. And if I set this to true, reload this, you can see the form here. So let's work on this. Let's make sure to retrieve the code and the expire dates from the. So let's just get the. So I'm just going to say you params. Just get params from. So I use search params. And we're going to get the date in the code, the expiration date and the code. I'm going to convert this to number. So let me just go over to forgot password and import this from next navigation. So now for us to get to check if the expiration date is still valid, we're going to say if code and expire, and if there's code and if there's expired from the URL, then we should proceed to the next step. And the next step is to check if expiration date is greater than now. And for now, we're going to just go down here and say constant now is going to be equals to date dot now, and let's call this. So if this is valid, it's going to you're going to have this now. So I'm going to click on save, and because this is not valid, it's going to show expired, and we need to reset our password. So for this, I'm just going to try and let's just comment this, duplicate this for now, and let's set this to true for now. So we can just connect our API to the form, then later on we change it back. So for the form, we're just going to go over to and let's work on the reset. So I'm just going to go over to API, where we're going to create the mutation function here. Just copy this, paste it here. So for this, we're going to change this to reset password mutation. I'm going to set this to reset here. Auth password reset. I'm going to set the type. So the type for the reset is going to be password and verification code, which we did on the, if you look at the Postman. So if you put it here, I'll say password and verification code. And let's just copy this and let's pass it here. So that is that. So let's just copy this from here. And let's go back to the login. So I'm just going to copy this mutate and copy the router because we're going to route the user back to login. So let's go over to reset underscore reset. And let me just paste this here. Will I paste it? Let me just paste it here. And let me just move router to the top. So make sure to import the router. Let me import the router from next navigation. Let me just copy it to the top and let me just paste it here. Let me put space here. So we're going to also import the mutation from React query. So this is not important. So let me import it. So I've imported manually, should stop, and let's just get a reset password mutation function from the API file. And here we're going to also set the API. Let's make sure. Okay, yeah, we did the confirm password there. Let's put disabled there to is pending. And I'm just going to go over to my login. Let me just copy this, reset, and let me just paste this here. So this is just the loading. I'm copying the loader. I'm going to import that from Lucy React, and this is pending. Is what we set here. So let's work on the mutation. So for the mutation, we're going to just come down here. Remember, we've gotten the code code and expiration date. I'm just going to get the code and I'm going to also pass the password. So I'm going to say if not code, and the user submits, I'm just going to redirect the user back to forgot password. I'm going to say replace forgot password. I'm going to put question mark email equals to, and let's just say return. But if this works out for us, we're going to say constant data is going to be equals to password the values of data. I'm going to say verification code is going to be code. Let's save that and let's do mutate. We're going to pass in the data and we're going to have our unsubmit. So if the submit goes through, we're just going to send a toast and we're going to just return redirect the user to the login page, which is just slash. So let's import toast. Let's going to import it. So once that's doing that, I'm just going to get we're going to call the error here below the success. So on error, console the error the same way we're doing it for all. I'm just going to also import the toast from use toast. So we are done with the reset password here. So I'm going to remove this and let's set this. So we are done and we should still get it. So let's test this out. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy the reset uh, link from my email address. So I got the link here. So I'm just going to click on it. Let me just copy the link. Come back here and let me just paste the link back here and press enter. You should see that the expiration date is valid and that is the reason why it says should be. So I'm going to change the password form. Instead of this, I'm going to put at the front. I'm going to copy this and put at the front. And let's just inspect this. Click on network tab. And let's just click on update password. And you should see it's running successfully. And then we can log in with Kenjon. And we're going to put the at and let's see. Let me put here at gmail.com. No, this is not going to work. So I'm going to put this email is what we use. And I'm going to sign in. And you see that we've redirected to homepage. And if you look here, we can see cookies access case here. And likewise, if you go to application, you should see the access cookie set here with the expiration date. So that is it for the forgot password. The other thing we're going to work on is let's go ahead and just do the confirm account. So we are done with, and the last is the verify MFA. Verify MFA is going to come once we are done with the home page and section. So let's work on the confirm account first. So let's work on the confirm account. So make sure to head over to confirm account and head over to page. So I'm going to do RAFCE and I'm going to create a boilerplate code here and let's go to page because confirm account, you're also going to get the code using the use search parameter, which we're going to have to wrap in suspense. So I'm going to wrap this. So let's just import suspense from React and let's create this component. So just head over to GitHub as usual and let's click on Auth. Once you select Auth, we need to click on confirm account. So let me just wait for it to load. So that's load. So let me just click on confirm account, so TX, and let's just copy everything here. And let me just go to page and let's create a separate component for this confirm account .txx, and let's just paste this inside here. So this is just very simple here. Let's just make sure to import this from confirm account here. Let's just make sure to import this. Let me try it again. So let's manually do that. So let me just manually do that. Import confirm account from / confirm account. Okay, we made a mistake here. It should be confirm account. Let me just go back and change that to confirm account. So let's just try to visit this URL. So I'm just going to go to my localhost and let me clear this and go to confirm accounts with this code that is supposed to. So I'm just going to try. Let's save this again. And you see the UI. So the confirm account is what we are going to. The link is what we're going to get from our email when we sign up, and the email verification is sent to our email address. They will copy the link and paste it. So this is how we are going to show the confirm accounts UI. And once they click on this confirm account, we verify the user email. So let's go back to confirm account and let's go ahead and place the API. Let's go and write the API here. So I'm going to go to API and let's say register. Before register, let me close this. I'm going to just get verify email mutation function. And for the verify email type, we are just going to pass only the code. So I'm going to pass the code. Let me pass it here. Set it here. So we're having verify email type, and this is it. So we're going to use this in the confirm account component. So let's go into confirm account component here. Before we go over there, let me just copy the mutation function from reset here. And also, we are going to also get the use param to retrieve the code. I'm just going to click on this and let me just paste this here. And make sure to import use search params. And let me just paste the mutation function here. And let me make sure to import this from React query. And we're going to set it to verify email mutation function. And that is it. So make sure to import the use mutation. We are also going to get a use router. We're going to route the user once the user confirm your account. So make sure to import router from Next navigation. So let me just import this from Next navigation. Then we're going to get the pending, and let's go straight to the button here. So this is the button. We're going to put disable. You can put disable here. So disable is going to be pending, and I'm just going to let me quickly get this from the reset password. Let me just get this. It's pending and just get the loader. component from here. I'm just going to paste it here. So let's import loader from Lucy React. Import that from Lucy React. So we've set this. So let's work on the mutation. So we're going to call handle submit here. So handle submit. So handle submit is we're going to take in the E to prevent the default value, because we're going to assign it to the form which we specify here. So I'm going to say E dot prevent default, and we're going to check if not code. If not code, then the user say no confirmation token set. So the user, we're going to throw email, or rather we redirect the user back to the login page. So I'm just going to throw an error for the user here, and I'm going to say return. So let's also import toast from use toast hook. So confirmation token not found. So, or we can just write invalid verification code, invalid verification link, or let's just leave it like this. Then for the mutate, we're going to say mutate, and for mutate, we're just going to get the code. Let's pass the code, and we're going to open this and say on submit, on success, and we're going to return a callback function. And inside here, we're going to give a toast to toast, a success toast. I'm going to say title success, and then a description, accounts confirmed successfully. So then we're going to redirect the user, use router dot replace. We're going to replace it and send the user back to the login, page. So that's how it's going to be. Then for error, below here, we're going to just say on error. Let me just open this now. Let's call the fallback function here. And let's say toast is just simply the same thing with this. So let me just copy this here. Change this to destructive. And let's copy it again. Below here, let's paste it. So we have error, and then we have here, we're going to just put the error message. Error does message error. Then if it's not found, you can just put a simple error occurred or something went wrong. Yeah, so we can do like this. So we are done with the handle submit. So we're going to put this to our on submit on the form. So we have to say on submit, and let's paste this. So we're going to change this to type submit. So we are done with this. Let's check our. So we need to set imports here. Use clients. Use clients. Let's set use clients here. And the error should go away. So to test this, I'm going to have to sign up again. And if we go over to once I sign up, I'm going to copy it. So I'm going to head over to my MongoDB, and let me delete the account I use with that email address. So let me try and reconnect to my MongoDB here, and let's delete the account. So I've tried to connect it, didn't connect with the VS Code MongoDB. So let's go over to VS Code on large view on the web version. So I'm going to open that, and let me just go straight to MongoDB. So I've logged into my account. You can see our session, user, and verification code. So I'm going to delete this user, because this user, the email address is what I use to sign up for resend. So we can be able to see the link. So I'm going to delete this user. Let me delete it. And let me head over back so we can also sign up again and get the updated and get the confirmation link. So I'm just going to go back and let's quickly go over to, let's go to play this, go back to home and let's sign up again. So I'll click on sign up and let me just paste I'm going to paste in my email address and I'm going to search and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and let's sign up again. So we got this. I'm going to check my email address now. Let me open my Google Workspace and let's check this again. So we got the confirm your script account. So I'm just going to copy this link, or you can just click on it. So I'm just going to copy it, link copy, come over to my home, and let me paste this. This as clear. So let me just paste this, and we should see the account confirmation. Then I'm going to click on this button and let's try it out to confirm our account. So I'm going to click on confirm accounts, and you see email verified successfully. If you look at the response, see email verified. So we've been able to successfully complete the flow for the authentication. We've done the confirm accounts, forget password, reset password, sign up, and the login. So we're going to work on verify MFA, which is going to come back very soon when we are done with the home and session. So the next thing we're going to work on is to work on the middleware. Whereas once we log in, so if I log in with that account now and I put my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I put my password and I sign in, I'm related to home. So, but the problem is if I go back to localhost, I can also access this page. So I want those users that are logged in should only have access to the home page and not be able to see the login page. And those that have not logged in won't be able to access the home. So this is like a protected route. So we can only handle that with middleware in Next.js. So let's work on. So for you to work on that, we're going to come down to where we have the ignore file, the root directory. Just from this Next.js, create a file called middleware.txt. So to handle middleware.ts, I'm going to close this. So we're going to tell Next.js, because we don't have direct access to the routing system in Next.js, we can't check if we are logged in. We can avoid this. We can try to redirect the user back to login page. And if we are already logged in, we can redirect the user to the home page. So we can do that with the middleware in Next.js, because the middleware always runs once we are accessing any route in Next.js. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to list out the protected routes and the public routes for Next.js. I'm going to say protected routes here first. So let me just say protected routes. This is going to be equals to the home, put slash home, and we're going to have slash sessions. And then for the public routes, we're just going to show uh, the sign in, sign up MFA confirm account, forget password, reset password, and verify MFA. So now let's do an export default async function. I'm going to call this middleware, and middleware is going to have the request. So make sure to import request from Next.js, from Next server. So request, and we're going to also return. So import this from, let me just import it here from Next server, and let's just call this So to access anything from the browser, we're going to use the request here, similar to the way we do in Node.js. So I'm going to get the paths, because if I open my terminal, you should see, we can see anytime we make a request we navigate to any route, we can see get/200, get/home. So we're going to try to get this path first and see if it matches with anyone. So I'm going to say path is equals to request.next URL dot path name. So request.next URL dot path name. I say must also require in next. Oh, sorry guys, this should be next request, not request. Yeah, so it should be this. So make sure to cover that. So we're going to try to check constant and check is protected route. Is protected route. So if it matches, if the path matches the protected route, we're going to check. Let's just get the protected routes here and confirm that this include or not. So if it includes the paths, we're going to also do that for the public too. So I'm going to say is public routes. So this is going to either give us true or false. So now to try to access the token, because we're going to check this based on the token, I'm going to say constant access token is going to be equals to request or cookies. And we're going to get, I'm going to say access. No, this is not how we're going to say it. Access token. This is the way we name the access token. And we're going to get the value, but the value is mostly undefined or string. So you can decode this token if you want and check the user ID. But I'm going to just label ID as access token. So I'm going to say if is protected route and there's no access token, then we need to redirect the user. So return next response redirects the user back to new URL, and let's just put slash back to login, and let's say request.next URL. Let's put this to common. So if the protected route is, if this is a protected route but the user does not have access to, we're going to redirect the user back to the login. So likewise for the public, we're going to say if is public route, if is public route, let me change this into capital letter P, and has access token, then we need to redirect the user, return the user back to the home. So I'm going to change this to home. I'll pass the next year. So let's return the next response dot next. So we've implemented this now. Let's try it out and see. We have the access token, and let me try and go back to home page and to login. If I click on login, we should see this has redirected us back to home because it confirmed that we have the access token. And you can also console the path or console the token here, and you're able to see the token. But now, since we have access to the home, let's now work on the home page. So let's work on the home page. We're done with the middleware, so let's work on the home. So for the home page, I'm going to just go into main, and we're going to have our separate layouts for home. So let's go into GitHub, go back to Auth or boilerplate. And let's click on main, click on layout. And for the layout, we are going to copy this entire thing here and paste it here. Let me paste it here. So now we need to remember we created this component. We need to bring in the aside and the header. So I'm just going to go back to main, click on components, click on aside, and let's create this file here. So inside here, this is going to handle the sidebar. So just copy everything from here and let's paste it inside here. So the sidebar is coming from Shanty UI. We are going to just make sure to this is this and make sure this. Let's import this back. Aside. Then let's also do for the header. Go back to components and let's do for headers. And let's create the components for header. So paste this .txx and let's just copy this. So the sidebar trigger is going to come from UI sidebar. So let's and let's import this. I'm going to put underscore here and this will import this. So save that and let's try it out. So let's try it out. So I'm just going to go back to my localhost 3000 and we can see localhost home and we can see the home page. Let me click on this and we should see the sidebar here. So let me close this and we can see the sidebar. So this is a test email and we can see it toggle. If not, all these things are not functional yet, even the sidebar. So I'm going to let's complete the home. We are done with the layout. Let's go into home page. And for the home page, it's just going to be very simple. I'm just going to go into GitHub again and let's copy the home page from there. So just come down here. Let me click on this out. Come to main again and click on home. You should see home.tx and let's just copy this entire thing here and let's paste it here. And let's just comment this out. Comment this out for now. And let me just comment this out for now. So we're going to go ahead and work on create the enable MFA components. So let's just create that .txx. So come back to our boilerplate. Let's get a boilerplate for the components. Click on component, click on enable MFA. Copy this entire thing here and paste it here. So this is not functional. All of them are just the UI with the use form. I'm going to explain everything here. So go back to main and go back to component again. And let's click on sessions. So let's create a component for sessions. .cx. And let's just copy sections here, paste it inside here. So, and the last we are going to do is we are going to copy, let's go over and copy the for main, click on components again, then click on session items. Let's create session items. Let's create, let me create a file called session items, .tx. And let's copy a single item for each section. So let's save it like this and let's import this. Yeah, so inside the home, we are going to enable this now. And let's make sure to put underscore here. underscore. And let's enable this back. Let's remove the comments here. Let's remove the comment for these two. For the session, let's save this. And I don't know why it's not showing here. So let me see why it's not coming. Slash. Oh yeah, we need to do slash enable MFA. So we need to set another dot extra dot here. And let's see that. So there are other things I omitted here. I'm going to push that to update this GitHub is the logout and the revoke MFA, logout dialog and the revoke MFA. We're going to create that one manually. So let's go over to our login homepage and let's see our UI. So I'm going to load and we are logged out. So let's try and log in again. So this is going to stop. It's not going to log us out anymore once we integrate the refresh token. We're going to do that once we are done with the verify MFA. So I'm going to check my cookie and make sure to confirm that cookie is not existing here anymore. So there's no cookie, that is why it logs us out. So I'm going to sign in again. Set in value, yeah. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So now we can see the UI. We have the multi-factor session, current artist section, and some of all this UI here. This is for the revoke button. We're going to create that separately. And if you click on MFA, enable MFA, we should see the UI. Let me close this. And we should see the UI here. Nothing is working. And if you click, this is a empty dummy data. And let's close this. So I forgot to add a line here. Let's go back and add a line home. I think it's based on the color here. So for the line, we need to add, this is the line here. This is the line, a divider. That's where we have absolute, top 0 heights and width 1 pixel. So this is the div that holds the multi-factor Auth, and this is the div that holds the sections. And you should see the div here for that primary. So let me go and add the style to show this. I'm just going to global.cx and let me just come here and let's set this. So this is going to be called step gradient, background linear gradient, 180-degree, the experience 0 with this color 10%, this other color 90%, and transparent 100%, which give us this line you can see here. So now we set the line. I think everything's working fine. So what we are going to work now on is to enable MFA here, or we can call the endpoint to first of all get this section. Yeah, we need to work on that to get the current section so we can know if the user has enabled MFA, we show the enable MFA, but if the user already has MFA, instead we're going to show the revoke access and also hide this enabled patch here. So let's go to our API and work on that. So let me scroll down here and let me create a space here and let me close this. So this is get user session query function. And remember, to get a single session, we have start session from if you go to Postman and let me click on this, we should see single session and you should see a endpoint. So this is what we're going to use. So in order to make use of this get user session, we need this endpoint to keep on calling all the time, but not all the time. We're going to put state to infinity using the React query, so it does not call the time. So to handle this, we're going to go over to hooks. Let me collapse everything here. I'm going to create a use auth. Yeah, so let me create a use auth hook. Use auth.tx, and inside here we're going to say refce SCE, and we use small letter, use auth, and let me remove this. Let's set this to use clients. So let me correct this. SE. So yeah, we're going to use our use query. I'm going to say query is going to be equals to use query from React query. So make sure to import that. And we're going to say query key. We're going to just give and then give it a key. I'm going to call this auth user. And our query function here, because this is a get request, and we say get user session function here. And I'm going to say stay time to infinity. And let me cancel this. So the next thing we are going to do to know how to use this in all of our application, in all of our app, except the authentication page, only from the home page, we are going to create a context to handle that. So we call it only once. So for the context, we are going to call this auth provider, auth provider.txx. So for the auth provider, let's set it to use clients. So we are going to create a type here for the user. Let's say user type. It's going to match with our login type. So it's going to be name, string, email, string, is email verified, boolean, created ads. This is going to be dates or string. You can say as a string or as dates, updated ads to dates, then user preferences. This is going to be enable 2FA. It's going to be boolean. So we're going to also create a type for the auth context. So auth context type, we're going to pass in the user, which is going to be optional, and this is going to take in the user type. We're going to have the error, which is going to be any, is loading, boolean. We can have is fetching if we want, boolean, refresh, refetch. It's going to be a void, return void. So we're going to create the constant auth context, and let's go create context from React, and let's set the type here to auth context type or undefined. So we're going to just pass in undefined here. So below here, we're going to create a provider, which is going to be export constant auth provider, which is going to equal to react.fc and the type here is going to be children. Right, children is going to be react node. So let's equals to open this and set like this. see why it's not. Oh, sorry, we need to do like this. So we need to, let's open this like this, and let's pass our arrow function there. So that's the structure. We're going to just the structure and get it children. And inside here, we're going to say constant data. No, let's destructure this. Is going to be equal to our use auth hook from hook. Let me just open this, push this up. So we're going to get the data from there. Let me go into the use auth and let's see if we didn't return query. Need to return query here. Save that and go back to your auth provider and let's get data from here. Error, it's loading and it's fetching. It's fetching, not fetched, and refresh. So save that. Then let's just get the user from, say, user is equals to data dot user. Save that. So now let's return our context provider. I say auth context dot provider. Let's open this and let's set value and let's destructure this. Let's open this. Say pass the user error. It's loading, fetch and refresh. And then let's pass the children here. Save that. So the last thing we're going to do is to create the hook here. We're going to say export constant use auth context. This is going to be equals to so let's get the context from here. It's equals to use context. And let's pass our auth context here. And say if not context, we need to throw an error, new error. Say use context, use auth context must be used within the auth provider. So that's it. And let's return the context here. So for that, we're going to wrap this inside the home. So let's just copy the auth provider here and let's go into layout for the main, inside the main group route. Click on layout and let's wrap this here. Move everything inside it. And let me just import this auth provider here. So now we should be able to see the data. If we go back to home and if I inspect, you should see the API. We will call the session API. So we've not called the use hook, so it's not going to call. It's supposed to call here, but let's try and use the context here inside the app. So let's work on the MFA now. Let's go back to home, click on page, and let's go into enable MFA. So let me just close this. So inside here, we're going to call the use auth context here. I want to use it to get if the user has MFA, and we're going to do the check here. So let's import this from auth context, auth provider, Save that. For the user, we are going to, let's copy this user here. Scroll down to where we have First of all, let's do it here. Enable, we're going to say user dot preferences, user preferences dot enable to FA. Open this and let's drag this inside here. So this will be hidden now because this user, I don't think, so we already logged out. So we're going to log in back. And for the revoke, we are going to also do that for revoke. We're going to say, let me just copy everything here like this. Copy it, come back here. And we're going to open this. I'm going to say, if this is enabled, let's just take this inside here and let's call a dialog. So let's bring the dialog inside. So the dialog has a trigger of enable MFA. So dialog is from Shanty UI, which set a dialog trigger and we set it as tried. So this is the button. Once the button is clicked, it sets multi-factor auth. Then this is scan the code with some of the information on how to get the authenticator. Then this is the image that's going to show the QR code. And this button is to show this component is use state to show key. And this is the key, secret key. And this is the button to view the key. So if this is false, which is going to be false, once you click on dialog, then you click on this, it's going to reveal this. Let's set the set show key to true. Then this is the form to enter the PIN, the OTP PIN, the one-time password PIN for your authenticator. So what we're going to do now is to go ahead and create the endpoint. So if you go back to your Postman, and let's go to MFA setup. So click on MFA setup. We're going to go ahead and create the endpoints in the API. So let me just go back to API. Go into your lib folder, click on api.tx. And for this setup MFA, we are just going to export this. So I'm just going to bring it here. So let me just place this here. So we're going to try to get the data for the MFA. So I'm not going to do it like this. I'm going to try and retrieve the data first. So I'm going to say MFA setup your query function response await API gets MFA type. So the MFA type is going to be the response which we got, which is the message secret and the QR image URL. What we got for, if you look at this, I don't think we have the, let me try and click this and you should see the response here. Oh, the user is not authenticated, we're not logged in. So you can just see the response. So I'm going to paste it here and you can see MFA type message secret and QR image URL, which is supposed to be the response here. So this is to set up, and we're going to also set the API to verify MFA. So the verify MFA, if you go back to the log, then let's try and log in again. Let me select my account. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Enter. So if you click on enable MFA, you should see we have the user scan the code. And once they scan the code or use the secret key, they will have to provide a code from the Google Authenticator, and they have to verify before we can be able to update the user the enable MFA to true. So how to handle that is what we are going to also create another endpoint, which is going to also verify. If you look at our Postman, we have to provide the setup and we have the verify. So we are going to also set the verify here, and the verify is going to be verify MFA mutation function, and we have the data and then verify MFA type, and this is going to be MFA verify. And the verify MFA type is just going to, we're going to pass in the code and the secrets. So that is a type. So I'm going to This is it. Verify MFA type code and secrets. So we're going to use these two endpoints inside there. So we are done with this. Let me just go back to the MFA, enable MFA, and let's go back there. Let me save this, and let's go to enable MFA. And inside there, we are going to get make sure to set it to use clients, because we're going to get the query clients. So the query clients, we're going to use to refresh the button. So I'm going to say you query clients from React query. So let that be there. So we're going to also come down below this. Let's go down below here, and we're going to also create a state to trigger the is open and set is open first, because we want, once we submit, we close the form, the dialog immediately. So once we set we just set this to false. So I'm going to use this open here and go back to our dialog, and let me change it from using the Shanty UI or the Redux UI trigger. I'm going to just set it to model to true. I'm going to say open. So open, and open change to set is open. So now this will be working with the is open and set is open. So we are done with that. So that will work for us. So let's call the API here. So I'm going to say constant, and let's structure this and get a use query, because we are going to call the setup API, which is a get request. Use query from React query. I will say query key. This is going to be MFA.setup. It's going to be the query key. I'm going to have the query function. The query function is going to be our MFA setup query function. I'm going to say enabled. This is going to be enabled once we open it's going to call the endpoint once we open the dialog. We don't want to keep on calling these endpoints once we load, but only once we trigger the dialog button, that's when we call the setup MFA. And we're going to put the still time to infinity. And remember, no matter how you call the MFA multiple times, the MFA setup endpoint multiple times, we are still going to retrieve the same secret key and the same QR code. So that is how to handle that. So we're going to say data is loading. So we have the data here, and let's just come down here and let's get MFA data, and let's say to data MFA type. And let me see, then import this now. So let's import this. I'm going to just I'm going to go ahead and export this out. I don't know whether we need this. Let me just go ahead and export it. Let me go to the API, and let's export this too. And let me just close this, import this from API. So this should come up here. So now we have the MFA data, and now let's go to load. Let's use the loading. So for the loading, once this is loading, we are going to set this to the button here. We're going to set enable to disabled. Disabled. So we're going to set that to loading disabled. Then we're going to go to where we have the image. So let's show our image here. I'm going to come down here, and I'm going to say it's loading, or we don't have MFA data .qr URL is not found, then we're going to just be showing the skeleton. So import skeleton from UI. I'm going to put class name width of 160 pixel and height of 160 pixel. Then we're going to just we're going to say all, and let's just pass in the move up the image. Save this, and inside the source directory, I'm going to say source src. We're going to say mfa data dot URL, and let's save this. So we are done with that. Let's go ahead and show the secrets here. So for the secret, I'm going to just remove this. I'm going to say mfa data.secrets. So let's save that. So we are done with everything here. Yeah, done with everything here. So the only thing now that is remaining for us is to verify the code so that this will be enabled. So to verify the code, I'm going to bring in the mutates, because since if we go back to API, setup is we have setup here as get request and the verify MFA to post request. So just come up here and let's bring in the mutation here. Let me see mutate, and this is going to be verify MFA mutation function. So let me just import that from where we have it. I'm going to import this here. So now let's make use of the mutate inside. So if for the pending, let me also import the use mutation for where is the client, query clients. Yeah, this is, so let me just import that here. So for the pending, let's go over to the button here, and let's say disabled, so it's pending, and let's just say it's pending. If it's pending, let's just say loader from Lucy React. Let me loader from Lucy React, and let's just say class name service, and let me see why it's not showing class name. So it didn't come out. Let me just say loader. I'm going to get a class name, animate spin. Save that, and let's go to our unsubmit. Let's do constant data. It's going to be equals to the code is going to be data.pin, because it's the only pin the user will put in, and the secret key is going to be mfa data.secret. So let's change this to values. So here we're going to have mutates. We're going to pass in the data, and let's get our let's pass the onSuccess at the callback function, and we're going to just let's change it to values. This value pin. Then inside here we're going to say let's get a response. I'll set it to NA for now. And inside we're going to say query clients. So let's just get a query clients. We're going to reload this use auth. You can also use a refresh directly here from here. We already have the refresh here. You can use that, and you can also use the invalidate here and say query key, which is going to be equal to auth user like this. So now let's close our model. We're going to say set is open to false. Then we are going to pass in the toast. Yeah, and for the error, we are going to just do on error here. So after this submit, let's just pass in the error. So let me just import this toast first. All right, then let's just paste this. So the last thing we are going to do now before we test this is the copy. So we have where we need to copy the secret. The copying of the secret is not functional, so we have the copy key. Once you review the key by clicking on the view setup key, you need to be able to click on this icon here, the copy icon. You click on it and it will copy that to the clipboard. So to do that, we're going to create a state here. So I'm going to call this copied set copy. And below here, we're going to create a function. I'm going to say constant on copy. This is going to be equal to use callback. Use callback. I'm going to just return this, and this is going to we're going to take the value of string. Let me just pass empty here. And inside here, we're going to say navigator dot clipboard dot write text value. And we say set copy true. And we're going to give this like a set timeout. Let me say set copy to false. Close this and let's give it 1000. So this is fine. We are done with that. So what we're going to do now is to go and add this to it. So we're going to go to where we have the copied. So here we're going to say if, so inside the button, we say copied, if copied, we're going to show the check icon from Lucy. We are going to put a class name of width 4, height 4. And let me just save that. Let's close that. So and then we're going to say for copy, move copy to the top, and let's remove the size here. And let's say class name width 4, height 4. So save that. So then the last thing we're going to do is to do on click. We're going to say, let's call this out. On copy is going to be MFA data dot QR URL and disabled once copied is equals to false. If copy disable if copied is true. So let's head over and log in and let's try this out. So I'm going to log into my account. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And let me sign in. So now let's try the enable, click on enable MFA, and we can see the QR code. So let me use my device to scan the QR code. And if you click on view setup, you can see here. So I'm going to also, let's also fix this UI issue. For the image, let's go to where we have the image. Yeah, I'm going to set, I think is this Steve. I'm going to put shrink to 0 here. And let's save that here. Yeah, so this should push it back. So we can also let me scan this, and so if you click here, we should see the scan URL and the URL and the execute. So I've scanned the code. Let me try and put the code now. I'm going to say 2371447. And let me drag this down, and let's click on verify, and we can see success. And this is supposed to refresh this. It didn't reload the auth. It's supposed to reload the auth, so this should be enabled. So I'm going to use, let me just reload it. And we can see revoke access. Let me fix this. I'm going to fix this button better. So it's supposed to call this API because we use the query invalidates here. We can just the optional ways to just use refresh here. Let me just try that. Yeah, just a refresh, and just refresh, just comment this out. Comment this query client out. And let's say use query client, remove this. So we can use the refresh here, and this is going to refresh the API. So now we have the revoke. So let's go ahead and work on the revoke access. So once you click on revoke, it's going to remove the user from. So if you click on section now, you should see enable. Click on prevent, you see enable 2FA true. We can revoke this. So let's work on the revoke part of it. So let's work on the logout. So I'm just going to go to the common here. Let's create a common component here. Say common. No, common is going to be inside the components. So let's drag it inside the components here. I'm going to call this revoke mfa.tx. Let's use clients RAFCE. So let's save that. Let's go into the enable MFA, and let's copy this button. Let's bring it inside here. And let's import the button from Shadcn UI. Let's go back to enable MFA, and let's call the revoke component MFA, and let's save that. So inside the revoke MFA, we are going to click on this button, and it's going to disable JND is enable to FA to false. So let's go to API and set the, let's go to API here. And this is going to be, let's switch below here. And I'm going to call the revoke MFA function. This is going to be a put request with MFA/revoke. Does not take in any data. So let's go head over to, we can look at it here. And let's head over to revoke MFA button or component. So I'm going to call constant mutate. So since we're not going to pass any data, we're just going to call, we're going to do everything inside here. Go to call this mutation from React query, and let's just simply get our mutate, and then is pending Then we're going to get the query client. So this should work. We should try it again. We're going to have to reload the auth user key once once we click on the button and the API is successful, we're going to record the auth user or the section. So let me just let's import this. So this requires two arguments here. So let's open this here and let's put our motif function. The motif function is going to have the revoke MFA motif function, and inside here we're going to do onSubmit. So we're going to call the onSubmit inside here because we're not going to pass any data. So I'm just going to say, and let's get a response. It's going to set to any, and let's put it on error. On error, we're just going to say error. Let's save that. And inside here, we're going to put the toast for the error. The title is going to be error. And the description is going to be error dot message. So we're going to set variant to destructive. Set variant to destructive. So inside the success, we're going to get the query client again. So let's get this query client here. Dot invalidate queries. We're going to try it and hopefully it should work. Query key. And we're going to get the auth user key. Then we're going to just copy the toast. And we're going to put the toast here. And we're going to call it success. And let's remove this here. And let's put response dot message. So for the is pending, we're going to set this to default disabled is pending, and we're going to have to do the is pending and show the loader here. So make sure to import loader from Lucy React. So this is not showing. I'm going to do that. Okay, it's showing up now. Let's just select this and import it from Lucy React. Then let's create a constant handle click. Use callback from React. And let me just put empty array here. And here we're going to just call the mutate like this. And let's set the onClick to the handle onClick. So not onClick, onClick, and set that to handle click. So this should be working now. So we should go ahead and test this. So we're not going to test this because we already logged out, and once we try to log in, we'll be redirected to verify MFA. You can see that we are redirected to verify MFA, and verify MFA does not exist. So let's go ahead and work on the verify MFA. And once we verify and log in, we are going to be able to log into and test the revoke MFA. So let's close this and go back to Auth, verify MFA. Let's go to GitHub. Let's go to GitHub and let's wait for this to load. So the GitHub, so let me just go back to boilerplate. Click on Auth. So click on Auth and click on verify MFA. So let's copy this entire thing and paste it inside here. And the error should stop. So you should see, okay, yeah, we can see now multi-factor authentication, and we need to pass in the password, the PIN, to return back to the home page. So let's go and set the API for that. So I'm just going to the lib folder and click on API. And I'm going to do that. Let me do that here. Oh, sorry. I'm going to do that here. I'm going to call this verify MFA login mutation function. And we're going to have the data of MFA, and this data type, this MFA data type is going to be email and code, code and email, or email and code. If you go down to where we have verify, yeah, okay, this is it here. Verify MFA login mutation function. So we have MFA verify dash login data. So let's go back and work and integrate the API inside the verify page. So for the verify, we're going to also get the email. So I'm going to remove this. Let's go back. Let's create a separate file again for this. Let me create underscore verify mfa.txx, and let's just copy everything here. So before we copy that, let's also just copy the suspense. Okay, let me just copy everything first. Put it inside here. And inside the page, remove everything. RAFCE page. And we are going to get this like this. So verify MFA from verify MFA underscore verify MFA and the suspense. Okay, let's save this and verify MFA. So for the verify MFA, we're going to get the email of this user because you can see the email address here. So I'm going to get this using the use param. So let's just close this and let's get the use param and also the use router for this. And yeah, we're going to just get the email from the params. So let's make sure to import use router from. So I'm going to wait for it to show up. Okay, to show up, let me just import this from Next navigation. And this we're going to also import the use search param from Next navigation. So this is okay. So now let's get the mutate use mutation. So mutate is pending use mutation, and we need to let's import this too and verify MFA login mutation function. So all this is going to be inside. So let me just import this from React query. Import verify login from API, and on our on submit, we're just going to check if there's no email, then the user needs to just route, let's do router, let's redirect them back to login because you can't do anything here. We need the email, so let's just return. And then we're going to constant data is going to be equals to, let's change this to values and say code values dot pin and email. No, let's put email here. And let's get mutate data on success. Get a response, and let's do on error. Save that. And inside here, we're going to just, once it's successful, we're going to route the user back to home. Dot replace slash home. Then we're going to just say, we're going to just call the message here. Then for the error, we're going to call the error message here. So let's import the toast from use toast. And let me just import this here. We have toast, error, and error message. So the last thing we're going to do is to set the is pending. Let's make sure that it's pending is set inside here. So let's do that here. No, not here. Yeah, let's set it to disable. To is pending, and inside here we're going to say is pending. Then let's get loader from Lucy React. Last name, animate spin. So we are done with the implementation. We've integrated the API already. And then let's test this. So I'm going to grab my device and get the code. So let me write the code now. 043707. And let's click on continue. And we are so we direct back to login and we can see the revoke. So let's go ahead to revoke and let's test the revoke. So I'm just going to close Auth and open main, go back to component common and click on revoke here. And inside here, I'm going to just set this to and this to order. So we don't have this over. Yeah, we don't have this over. So let's try and test this. Let me revoke this. And it didn't call it's supposed to refresh this and call the auth user. Let's check the auth inside the use auth. This is auth user here. And this is auth user. It's supposed to call the invalidate query. So let me try and clear any cache. Let me try and hard reload this empty cache and hard reload. So you can see it now. So we've been able to test the multi-factor, the MFA, and also the revoke MFA. If you click on this, another setup will be generated for us. So let me close this and let's work on the sessions. Let's work on the sessions now. So let's head over to API and let's set the API for to get all sessions. So we're going to do that here. And if you see session query function, it gets requests to get all the session slash all. And we're going to do return.data. And for the session response type, we are going to get the, let me scroll up here. And this is going to be here. Once we have message, string, sessions, and sessions type. And for the sessions type, we're going to just get, let me just get it up here. And it's going to have an ID, the user agent, the created at, the expired at, the is current. So we can see is current there. So this is it. So we're going to set that to a type here. And remember, this is a list. So let's go back to sessions and let's enable that in the home first. Okay, this is enabled already. Let's go into session. So for session, we are going to use the use query. So let's say constant data is loading, and we're going to say refresh. Let's go refresh is equals to use query from React query. And let me just call this refetch. And we're going to have query key. So we're going to call it sessions. And we have to have query function, which is going to be sessions and the query function. And we're going to have state times infinity. So that's it. Let's use the endpoints now. So I'm going to say session data dot sessions on the list. So let's look through the. So before we look through, we need to retrieve the current user. So I'm just going to get this loading first, and let me just set its loading from the current, where is it? So I'm going to looking for where I'm going to put it. It's loading, so it's loading should be from here. Let's see from inside here. So let me just leave it for now, and so I'm going to do that. Let's just get the current session first. I'm going to say constant current session is equals to session.find session, which is going to be, so I'm going to say this is going to be session dot is current. So we're going to find the session that has is current. Then for other session, constant or other sessions, let me put S here, other sessions. We're going to say the filter, we're going to filter where session dot is current is not equals to true. So we're able to retrieve this now. So for the it's loading, we're going to set it's loading here. I'm going to collapse this. I'm going to say once it's loading, we're going to create our loader. Let me import that from Lucy React. And we're going to have size 35 pixel. Then the class name is going to be animate spin. And let me self close that. And we're going to just do, let's open this. And let's move the div here into that. And let's open it. So the next we're going to do, we are going to check. Let's go to where we have the current. So this is the current item and this is the list. So inside this current item, I'm going to do the current session and then we're going to just close this. So if this, we're going to just say, we're going to change this, we're going to pass user agent. So user agent is going to be equals to, let's remove the ID. So user agent is going to be current session dot user agent. And we're going to remove device name. We're going to say date is equals to current session dot created at. Let me remove this date. And we're going to say expires at is going to be equals to current session expires at. And we're going to just say current dot is current. Let me see expires at. Okay. So if we're able to do that, let me also change this to expires at. So let's look through the other sections. I'm going to remove this list. And then for this URL, we're going to have widthful. We're going to also have, okay, we have margin top 4. We have space Y3. We have maximum height. Because this can be scrollable, it's going to be scrollable, say 400 pixel. And then we have our overflow. Let me open this in a different line. Overflow Y auto. So now let's just say other sessions dot map session. So let's just open this like this. And let's move this inside. And now let's also just copy what we have here and copy it here, paste it here. And we're going to remove this. We're going to call this session. We're going to call this call this session 2. and we're going to pass loading to it. Loading is going to be, let's put it to false for now. We've not set is pending yet for this. I'm going to also say dates. User expired as. I'm going to also add a different prop, which is going to be on remove. So this is going to handle the delete. Let me just put empty. Yeah. So let's save that. So let's head over to session item and let's use this data. So I'm going to just go into session item. And here we're going to remove this ID and let's say loading, which is undefined. You can have it boolean. And instead of device name, we're going to have user agents, which is going to be string. We have date string. We have expires at which is going to be string. Is current, which is undefined or this, and we're going to have on remove question mark, and it can be undefined. And we're going to say void. So let me just put this here. So for the prop, we're going to just say user agents loading date is current is equals to false, and the on remove. So for the on remove, we're going to use an undo function here. Undo, we're going to create a separate function for that. So it's called a handle remove. I will check if it's not undefined, then you can call the on remove. Then we're going to put the on remove here. So if not is current, then show this button. So I'm going to put disable to loading. Then I'm going to put on click. On click is going to be handle remove. And we're going to just remove this, cut this out and say it's loading or loading. Let's show the loader from Reactjs. I'm going to put a class name of width for, height for, and animate spin. And there we're going to just do else, then show the trash icon. So we're able to set this. So the last thing we're going to do now is to set the, yeah, so we have the is current and this is going to be active now. So we're going to also have here time ago. So I'm going to put span. So let's put span. This is going to show the dates. Let me just remove this and set this to like this. So inside here, I'm going to just say dates for now. And I'm going to say class name. Class name is going to be MR16 text 12 pixel. Then from there, we're going to say text muted foreground and font normal. Let's save that. So we'll be able to do everything. The only thing left is just the device. So I'm going to just set this to window for now. And also the icon here. So what we're going to do with the user agents, we're going to create an helper function to get the user agent for this that matches inside the user agent string. So we're going to be using what we call the package we installed, which is, let me go to package registering. I should say UA piazza.js, user agent piazza.js. So we're going to go into our lib folder and let's create Piaz session. So inside here, we're going to do Piaz se session tx. So we can say PS user agents, not PS session. User agents x. You can say PS user agents. And inside here, we're going to set the type first. So the type of the device, because we're going to also set the icon too. Device type is going to be equals to desktop or mobile. So yeah, we're going to say interface session info. Or we can just call it PS session or user agents. This is going to be the info, or we can just call it the type. Or let me just call it device. Also, let me just change it to agent info or agent type. Let's say to agent type. We have device type. This is going to be string. And we have browser. This is going to be string. We have OS string. We have time ago string, and we have icon. This is going to be Lucy icon. So let's do export constants. Yes, session. Or let's just say user agents. We're going to say user agents, which is going to be a string. And we have the created at, which is going to be a string too. And let's say the agent type, the user agent type, this is going to be the response. So let's just say constant PSI is going to be equals to new UA PSI. So let's import that from UA PSI JS. I'm just going to import this here. So I think this is complaining that we didn't set the type. So let's just make sure to install the type for this. I'll cancel my server and let's just paste this here. And I'm going to get the type, the version I use. So I'm going to say, yes, we're going to call it 0.7.39. And let's install this. So let me wait for it. So it has installed completely. Let me run my server and enter stop. So I'm going to just close this. And here we're going to have so here we're going to have we've already imported that. So we're going to say constant results is going to be equals to Piazza dot get results. So for the results, we're going to say constant device type is equals to results dot device dot type, or you're going to just say or desktop. Then for the browser, constant browser is going to be equals to results dot browser dot name, or call this web. Then for the OS, say OS is equals to let's put this, let's combine it together. You're going to say results dot os dot name. Then let's open this again and version here. So this is correct. Let me just close this. So yeah, we're going to say choose an icon. So I'm going to say constant icon is going to be equals to device type is going to be equals to mobile. If device type is going to be equals to mobile, say let's say mobile or no, if it's mobile, we're going to use a smartphone, the smartphone from Lucy React or the laptop from Lucy React. That's good. So then let's format the time formatted at is going to be equals to is passed is going to be gotten from date function. So I'm just going to import that here. So we're going to have is path, we're going to also use format, and we're going to use format distance now streets. So for is path, we're going to say new date created at. Then we're going to say if this is true, then we're going to open this and let's say format distance street new date created at. So we're calling this now, we're going to use the else, and we're going to put inside here a go created at a go. Okay, we need to close this here. There you go. And let's do else format new dates created at inside you're going to say, and we're going to put DMMMYYY. So this is it, and we're going to return everything now. So let's do our return here. It's going to be device type browser OS time ago going to be formatted at, and we have the icon. So we have the PS user agent and the device type. We can just set that to. So let's pass the user agent. We forgot to pass the user agent inside. Yes, and we are done with it. So let's use this inside the session item. So inside the session item, I'm going to just bring it here. So I'm going to call this PS user agent. So we have the OS and icon. So for the icon, we are going to do this. We are going to make sure we can't use the lowercase. So we're going to change this to higher uppercase here with this. I'm going to just remove this, right? And let's just do icon. Yeah, so this is going to use Lucy React. So for window, yeah, we're going to just use OS slash browser. Let's save that. And we're going to just remove this. This is the same thing with this here. So I'm just going to remove this here. And for here, we're going to put time ago. Or just put in dates. Or we can just leave it time ago like this. And I think everything should be working fine. So let's try and log in and see this in action. So I'm going to log in my account. Now 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. We've disabled the 2FA so we can sign in and it's going to take us to home page. So let me look at my network tab and let me try and log in. 2FA is first. So let me try and look at my login here. Auth page. So if not, we're there to home. Okay, we have some error here in home. Use query should be in clients. Oh, so let's go back to main session item. Let's put this to session. Let's put this to this clients. Let's remove the computer icon and let me reload this and let's see. So now we should see different. We've logged in with this device, which is Windows 10. Let me just add some space here. Yeah. So we should see that this is the one that we are logging currently that is active now. If you click on all, you should see everything here. Then we are going to click on delete and it should delete this particular session. So let's go back to all session, to the sessions, and inside there we're going to use the on remove. Remember we set on remove here, and let's create a function called undo delete. Yeah, it's a constant undo delete, which is going to be equals to use callback use callback, and inside there we're going to say mutate. Oh, we're not going to say mutate first. Let's just pass in the, let's say, ID here first and string. So we've not set the API for the delete session. So let's head over to API, and inside API we are going to set the delete below this session. So I'm going to just say here below here. I'm going to just say session delete mutation function, then API dot delete session ID. So this is it. We don't need to pass any type for it. Everything is fine like this. So let's go and use this inside the rotate function. So I'm going to go into sessions, and inside here I'm going to call, let's do it below, constant use mutation from React query. I'm going to say mutation function session and delete function here. And let's get the mutate, and let's get the it's pending. Now let's make use of it here. I'm going to say mutate, we'll say ID, and it's going to be on success. We also have on success. We're going to also have on error. So for the on error, if you go back to API, I want to show you guys, we just passing the ID as string. So it's not going to be an object. We're passing it as a parameter. So if we go back to session back, let's save this here. I'm going to also set refresh here. Once we delete, we need to refresh the all session. I'm going to say toast title success description. This is going to be session remove successfully. And then we're going to also do that for the error. Let's import the toast. And let's do that for error. And let's get the error here. So set the error, set it on delete. And let's get the handle delete. Go to where we have remove on remove here. And let's set this inside here. Okay, concession dot underscore ID. So we are done with that. Let's test this out. So I'm going to delete this one that has 2 hours, or let's test one that has 3 minutes here. Go. Delete this. So it's gone. So I think but it didn't load. Yeah, we didn't pass the spending here. Let's use the spending here. Let's also delete this first 2 hours and to see we're having how many, only 1-2 hours. So we can look at everything is working fine. So the last thing we are going to do, or the last, so we need to also update this and also implement the logout and the logo theme too. So before we do that, for the sections, I need to make this clickable. And if you go to section, we need to create this. So let me just go to section here. RASCE. Let's call this page. And the error should stop. What we're going to do there, we're going to call this session from the components here. So let's import session from the components. And that should just be the same thing here. So that should work. Why this is home, is a session. So let's go and work on the sidebar. So let me close this. Let's go into a sidebar. And we're going to work on the logout. And let's also work on and put the current user email address. So we're going to get that from the context. So I'm going to I'm going to bring in use context here. So let me collapse these items here. And let me just bring in use context from, let's import that from our Auth provider. So let me import that from context Auth provider. And for this, we're going to just copy the loading. And we're going to go to menu, the sidebar menu button. And we're going to just see if it's loading. Let's show our loading here from Lucy React. Size 24 pixel. And we are going to just say class. Let me just, let's do it like this first. And let's move everything inside from the avatar to the drop down. So I'm going to move this up first. Let me just take this up to the drop down. Yes. So to move this up more. Then for the context, we're going to collapse this content. And this is in sidebar menu. We're going to drag this drop down menu here inside here. Not inside here, inside here. And let me just close this here. So I think something is wrong here. Okay, let me remove this. Yeah, so from the sidebar menu item, we're going to do if check loading. and else we're going to set it. So here I'm going to put some class name, some classes here, and inside here we're going to say we're going to place this center. We'll say place self center, animate spin. So we've done that, and then we're going to get the username for the. So yeah, I'm going to just say callback, fallback. We're going to just say username splits with empty string if it's existing. Then get the first one, and we're going to also do that for the second name. If we use K and John, we're going to use K and J. Then for the username, we're just going to say user.name, and for the email, we're going to do user.email. Let's save that, and we're going to check that here. So if we look here, we should see the email and the name I used to sign up with this. So once we click on this logout, it's going to show a dialog and we can log out the user. So to work on the logout, you're going to go back to our components. Let's save this home. So inside here, we're going to create a component called logout dialog. So we'll say logout dialog.cxx. So here we're going to just say RAFCE. Then we're going to just say, let's just open this. And let's call dialog. Let me close this. So you're going to say dialog from components UI dialog. So make sure it's going to be an open and close tag. So let's also pass in the prop. The prop is going to be is open boolean, and set is open, which is going to be we're going to use from React dispatch React set state action. And let's just console and destructure the prop and say set is open. Great. So in the dialog, we're going to say open is going to be is open, and we're going to say on open change is going to be set is open. So we're going to have dialog content. Make sure to import that from components UI. And we're going to have our header, dialog header from UI components. And we're going to have our dialog title from UI. And we're going to say, are you sure you want to log out? And lastly, we're going to also say for the header, we're going to paste in description here. So I'm just going to import description. So say this will end your current session and you will need to log in again to access your account. Yes, and then the last thing we're going to do below the header, we're going to have our dialog footer from components. And then we're going to just set our button. So button from UI, let's just say yes. So we set our logout. Let's go and use it inside the aside. So inside the aside, I'm just going to go into aside and let's go up. I'm going to open a fragment here, and I'm going to move this inside a fragment, and I'm going to call it logout dialog. Then we're going to call a use state is open and set is open. Then use state from React and set that to false. False. And let's just pass is open. Make sure to import logout dialog. I'm going to say is open. It's going to be is open. Then set is open. It's going to be set is open. So for us to change this to true, for it to work as true, just open the sidebar and scroll to where we have logouts here. You should see it here. We have logouts there, and we're going to just say on click set is open to true. So let's try and log in and see this. So before we log in, let's try and create our endpoints for the logout. So let's go to API. So for the logout, just bring it up here. Bring it here. And let me just switch here. So say logout mutation function, then auth logout is a post request. So let's just copy this and go back to save this. Let's go back to logout dialog. And we're going to just say, going to call this here. Let's say constant. This is going to be use mutation. And let's open with a query, not query mutation function. It's going to be logout mutation function. I have to have on success. And we have on error. Let's import the logout mutation function from API. And here we're going to just have mutate, and we're going to have is pending. So let's save that. So here we're going to also import constant router is equals to use router from next navigation. Save that. And inside here, we're going to say router dot replace so login. Let me close this here. And let's also oh sorry guys. Let me move everything inside this. No, I'm trying to look at what is the cause of this issue. Oh, let's put comma here. So for the error, we're going to throw, we're going to throw error. We're going to call the toast for that. And let's just get error here. And make sure to import the toast. So make sure to save that. You can also redirect the user back to login if there's an error here. Or instead, let's leave it like this. So we are done with that. So the last thing we're going to do is to set is pending. If pending is going to be here, we're going to say yeah, let's say disabled. And inside here, we're going to call this loader, and let's put a type button. And make sure to import loader from Lucy React. So we import that. So the last thing we're going to do is to create our handle logout. Handle logout. We're going to use callback from React, And let's just say, let's remove it and let's call this. So we're going to say handle logouts. We're going to do that on the button. I'm going to say on click handle logouts. So let's put our class here and set it to white. Class text white. Let me just do that by important. And let's save that so we can log out. So before we log out, we need to also implement the theme. So this will be done inside the aside bar. So I'm going to import the theme here. So let me import the theme. So importing from next theme. And we're going to add that. Let's go down to where we have the toggle. So for the toggle, we're going to say if theme is equals to light, so I'm going to remove this. If theme is equals to light, we are going to use the moon star icon from Lucy React. Else, we're going to use the sun icon from Lucy React. Then for this, we're going to say on click and let's call the function. You're going to say set theme is going to be if theme is equals to light, then let's set it to dark. Else, let's change it to light. So let's keep in mind that we set system theme here, layout, enable system theme to false. So we're not going to always get this system theme. It's either light by default or we switch it back to dark mode. So that is how it's going to be. So let's test our logouts and we should be able to. I'm going to try and log in again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sign in. So we'll sign in. So let me click logout here. Click on this. We can switch the theme and we can see. Let me close this. We can see everything's working fine. Let me switch it back to light mode. So now I'm going to click on logout, see the dialog. And if we click on yes, we're redirected back to the login page. So the last thing we are going to implement now is a refresh API. So let's go back to, let me collapse everything here. Go to next, and then we're going to go to API. Yeah. Let me see. Now we're going to go to Axios, and we're going to create the, so inside this on authorize, since the access token is expiring by 15 minutes, we give it 15 minutes for the expiration date for it to expire, the expire time. We are going to call refresh token anytime the access token expires. And to do that, we're going to do, let's put async here. Only the refresh token, the refresh API is going to call once the response from Axios is given us unauthorized and the status code is 401. So in order to do that, I'm going to create a separate call. Let's export this. The constant API refresh. So I'm going to call another Axios script. API refresh Axios.create option. And we're going to also create our interceptor. This is just going to say interceptor and response, not use response dot use I'm just going to return the response here. So we've created a different one for the API refresh. And inside here, we're going to do if this, we're going to try your catch here. They will say await the refresh the get auth slash refresh. Then we're going to say return API refresh error dot config. Then if not, if this will give us error, let's say a refresh token has expired, we're going to say window the location dot href. We're going to set that to it should be direct back to login. So this is how it is. So let's try this out. I'm going to inspect and let's click on our application cookie. So let me open the cookie and select so we're not signed in yet. So let me sign in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I've signed in. So let's wait for some minute for it to expire. So for it to expire, then click on network tab and we should wait for it to call the API. So let's test it out and see if the refresh token is going to call. For the access token has expired. I'm going to try and let me go to this so I can call the endpoints. I'm going to call all session. And we should see, okay, see, the access token is still valid. Let me check the expiring date. Okay, yeah, it's still valid. Let's wait for it to expire. It's going to expire 4:47, 42 or 47 seconds. So I'm going to wait for that to load and let's see. So now the access token has expired. That's cleared. So let me try again and call these endpoints. Let's go to home. So we didn't add the home link here. Let me just add that here. Let me go to app inside the main components. So for the aside, let me scroll up to where we have the item array. I'm going to just put slash home and save that. And let's click on it again. So we should see, but it logged us out. It didn't show any error. Then call the refresh token here. So I know what to do. We're going to let's try and log in again and test it again. I'm going to sign in and this should expire. So for the use auth, I'm going to just go to use auth in the hook. And I'm going to set this to, let's just remove this and see. So I will call all the time. I'm going to wait for it to expire again. And this is going to expire 59. So let's wait for it to expire. So I think it has expired. Let me check. Let me click on it. So it has expired. The cookie is cleared. So we don't need to click on any route. If you click on any route, the middleware is going to take action. It's going to check if the access token is there, and if not, it's going to redirect the person to log in. So I'm going to click on enable so we can call the setup API. And we should see 401. 401. Let me drag this up. Let's look at the response here. So this is using the auth token not found. So it's not returning, it's supposed to return the unauthorized error. So I think it is using this. So let's go ahead and just check this. Let me go to API or Azure's client. Let me change this to this and let's see. No, not this data dot error code. Error code. Sorry, we redirected back to login because we've refreshed this. So I think we need to also fix this. Let's go to backend and let me click on backend here. Then click on index. Then let's go to JWT strategy. Let's comment this out like this. Or let's leave it like if it's not defined as. Okay, let's leave it here and let's use the error code. Yeah, so I'm just going to go back to where we have the Azure client and I'm going to check data.error code. So let me just console.log data. Let's save that and we should see data.error code is going to give us, it's going to match the auth token not found with status 401. And let's see if I can see if it will work. Let's try and log in again and we're going to wait for it to the token to expire. Well, what I'm going to do, let's go back to backend and let's quickly change the expiration date for the cookie from 15 minutes to 3 minutes. Let me save it so we can test it out. And let me just reload my, let's rerun the backend API. So let's wait for it to load. So the server is up, you're waiting for database to connect. Okay, database is connected. So let me try and log in again. Let me put the password. I'll click on sign in. So it's going to redirect us to home. So we should have the cookie here. And this should be 3 minutes to expire. Yeah, 3 minutes. So let's wait for it to expire. So I've token has expired and we can see the refresh token was refreshed here. And if we go back to application, we should see the says to 8 why this is 30 days. So it's set to 8. So it has set the refresh token and the access token again because I made changes here to the use auth. I set to refresh to every 2 seconds. And you can see that. So that was calling. And once it called, our refresh API was called. And then the all API from it was showing 401. And you can see that it was working. So I'm just going to remove this. And let's set this back. So we've been able to see the refresh token in action. So instead of logging us out, if you click on enable, everything is working fine. I'm going to close that and you can see you can remove everything is working fine. And for the let me close this. And for the session, we can change this to dark mode and light mode. I think we are done with everything here. So let's preview this in let's preview this in a larger screen. And let me just reload this here. And we can see this here. So this is it. We can toggle this to use smaller view. and you can set it back to light and dark. You can enable MFA, and let's go back to code. So now we are done with everything. We are done with everything. So I'm going to close this. This is going to expire in 0834. So we are done with the refresh token, the uh, access to calling the asset login, sign up, the verify MFA. So that is it for this tutorial. For those people that don't like to use Next.js, if you go over to the GitHub, I have also added a code in React using Vite. You can see React frontend, and you can get the React version of it, which I've implemented already, connected the API to it. So guys, so make sure to give the GitHub repo a star and follow the GitHub. Then also subscribe to the channel, share and like, and comment your thoughts for this video. So see you till next time.